You are live.
Oh,
All right.
Look at that.
I'm gonna go ahead and letting everyone know the reason my mic sounds worse is because I'm having internet issues, so I have to use the wireless on my laptop. So there you go. There's your explanation.
And now
I mean,
everyone,
Everyone
that's
someone
not
can
too
asks,
bad,
we're like, go to the
honestly.
beginning of the
yeah
stream right now.
wind it back, go to the beginning.
Bastard.
The answers will be there.
Look at that. Through the power of the internet, we have reached the audience here.
Oh my god. Through the power of the
Well,
internet, he said.
hopefully the power of my internet returns quickly. Hopefully it will.
We
There was
talk
a
about
storm here last
media.
night, so
You don't have to. What else is there? We got to do all of them.
I talk about media. All media.
Um, comment below, let me know.
Who the fuck's that?
Get Stuckmanized.
That's Philip DeFranco.
Oh.
Wait, is it? Wait, is it? No, that's Jeremy Johns.
Oh.
Wait, I don't remember who said that.
Somebody said
Someone
it.
did.
That's all that matters.
Yes.
Wait, this one is live? No.
Nope.
No.
Scissor Rags Mike got
Oh,
Stuckmanized. Yes.
but that's funny now because link in the description below, like with the new YouTube like layout, that's not even the case anymore. Now it's to the right.
Mine hasn't updated for that yet.
Mine has not either.
You
I'll
said yours
cherish
was
it.
already updated for you? How long ago did yours do that?
Oh well, but it looks like it's not anymore though. It's like back to normal. So,
Oh, good.
like
They
right now.
learned.
Yeah,
They were
I
like,
do
"Oh,
like
this
that
is
of
this is
like let's sort of like brute force a very mobile phone-esque UI onto desktop. But I mean, it's probably because like having all of that information presented in that way, I guess they figured was the best way to like viewer retainment on the website, I guess.
because
But like,
the people on the website didn't already know that there's a massive list on the right of recommended videos that are already on my screen. It's
I
right there.
I
It's on the right. It was always there. You can't miss them. They're just right there.
I guess because they're like a bit bigger, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Like,
Maybe it was.
make the
Maybe it is
recommended
just like
videos bigger so they'll click on them. They won't
maybe it
click
is
on them if
just
they're not taking up half the screen.
like a really bad idea that doesn't really make sense. But
Wouldn't surprise you though if that took like 100 meetings over several years to decide that.
probably, yeah, I could imagine an immense amount of bureaucracy involved in a decision like this.
Which is weird. You think you could just make a number of layouts, or don't, just keep it as it is. But you
Like
could make a
somebody
bunch of
did it.
different layouts and, just ask people. It's like, hey, everyone, which one do you think is, thinking about changing it? Which one would you like? And people will just tell you. They'll just tell you for free. Everyone will just tell you for free what they would like. But they'll probably say, just keep it how it is.
I guess like
You
the good
throwing
thing about the update though is that YouTube Shorts now have like a volume slider, which seems like a crazy thing that they didn't have before. Oh, do you want a choice between nothing and loud? Yeah, sure. There you
It
go.
does make you think that they maybe are cynical enough to be like, we're not going to roll it out with that. We'll make that a thing later, so it'll make people talk about YouTube Shorts again.
Oh god, I can imagine somebody saying that with their PowerPoint presentation, you know, like in the meeting.
It's like, wow, that sounds really stupid, and they're
I've
like, stupid like a fox.
Yeah.
I've received I can see everyone in the chat mentioning it, and I've just received received a DM on Discord regarding it. Yes, my mic is different because my internet isn't working. So I'm on my laptop right now. Somehow the wireless is working for the laptop, but the wired connection that I normally use for my PC is not working.
Listen,
I can only get like Telegram updates on my PC, but like web pages and things won't load. So we're using the mic I bought for
anyone who's
emergencies.
listening, they'll get used to it. It'll just be the new Rags
Yeah.
until he's not the new Rags anymore, and old Rags comes back.
I'm role playing as a guest. I'm the guest, everyone. I'm calling in.
From like 2003.
Role playing is 1440p. No, 144p. That's what I was trying to say. Wait, did I all come into the Discord?
I think
was
it's.
looking there. 144
No,
is
I
what I was
heard
trying
you.
to say.
I heard you. I heard you.
That green light tricking me.
Yeah.
Calling in from the airport.
Oh.
Maybe. on the run. In any case, we got loads of things to talk about. We're going to start with a movie that came out that me and Fringy have not seen, yet Rags did. How did that happen? Who knows? In any case, it gives us an opportunity to listen to him about whether or not it's worthwhile. It's one of those sorts of ones. I'm just curious. Ask you what it even is. I heard some people talking about it on Open Bar, but I don't know if I fully grasped what it even is, other than fun is what I've heard. At least there is fun present in such a movie. So we're gonna have a little chat about that, and then you're gonna be on a wild ride. I'm not gonna tell you what's in the rest of the episode, even though the title and thumbnail probably gave some stuff away. There is an image of a shark. That's gonna make sense in a way that you'll find pretty amusing, I'd imagine. But before we get there, Rags, what do you think of Ungentlemanly Warfare War?
Oh. He's been stunned
He's
into
thinking.
silence.
He's thinking. Give him a sec. All right. Think a little too long. Like destroys the entire idea. I guess me and Free will just chat for a minute. You know what?
This is funny. I just saw this on Twitter. So IGN, Microsoft's gaming revenue climbed significantly year over year according to its Q3 earnings report. But the massive jump in takings is deceptive. Most of it is just reflective of the addition of Activision Blizzard. With the community note, there is nothing deceptive about Xbox's Q3 earnings since Activision is a first-party studio under Microsoft, therefore increasing its gaming revenue legitimately. It's just funny to me. It's like, well, it's deceptive. It's just this company that they own that means that they've made more money. Oh, that's funny.
That is funny. So his microphone is apparently not. It went from 144p to not working.
Oh,
definitely a significant downgrade.
Internet.
Well,
hey, is it working now?
Oh my God, there he is.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Okay, what I did was I was like, oh man, this microphone probably doesn't sound good. I bet I could make the quality of the microphone go better in the settings for Windows, and I did. And then when I made the quality better, it stopped working, so I turned it back down again. So here we are. So a few days ago, we had a Metals Forge on. Is it still called Metals Forge, or is it like Metal and Mark and?
I think he's still committing to Metals Forge, though I don't see anything wrong with calling it The Forge, I reckon,
The Forge. Yeah, The Forge is fine because that's a great name. Now,
because imagine this
we
was called
watched.
Mola's EFAP. You guys would feel so left out.
We would. It'd have to be called Rawlags EFAP.
Brawlags. It sounds like
Yeah.
kind of a Zack Snyder demon. Brawlags.
Frawlag does sound like a Zack Snyder demon. So we watched a movie called The History of Ungentlemanly Warfare. It got, as far as I know, only a theatrical release here in the U.S. And elsewhere, it's on streaming, or it's going to be on streaming, or it's not in theaters. We watched it. It was a fun little movie. I don't think there's going to be too much to say about it, but it had some good acting throughout. It had a decently paced mix of like fun, silly Nazi shooting action with a little bit of undercover espionage, spy kind of stuff, because it follows an operation in World War II in 1942, where a bunch of boys and some spy help, had to sabotage the logistics and resupply a ship for German U-boats in the Atlantic. So they go to this place and they try to blow up the supplies so the U-boats can't do their thing in the Atlantic and keep the British supplies away from the mainland and stuff like that. It's got a little bit of political stuff in there with Winston Churchill and everyone being like, "No, we have to appease Hitler." And then Churchill's like, "Dude, he's literally Hitler. What the fuck?" And then he has this clandestine secret operation to sabotage the U-boat supplies, and he uses this crew to get it done. Or maybe they don't get it done. I don't know. I won't spoil it for you. But it's a fun little movie, fun little action-y sequences. They do a decent job at making enjoyable run-around, cheeky humor as they shoot Nazis and blow their stuff up and carry out their little mission. And it's a fun little popcorny movie. I enjoyed it. It's not like it's got anything great going on in terms of its thematics or doesn't have any incredible character work or anything like that, but it's got some good acting, some fun action, and it's decently well paced. So I'd say, yeah, if you're looking for something that's just kind of fun to watch, I'd give a bit of a recommendation for A History of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Well, then explain why it's not doing well at the box office, Rags.
Oh, is it not though?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Um, I read. I wish I still had the link. I pulled it up on Metals Forge, but there was a typo in an article I read about it, and it said that the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare has made less than $10 billion. So I'm like, well, that's not too bad, really. I mean, that could be all right.
Scores
You can't win them.
an
Listen,
abysmal
I
lower
understand.
than 10 billion. Like, damn.
I understand not everyone's a banger, but it leaves a lot of wiggle room. But I'm not sure why it is or isn't necessarily doing well because it got a limited release. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure.
So
It seems like
in
yeah.
America, it opened fourth to $9 million debut behind Civil War, Abigail, and Godzilla X Kong.
I've heard of
So
two of
fourth place
those.
debut.
I saw someone
Well,
sharing a post of Japanese audiences reacting to Godzilla vs. Kong translated and saying shit like it was fucking embarrassing mess, and I was like, oh shit,
That's
they don't like it.
that's
What are we gonna do now?
that's pretty funny.
You know that community think that like
people. s-
-1 is the equivalent of like maybe not the same, but like Resident Evil 4. Like he's ruined
Yeah.
everything now
Yeah.
because everyone thinks this is what Godzilla's supposed to be. Like, okay. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Godzilla -1 is like a delicious, cool drink of pure water after you've been crawling through the desert for years and years, subsisting on crickets and cockroaches and scorpions.
Oh,
That's
you
what
know.
that movie is. I haven't seen the Kong movie, and I don't know if I plan to. Maybe one
Oh,
day
we
we'll get around
plan
with it
to
sometime.
do that arc at some point and probably piss off the Godzilla community like so many in our sphere has, apparently. They get called tourists a lot. They're like, get out of here. You don't even know anything about Godzilla. And it's like,
I guess that's
I
like
do.
that's the new term, right?
Oh, yeah. It's already
You're a
dead.
tourist, therefore I don't have to listen to you.
It's like, just say you don't
I
like
didn't
me.
really
That's all
like
you
it
have to
from the
do.
beginning, so
Well, that's the thing. I'm a
never
huge
was a big
fan
fan
of
of it.
the 98 Godzilla film.
Oh.
That's where I know everything about my Godzilla
Roland
lore.
Emmerich,
So,
Godzilla,
yeah.
Yeah,
it's pretty
I watched that as a
riveting,
It was
kid.
pretty
Yeah.
bitchin'.
rollicking ride.
You can tell that -1 stole a lot from that film, which is okay. It's fine if you like to be inspired, but I mean, he's a little bit less blatant next time, maybe. Please. Terrible.
Do you remember Jeff Goldblum's father?
Oh yeah. No wait, you're talking about Independence Day.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, wait, was
Oh,
Jeff
no!
Goldblum?
It's
Was he
a
in
different
Not a
movie.
true
It's not
Roland
the...
Emmerich
Oh
fan.
no!
Yeah,
I'm a
Fucking
tourist.
fraud. He's a tourist.
everybody.
Get him.
I'm a tourist. I remember so many things about Godzilla, but I guess it merged in my brain with just random city under siege from an alien force.
Love the idea of Independence Day Zilla.
They just shot the damn statue or the Empire State Building.
That would be a thing, though,
Brooklyn
wouldn't it?
Bridge.
Godzilla versus Statue of Liberty.
Helicopters. Oh
What,
yeah,
you just
yeah, it
Statue
comes
of
to
Liberty,
life.
little arms and legs.
Yeah,
He's
it's like in Ghostbusters
yeah.
2 versus the Godzilla. It would be perfect. It'd fuck each other up. Actually, throw in the Marshmallow Man as well.
Yeah, of course.
Make it and eventually just make a Smash Bros. Game equivalent, and then just throw everybody in. I mean, if Smiling Friends could do it.
Very, like Mario versus Link. Like that'll be how they kick off the Super Smash Brothers cinematic universe.
gonna happen
What
eventually.
if Link
Smash Bros.
just like
movie.
stabs?
Yeah, like,
Link just stabs him
well,
with a
no,
sword and he
what would
dies.
make it funnier is if it's just Link does like a big old Godzilla, kaiju scream when he, Link jumps out of the water.
Oh my goodness. What game is this
I'm
referencing?
still. It's just amusing that you thought the Roland Emmerich Godzilla was just Independence Day. Like
Look, there's many similarities.
they should be
They're
watched as a
both
double
iconic
bill. It's
movies
true.
that you shouldn't have mixed up. What, you're not going to do a double bill with the new Independence Day movie that came out not that actually like 8 years ago at this point, I think, so it's not that new.
Did anybody even
Remember?
see it?
I did. I
It
saw it in
failed
theaters.
and it
No,
did
Rags, we're
do
not
well.
talking about Moonfall. It's the other Roland
No,
Emmerich
listen.
film.
I actually did see. This time I do have them straight. I could never possibly forget Moonfall. I actually referenced it when we were watching Fallout.
That's true.
Because of the observatory. The new Independence Day. Where we have like the
Resurgence.
space lasers and things and the moon base and all that stuff. People might think I'm crazy, but no, that's a thing. Our technology is a lot better because we learned from the technology of the aliens in the first Independence Day, and so we have like a moon base and we have lasers and all sorts of stuff like that.
Right,
Which
well,
you'd think we'd be able to make short work of them this time, now that we're way better. But maybe something else happened.
I have a question for both of you that I will also answer as well, I suppose. But that's how
Halo's
this next
better.
section's going to begin. No, that'll come later.
Oh, okay.
For now,
okay.
the question is, which animal do you fear the least?
Which animal do I fear the least? It would probably be some kind of like a slug, maybe. Because I think I was gonna say something like a finch, right? But then I was like, oh, but a finch could be quick, so maybe like if you're in the attic and it flies in front of your face, it's like, oh, you might get startled because
You know,
it's quick and it flies away from you. But I
I
thought, could a slug ever scare me?
think I sent you a story about it, right? Fringy, where a kid was dead to eat a slug. He did, and it like killed him eventually.
I was actually gonna say that I was thinking like, well, the thing about a slug is that I mean it's pretty slow, but like maybe it's venomous or something. Maybe there's something crazy about it that I don't know.
Maybe
Compared to
I
like much more
guess.
comprehensible animals like a bird, like I feel like if I saw like a little bird, I'd just be like, oh, okay, yeah, hey there, fella, like
Well,
like a honey eater or something.
I'm just thinking that the quickness of the bird could potentially startle you,
Hmm.
right?
So
I mean, it
But I
could
think
startle me, but I don't know. Does startling? I thought we weren't jump scares. Does that count as scaring you in the nature of this
Well,
question?
that would be the nature of the question. It gets to speculate. I was just going to clarify for chat. I think the story was the slug was carrying some kind of parasite that when he ate it, it got into his brain or something. And then put him in a coma,
It's just
and he was in it for like 8
grim.
years, and then he died. Fucking
Grim.
sucks.
don't eat slugs.
No.
Which is like that's I don't know. It's just when I think about a slug, it's like you're just like a much stranger animal, which like
What about a
contributes to a level
snail?
of this. I feel like they fall into the same thing compared to like a bird or just like a more comprehensible animal. Even if like the more comprehensible animal actually does pose more of a threat, I just find it less scary just because
the thing, right?
It's like, hey, you got eyes and you got a face,
Another thing about this question is like, where are we? Because if we're on land, then there's a lot of creatures that are water-based that I'd be less afraid of. Like a guppy. I'm on land and it's just there going. Bleh, bleh. I was like, well,
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't know, like a fish on land that's just there flopping about, like, is probably not gonna be too scary.
maybe the spirit of the question would
like
have to include, like,
minnows.
if you're choosing something water-based, then you are underwater as well.
Well,
It
so
might be a
what's the
minnow.
nature of it? Am I just in a room with it for like a minute or something? Like, what's the deal?
What about an anchovy, right? Like they're very small, they're absolutely harmless, and you can eat them. So, like, even if you eat it, and by the way, I will say it's very appropriate that a slug kills you slowly. So there's some humor in that. But I think that something like an anchovy would be pretty high up in the tier of like unfearable animals.
unfearable.
Yeah, unfearable,
Unbearable.
incapable of causing fear. Because it's an anchovy. It's like you could put it on your pizza if you want. It's so tiny and harmless.
Yeah,
You
I
could just
guess
swallow
like
it
if
whole. And it's
you
like, well,
Well, you can eat a
like
lot of
like
animals that are
if you
totally harmful. Like the fact that you can eat it doesn't really play into anything, I don't think.
I
well,
guess
the slug
like
thing
if
though.
you
If
just
you ate a slug, you'll die of a brain worm 8 years later. So it's like, well, that's something to fear about the slug, I guess. Is
There's probably
somehow
like
ingesting it.
anchovies you could eat that would fuck you up because they have something in them, like they were carrying something. It's probably possible.
Delicious
I mean
salty meat.
I know it
Maybe.
was you said like it would have to be in the water, but I mean could I just have like have a goldfish in a little tank and I'm just in the room with the goldfish?
Well, I
Because
mean
in that case, yeah.
that scenario that feels like the fear levels would be fucking. There's got to be like not even a hum, is it? That's
There's
just
gotta
a
be
zero.
yeah, there's got to be an element of chaos to the equation, right? So if you're in a room with a honey eater, it can fly around
Well,
and
so what's interesting
I
about
don't know,
this
like
is them bringing in the pet dog because you'd be like, well, dogs are very capable of harming humans. It's like yes, but when you like have a beloved pet of many years, that's like doing the opposite, isn't it? That's like providing you comfort and love and everything.
yeah. I presume that it's an unknown critter that you're just getting put in a room with.
I suppose at that point, what if it's a very lovable dog that isn't your pet?
Oh,
Which they
what is
exist,
he's
right? There's
super
plenty of
friendly?
dogs that are just super
Oh
friendly.
yeah, I guess I'd feel pretty cozy in that situation.
Yeah. Does that beat out the guppy slash goldfish sort of stuff?
A friendly dog? Maybe, yeah. Maybe. Even if it was like a bigger dog, maybe that would be.
At that
Just
point, then
because of
it's
those
like
extra
maybe a
elements.
friendly puppy. That would be like the top tier for just not being afraid at all.
Yeah.
Maybe we've
Well,
cracked
yeah,
it.
because
Yeah.
it's better than
Yeah, it
just
might be.
neutral. It's like a positive sort of interaction.
Some fairy
Yeah, I think so. I
caterpillars can
think there's
cause like
a logic
rash.
to that.
There's a lot of figuring out like exactly what you'd want to choose. But I think I would go with that. That would be my final answer. But I'd be curious if there's something that beats it out. In any case, here is a link for you boys to jump into. I have a video that we're going to check out of someone answering this question, and it's funny, I caught it on YouTube Shorts of all places, and I assume there's like an original version, but this captures like the main parts I wanted to show you, and yeah, it's interesting. Though, wait, Rags is muted. Are you yes, sir? I suppose me and Frank could
Also,
entertain
I
some
think
more ideas.
chat's frozen there on
That's
the
weird.
screen.
They've frozen twice today. They don't usually do that. Refresh browser when scene becomes active. I don't think I usually have that. Shut down source. That's not ticked. I don't know what's going on with you guys. Obviously, I blame you. It's not me.
Yeah, I mean, who else's fault could it be?
I
You
haven't
guys
done
are in.
nothing.
Like, yeah, exactly. Gosh, you have one job: scroll.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing it.
I do like that they're
How
like,
could you
we're
let it sound like
frozen.
that?
Help us. It's like,
They're
There's nothing I
stuck in
can
the
do.
ether right now. Right now, they're just sort of all floating around in this void. Hello?
choking on a slug.
What's going on? This
There's
is
a
scary. Oh, it's working again. All right.
mm-hmm.
Free from the ether.
Because it's so common to ask the question of what's the most terrifying animal, and that's still a pretty difficult question because that's another one of like, where am I? What am I doing? What can I do?
I think what I'm realizing with like when you present the puppy as an explanation is that it's just like the actual like the potential for harm is kind of like well that's almost like secondary to the predictability of the critter, you know? So like you got like a friendly doggo.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh well you're friendly, so it's pretty chill compared to like if if you're in a room with like a considerably less harmful potentially harmful like a hamster or something, but like does the hamster know you? Is he a friendly hamster? Is he gonna bite you, if you
It's
go
not
near him?
impossible, yeah.
Those
They'll
sorts
come
of
and get
things.
you.
But the hamsters, they'll come and get you. Oh,
I
Rags,
don't.
you've unmuted.
I don't. Yeah, I did check something. Yeah, hamsters are. I don't know. Hamsters just don't. They don't. It's like mice are cute, rats are cute. Hamsters just don't do it for me.
Really?
Hmm.
Yeah, they just look like I don't know. They look weird, and
Oh,
they're
have you
all
not
just
seen?
prepared.
Have you not seen David Attenborough narrating a hamster with big fat cheeks, munching on some eating some food and running around in a good
No,
old Britain? It's charming.
no, I haven't.
The hamster
The
like
noble
finds a
hamster.
candle and he starts munching on that wax because it's good for him. But then he eats so much that he gets his head stuck in the thing and he has to flail around a bit to get it off. And then you see the hamster
Oh
again with
no.
the big cheeks. I think you're
Oh no.
I think you're a bit mad. You need to see that, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, hamsters, look at him go.
So someone asked
God, I
about
know.
gerbils. I do like gerbils. I've had gerbils in the past. Gerbils are great.
Don't they look like pretty similar, or am I?
This not really.
It
Like
was
you
a bit
could easily,
racist, but yeah.
I think. Well, it's not racist to say that gerbils and hamsters look different. They're different species, right?
No, I said racist. Still say they look similar. That was the meme. Fucking idiot.
Oh, Fringy's the racist one. Oh, okay,
Mhm.
that's fair enough. Yeah.
Now that
All
you
right.
sorted
Well, that
that
one
out.
wrapped up well. Now that we wrap that up well.
Rags, you need to get in the watch together.
Yeah.
All right, I'm clicking it now. Here we go.
All right. So, like I said, the
I
context for this.
see it here.
They caught it randomly on
Oh my
YouTube
God.
Shorts. I was like, that's why I wanted. This was actually the video that made me think I should ask this question. But now
Shorts. That was random.
it was. Yeah. You never know what you'll find
Every
on there.
time. Every time I see the shorts pop up, I click the X and know that for the next 29 days, I don't have to worry
What's the
about
animal-
them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? They're like infectious, but you do catch one every once in a while. It hooks you within the first 5 seconds, so you're like, oh, okay, I'll see the rest of this, and then that's
Okay.
a minute down, so it's usually okay. But anyway, I don't even know what show this is. I don't know who these people are, but the opening question is, what animal are you least afraid of? And I was like, oh wait, yeah, what are they gonna say to that? So we're gonna check it out and see what they say. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
All right, here we go.
in this world that you fear the least? Fish. Animal.
What? 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 Wait a second. You've hooked me in. You've successfully.
This is
hooked
what I
me
mean.
into-
That
with
was
a
the
short,
first
you
5
bastard.
seconds, and I was like, wait. Like, that's...
You've got me. You've absolutely. I'm enthralled.
It was.
I have to know how this ends.
What I love is that
I'm-
facial expression he has when he says no animal.
What's the animal in this world that you fear the least? Fish. Animal. Fish. Don't start. Don't. You're starting. And I'm not. Fish is an animal. No, it's not. I'm talking about an animal, like a real animal. Like
Wait, what?
This is
a
this is
real
does he think
animal?
fish are Does he think fish are plants?
Does he
Like
think
her
fish are
flora?
real? Like, does he know about
Do you
them?
think that you can take fish and plant them in the dirt and cover them up and then water them and they'll grow like they'll sprout up like a bush and you'll have
think
little
what I-
anchovy berries. You'll have little bass clumps.
I think what I
Wow,
find
the
funny
fillets are
is
growing
it's
nicely
like
this year.
it's like kind of twofold because on the one hand it's like, oh, fish aren't animals, and then on the other hand it's like I feel like the spirit of the question isn't more specific than the fish. It's like on both sides.
Yeah, that's what you should say. You should be like, well, you talking
You
goldfish?
be more specific.
Obviously,
a shark is a
yeah, you
fish.
must not mean shark.
Yeah,
But like,
we
yeah,
had this discussion.
that's
Sharks
the
are
wrong
fish,
response.
yes.
You're not supposed to say that. No, a real animal. Like, what?
Well, sometimes people will say that bugs aren't animals, and it's like, well, they clearly are. You look at they move around, they have eyes and organs, and they pounce on things, and they're not minerals, and they're not plants. They
We
so
have
they're
ruled
probably,
it out. They
yeah.
are definitely not animals, Rags.
they're
Okay?
definitely animals.
Bugs are
alright?
their own thing.
I have never heard
Real animal.
I've never heard fish as not being considered real animals. Now I know there's the discussion on if they count as meat, right, in a religious context.
Oh, yeah.
So if you are so if you're Catholic or whatever and you can't eat meat on Fridays or if it's Lent, you can still have fish. Because that's a neat loophole, I guess. So that's why you have fish fries and things of that nature on Fridays and
Fish
Lent and stuff like
fingers.
that. So yeah,
Oh, all right. See where this adventure
What's
goes.
going on?
And
You gotta know.
Fish sticks. Do you guys like fish sticks?
I love fish
Sometimes it
sticks.
depends.
You're like, yeah.
Love them so much. They're
Yeah,
the best.
they're,
They're my favorite thing. Oh my god. I
they-
love
I'll
them.
put them in
They-
your mouth there.
Yeah, I
You're
love
right.
putting them in my mouth.
Oh my
The
goodness
mouthfeel of
gracious.
them.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad they're not animals.
I don't feel guilty about eating them because they're not animals.
You don't have to feel guilty about them. You can do whatever you want to a fish, and it's morally acceptable because it's not an animal. You just
Don't you
dice them
start.
like onions.
And I'm not.
A fish is an animal.
No, it's not. I'm talking about an
No, it's
animal,
not.
like a real animal. Like
Fish. Fish.
no, you're,
An-
you're,
fish
you're
is
being
animal.
hard-headed. I'm talking about like that's like saying like an ant. That's not an animal.
And then he does it. He does the thing.
And then
He does the
actually
thing I
goes and does
said.
it too, yeah.
Look at this guy
They-
just
like they crawl.
he's losing it.
What
Like,
My guess is that
He's
for
like-
him, an animal is a mammal, a reptile, or a bird.
no,
on
you might
land,
consider
and that's
birds
it.
flying creatures, not
That would
And
be
amphibians.
well,
The
Walker,
amphibians
right?
slide in on a technicality.
I was about to say, yeah. What about a
I think
frog?
I think he gives
Amphibians-
shifty eyes to reptiles and amphibians. He's like,
Well,
hmm.
To be fair, amphibians are half fish, and fish
I wonder-
aren't animals. So
I wonder if we think
eh.
dinosaurs are animals, you know, like, or if they're. It's like, no, that's a dinosaur. We're talking like animals, you know. I could see that being said at this point.
At this point, anything is on the table. Anything.
Yeah,
is
like
on the table.
yeah.
Fish and ants aren't animals. They're plasma.
To be fair, this guy,
The
because people say,
fourth
how does he
state
not
of
know? It's like,
matter.
this guy clearly knows. Look at his face right now. He's like, oh,
What
why
do you
am I
do?
here?
He's thinking, where do I start? What do I do?
You need to pull open a dictionary.
It's
No,
like if
you're not-
it's like someone saying all cameras are the same, and you're just like, what? Oh my god, where do I begin?
Fish
But you're
is
being
animal.
hard-headed. I'm talking about like that's like saying like an ant. That's not an animal. Fish aren't animals. That's a sea creature.
A sea what? A sea what?
A sea creature.
I see creature, but creatures aren't animals, so we can rule that out. Madness has taken over. There's nothing we can do.
I wonder, does he think a whale is an animal?
This man has
is
come
that-
up
No,
with
it's
his
a sea
own-
creature.
This his own categories. He's like, no, this is the animal
However, a
kingdom,
beach-
and I've managed to... Well, it's not even the animal kingdom at that point, it's just living things, and he's categorized
That's
them in his
why-
own way.
This is why whales beach themselves, so that they can graduate into becoming animals and get on land.
I wish to
And then
be
be
considered an
considered in
animal.
questions like this.
My god,
why
a
when we
sea
did the-
creature, I love it.
When we did the Walking with Monsters documentary, there
Mhm.
were only like 2 animals in that show. The rest were sea creatures, or I don't know. I guess insects don't count. Spiders will probably get thrown in as not being animals. Any arthropod really. Shrimp,
But you-
lobsters, the
At
nautilus.
this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he only meant mammals. They were the only ones getting it.
Yes. He accidentally said animal instead of mammal, and
Ham and
he hasn't
mammal.
corrected himself. Mammal.
Fish aren't animals. That's a sea creature.
What? It's a sea creature. A fish is an animal.
You can't go to the zoo and see a fish.
What?
This is
I-
an elaborate
he
troll.
is not
This is an
being too
elaborate
many.
troll.
I guess he hasn't been to a whole lot
Yep.
of zoos.
Aquarium? We have aquariums. Like aquariums
We
exist.
literally have
It's an
underwater
aquarium.
zoos.
You know how we determine whether or not something is an animal is whether or not you can find it in a zoo. that's it. That's the you know
The a brontosaurus is not in a zoo, therefore not an animal. It's very simple.
what's
cut and
amazing
dry.
is
It's actually
any one of these quotes is amazing. To machine gun them all out in a row like this, you're like, excuse me, what are you talking
incredible.
about?
this is what sugar-free Red Bull does to a man.
Oh, what are you on about?
What? It's a sea creature. A fish is an animal.
You can't go to the zoo and see a fish. They don't have zoo fishes.
There's actually
They don't have zoo fishes.
They don't have zoo fishes. So a dolphin? You can go to
What
you can go to
about
aquariums.
SeaWorld?
What about otters?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about like otters? Or seals or sea
Oh yeah,
lions?
otters
Well,
to him are
that's
probably
why you look
cheating. He's like, how dare you? You're not. You're like.
Why
you're,
is this animal-
You're encroaching on the realm of the sea
you're
creatures.
ruining the borders. Like,
Yeah.
stop it.
Why do you if he went to the ocean and saw a sea otter, he'd be like, "Why do you not like being an animal? How come you're trying to You turncoat? You're becoming a sea
Traitor.
creature? You traitor?
Oh. See what else he's
She's
got.
an animal.
You can't go to the zoo and see a fish. They don't have zoo fish.
There's actually so many fishes.
There's fish zoos? You can go to a fish zoo.
He's like,
Aquarium. Does he not know that aquariums just exist and you can
is he
go to them?
completely unfamiliar? Like when he was in school, did they never, ever go on like a single trip once to an aquarium?
I think what's so fucking
you
funny
think-
about this is he's got the demeanor of a person who's like dealing with who he is. You know what I mean? Like when your friend says something incredibly dumb without realizing it, and you put it out like a fish zoo, like how he's like, are you fucking retarded? It's like, we have a fish zoos, yeah. They're that popular. Like we have lots of them. I don't know why. It's like Jesse describing a barn as a cow house. Where you're like, yeah, that's a thing. Like we have them.
You know, what's amazing too is that this isn't some like crazy conspiracy where aquariums exist but the government doesn't want you to know. The aquariums actually will market themselves and advertise because they'd be happy to accept your money in exchange for showing you all of the amazing fishes and other sea creatures and aquatic life that they have there.
Dude, you like you go to the counter to the zoo and you're like, you got any fish here? And they're like, whoa. All right. Come on,
Here's
come
an
on
address
back.
for an aquarium. You didn't hear it from us.
Listen,
And even
whatever you
like,
see there,
normal
don't talk
zoos-
about it, okay?
Well, normal zoos will often have some like
Have a fish
stuff.
component, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
it won't be
No, I'm
extensive,
coming.
but it'll be there. Yeah, and oftentimes they'll just be like a bunch of fish in like the lakes and the water areas where they keep a bunch of like waterfowl or otters. Or
Well, and that's
whatever.
why I assumed, I said it earlier, but like he would probably call them sky creatures, birds. He would be like, they're not animals. They're just the sky ones. We got the water
Maybe,
ones.
yeah, maybe. I think like at first I would have thought, nah, come on, that's insane. But with everything that's been said, I would believe that. Yeah, potentially.
Everything's on the table.
Everything.
Who knows what
Yeah,
he's gonna
yeah.
say? Nothing.
They don't
Nothing
have,
is
They
forbidden.
don't have zoo fishes.
There's actually so many fishes.
There's fish zoos? You can go to a fish zoo.
No,
Oh!
there's so many fish that they have their own f***ing attraction called an aquarium.
No, they don't.
No, they
No, they don't.
Like he's denying the existence of aquariums.
This is where you open up Google, type in aquarium, show him images, and he's like, whoa. Like, when did they do this?
He's like, wow, AI's gotten really good.
Like, you're lying to me. They actually go to one, and he still doesn't believe it.
aquariums.
He's like, you spent a lot of money to trick me. Like, damn.
This is
It's elaborate. You know?
it's just a place you
this
could
is-
go. This
This is
like
madness.
saying this is like saying Italian restaurants don't exist. Like, have you not just like seen them? Have you never gone?
Italy house? Like, why would they
Italy
do that?
house, the spaghetti house. The
No,
pasta
that's
place.
different. That's like sharks and shit. Those are animals.
Wait, no sharks. Wait, no, we've thrown in a cog into the
Okay,
a wrench
now
into
it's
the cog
now it's
machine.
become even crazier.
Now,
So
Sharks
fish are
are
just sea
fish.
creatures, but a
No.
shark is an animal.
yes.
Shark isn't. I need a chart. I need a chart. I
Fish.
need a corkboard.
I do need a chart at this point.
That
yeah.
fucking
I
guy's
need to
reaction,
start
just losing it with these
understanding.
categories.
Fish.
Yeah, I think
Called
that's
an
fair.
Fish are not
aquarium.
animals.
No, they don't. No, that's different. That's like sharks and shit. Those are animals.
No,
Fish!
Oh,
Fish!
No, that's why they have different names. Sharks and fish.
Holy. Oh.
That's why they have
Dude,
different
this
names:
is-
sharks and fish.
Yeah, this is getting pretty painful. I gotta say, like it's like the confidence with which just saying all of these crazy things is maddening.
How did it happen?
We have to get. This is a deep foundational level of misunderstanding the categorization of the life on this planet.
Yeah,
You have to
like,
go deep.
This is really. It's just strange. It's really, really, really strange.
I was thinking that
Like,
I could see how someone ends up at it, sort of. Like whales, sharks, and dolphins you might consider
I can
animals.
understand how they get to it, but not with everything thrown together. Like, when you combine that with there's no such thing as a fish zoo, / you don't see fish at zoos, therefore they're not animals. Like, all of these sort of things thrown together just creates, like, this big, mess. of ideas.
Oh, dude, that's it, by the way. But it would be really fun to ask so many follow-up questions, like how do you categorize? I
Yeah.
don't know, like a crab. Wonder
Well,
if
you
he would
start
be
off
like,
like-
simple. You have to establish that you're both working on the same like baseline reality. So you'll ask questions
You
like,
have to
"Is
do
an
a gradient.
eggplant
You have to, yeah.
is an eggplant an animal?" And they'll be like, "No," hopefully. And like, "Okay, good. We can tether, or that'll
Oh,
be
I think
that'll
you
be
start
the
from the
the
other way
tether
around,
for
right?
reality for the both of us."
You just ask for less and less recognize. So obviously you start with like a dog or a cat. It's like, is a dog or a cat an animal? Yes, and then you move on to like, okay, is a bear an animal? Yes. Okay, is a like you, and then you start to push towards like, well, is like a cockatoo an animal? And
Yeah,
then
like
if
a
he's
bird.
like, well, I'm not sure about that. It's like, is a parrot an animal? Or maybe start with a parrot. Start with like the most recognizable animal from each category, and then just push
Yeah,
further
like a
and further.
robin or a crow.
Yeah.
see, I want to go for the meme straight away and just ask him like specific animals, and then see if we can get some different
Oh, but, like,
categories out of him. Like, oh no, that's
well, yeah.
That's
Now
like
I
a
wonder,
half
like,
animal.
Does he think a crocodile isn't like a? What does he think that is?
well, I wonder if he thinks
Yeah,
humans are
I wanna-
animals, or if he's like, no, humans, they have a
Oh
different
no,
name.
yeah, it'd be like
lot of
humans are
people-
humans. Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of people do not think that humans are animals, that we're like this special extra category and everything like that. But like a gorilla or a chimpanzee, those are animals, but not a human.
All right.
We're past that. We've left them behind. We left them back in the dust. They're back in the Stone Age.
This is a unique
We're spacemen.
form of entertainment because the video itself is just clips from movies, so it wouldn't matter to watch it, but the comedy is found in simply presenting the YouTube video itself in its natural habitat.
All right. You've given me a.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Now,
Let's see.
I think it would be funny if someone said supervillains who say things that are right, like sometimes, whatever. This says quotes from supervillains who are completely right.
Yeah, that's a different phrasing.
Fucking
That's
Zod.
different phrasing.
This
Zod.
Oh, by the way, the podcast we just watched is called the You Should Know podcast.
Like I said, I had
You
no
Should
clue.
Know
They should do a better
podcast.
job of being like this.
Well, no,
was
that's a
short.
great name because the whole time I was going, "You should know. You should know."
Oh, I meant
So it's
like
a pretty good name for a podcast.
because that short wasn't a maximum amount for short. They could have had like a 3-second thing at the end, being like, "This was from the You Should Know podcast." Like that's a lot of
That's
people
what
do.
I do. Or like a
It's-
logo or something down there.
But you
yeah.
should know,
It's
yeah.
Zod. It's Zod.
Rags, how right would you rate Zod in the film Man of Steel?
I think one of the issues is that I don't really remember a lot about
Wow.
Zod.
Yeah, all
but
you need to
wasn't
remember is he wanted to destroy Earth and turn it into Krypton, and then because
Yeah,
he couldn't
so-
do that, he decided to just kill everybody. That was
Yeah,
what he
but I
wanted
Perfectly
to do.
normal behavior.
I do remember that. I think he wanted to, because the Kryptonians, they had like a system where you were predetermined what your role in society would be. So I assume he did or didn't want that. Did he want to reinstate that?
It was that he wanted to terraform Earth into Krypton, which would kill all people. Like you saw it with
I
the
know,
big machine
I-
pulling people up and
I
down,
know.
and it was to create.
You,
But then
you remember the
Superman
skulls, Rags. You remember the
blasted it.
skulls.
Yeah,
I remember the skulls. That was admittedly that was a marketing blunder. But
I was gonna
what
say
I
blunder
would
too,
say
yeah.
Is but I didn't know if he was like pro the predetermining people's jobs in society and like genetically engineering people to be warriors and generals and
Well, I
stuff
guess it
like
wouldn't
that.
matter if he was pro or anti. That was the only option they had with the embryos they had left, right? That was like the only process for their birth, I think. Kryptonians.
I don't know if
I think the way it
I'm
works
not
is
sure if they
there's
could
like
just be-
there's like
I don't know if
artificially
there's a
created
process.
embryos, and then if those embryos were to have a kid together once they're adult, then that child that's I think according to Man of Steel, that's what Kal-El is. He's the child of two scientist engineered. Do you remember this, Fringy? This is stretching my knowledge.
no, I don't remember this.
You get brought up in Krypton as either
I think it was that
warrior,
I think
scientist,
I
or
think it was that Superman was the first one who was like born just regularly, like born in a normal way, rather than.
yeah.
I
So he
think
could
he was the
choose,
first
right? That
person-
was
And
like
then
the
he
point.
had like a codex or something. It was like the genetic.
Well, the codex allowed you
informational
to birth
curriculum or something.
the embryos. That's what Zod needed. He had the embryos. He didn't have the codex.
Yeah. Well, because the codex was in Superman.
Yeah. And then it ended up in Superman's sister in the alternate timeline, and then he kills her in the Flash and gets the codex. It's horrifying.
And then he
Oh
wins.
no!
And
He
then the
wins.
Flash says, "We can't win. It's over. Rip. GG."
Yeah, for some reason
Let's
they have
not
so
keep
much
trying.
trouble defeating Zod in that movie. It's
Even though Superman managed to defeat him on his own, and you've got a Superman and you and Batman.
well, yeah, Superman
But,
told
okay.
it to his neck. He told it to his snapped neck, you might even say.
Yeah, he said, "Take that, Zod. Take that and your snap neck."
Get stuck on ice. Zod.
Now,
He wrote that. He wrote. So that's
He's
I love.
tell
I think
that
what I
to
love so
Zod
much
snap
about it is it's such a strange. It's so strange. Tell it to a neck. Like, what does it mean to tell
Snap.
something to a neck?
It's not even a functioning alive neck. It's a dead snapped one.
Tell that to Zod.
I was already picturing like a slab of just neck on a plate, and then when you said snapped and dead, it's like, what is that even?
It's just
The
twisted
neck is no longer
twisted
alive.
up. With a little bit of bone sticking out. Listen here, Zod Snap Neck. You need to sort yourself out, alright? It's
It's like
not
the worst ever version of look me in the eyes and say that. It's like look in the snapped neck.
on. Look him in his neck, his snapped neck, and tell him what you
Snap.
said that I said this in response to.
Okay, so this next
Just a
one.
pair of glasses could fool the world's greatest detective.
Oh my fucking god, stop. Reminding me of the horrible writing. So, this next one is complicated to explain the many layers in which we're going to be appreciating it. This is something that I'd seen ages ago, because, well, first of all, I'll just play a clip of it. I'll play the opening. The two of you may or may not recognize it, but just wait to explain what it is until you, like, the audience get a little bit of context.
Good morning, everybody. Apologize for being late. My wife just died. All right, we've got a lot on the agenda today, so let's begin.
Now, do either of you know what this is?
This is the Onion.
Well, it's The Onion, but I haven't seen this before, no.
So, The Onion made this, which, for anybody who doesn't know, is like a satirical news outlet sort of thing. Like, the whole thing is they make stories that are absurd or do things that are absurd, but they're just on, I was about to say just on the edge of absurdity so that people can feel like they actually are real, but a lot of the time they do insane shit, but we're in a world where people actually do buy it, like they just do.
Yeah, we've reached parody levels in
Yeah.
reality sometimes.
So they had this
I mean,
video,
have you heard of aquariums?
which is fake, right? It's a guy, press secretary, he said this whole video is him basically awkwardly trying to answer questions while mentioning how horrible the event he's just been through is, but not like, you know, like that's like the
Not
idea.
over the top. Yeah.
But then this got shared without the context of it being a part of The Onion, so a lot of people believed it was real. And then there's a
Oh my
line in
goodness.
here where he says that his job as a man who has a job that as press secretary is to, like, you know, explain the current situation, to answer questions, and the audience is filled with journalists and they have jobs to do as well. Let's not, you know, waste our time talking about things that there's nothing we can do about them. And this is after he said, like, his fucking kid has died as well. And it's like been turned into a sad inspirational moment from real life, even though it's completely fake. You could even see the Onion symbol in the video.
Onion span instead of C-span.
Yeah, like, so it's
Now
kind of
a
insane.
good onion joke has layers.
Well, so I wanted to show you, like, I saw the original in its 16 years ago, right? And then it gets shit every once in a while without context, to the point of people being like, did you see what the press
been around a
secretary
while, yeah.
said, like, back in the fucking 90s or whatever? And it's like, what the... And then, you know, people just being like, it's so sad. Like, have you seen it before? Like, I can't believe this happened. It's like, it didn't happen. Why is this happening? Then, again, on my little shorts travels, apparently, stumble across this.
Apologize for being late. My wife just died. All right, we've got a lot on the agenda today.
What the fuck is this? What?
Oh no!
What's with the random? What's
What
with the
have we
random
done?
half mine? How come Minecraft is just playing in the bottom?
Oh no, dude! This feels like such a. This is like
Black Mirror.
This is like Yeah,
This might be like
yeah.
Omega Super 12D levels of irony, or the person who made this is terrible.
We've got so the thing is called A Ruined Man, and then it opens with saying, "Real men don't show emotions," which... What the hell happened? The original thing was a meme. Like,
why have you left out a top Minecraft gameplay?
that's the most funniest thing. I'm getting there. I want to acknowledge the other elements first. Like,
Yeah, that's already pretty funny.
this video, like, because of the part where he says, like, we've got a job to do it. Then the fucking music, where it's just like this harrowing event that definitely happened. And then, of course, yes, the zoomer angle of, like, you can't focus, so here's some Minecraft fucking parkour, which... Wow. Like, I can't fucking believe that. Because I recognized the clip. I was like, wait, that's the thing. Like, what's going on here?
My wife just died. All right, we've got a lot on the agenda today.
And then you got the AI text to make sure you don't lose focus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck has happened to YouTube? It's not
Do I
even
have to
YouTube
look
at this
the
point.
Minecraft or the text? So that
It's
so,
whatever you want.
Whatever you
because
want.
This is to bombard you
Oh,
with
I-
a whole bunch of new information as quickly as possible to keep you engaged, because you couldn't just sit there. Like, even putting to one side the hilarity of, like, you know, assuming that the satire is actually real. Like, the fact that you couldn't even be patient enough to just watch it play out. It's like, well, you need some Minecraft footage
Well,
to keep your brain occupied so you don't click off and watch something else.
yeah, it's a minute. I can't just listen to a man talk for a minute. A
And,
minute.
and with you know, with it, this is so funny. This is so funny. But
It's
at the same
I
time,
think this would be perfect in just on TV of like The Boys, like if just switching channels and then this came up as it is, and they were just watching it and they're like, yeah, it's the newest, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like, but it's our world and it's normal. Apparently, this is what people watch. Like for some reason, because again, with the eyes darting around, right? You maybe settle on the top clip, and then the second you're like, nothing interesting there right now, you'll like dart down to Minecraft, maybe get attracted to the subtitles, and then when the minute's over, it's like, what the fuck just
Attracted to the
happened?
Subtitles.
Well, because they're flashing, right? They're going down, up, down, up, down, down. It's like it's
Yeah, because I
eyes, how they
can't
work.
just. It makes
All right,
me
we've
wonder
got a
how
lot on
people
the
carry out
agenda today.
conversations in real life.
So let's begin. Yes, Matthew?
Hey, I'm so sorry. I mean, your wife.
Yeah, well, as you might expect,
fucking music.
The fucking music.
Holy shit.
Where do we go wrong?
This is like the cliche, generic, like royalty-free, inspirational music that plays for, you know, like an inspirational speech, or alternatively this.
The construction of this is so beyond cynical. It's genuinely trying to evoke like a base level emotion while keeping you busy because you don't actually give a shit. It's such a weird form of content.
Well, yeah, it's I mean, isn't it like at this point just very, very, very well documented that our attention spans have like collapsed?
There was actually a
Like
quote
that they've
from
deteriorated significantly.
there's a quote from Jimmy Carr on Conan O'Brien's podcast where he says he thinks that our attention span for shit content has plummeted, but our attention span for good shit has like skyrocketed.
There might be some truth to that.
His,
Yeah,
his-
maybe.
His point of view
maybe.
is the podcasts are at an all-time high, but like, you know, if they're meaty conversations with experts or us, like, but,
my retort would be, how many of those people are watching it on their first monitor? How many of them are doing something else while they're listening to it?
that's
'Cause
fair.
I'm a multitasker.
I mean, that has to be
could-
part of the
But wait,
equation
could that be
for
considered
span.
attention though?
I figure that like a measure of attention span is how long can you focus on like one activity, not like, well, yeah, but I mean, if you like
Well-
playing video games and, you know, as well.
Well,
while
some
listening to a
things don't
podcast.
work. I think it's about your senses. So if you're listening to a podcast and it's pretty much all completely like oral, then you don't have to look at it,
Yeah.
and you could be
You don't have to look
looking at
it,
something
but,
else. Yeah.
But surely there would be
But
like
if it's-
degrees of attention being paid to like if you're listening to something, right? Like I could and have just sat there and like listened to an audiobook while not watching anything. Like that to me would be a different level of focus compared to if I was listening to it while, I don't know, like watching YouTube, like watching something else on
But there
YouTube, for
are
instance.
but there are some there are some like games that I can play that are so they're so I guess that they don't require a lot of attention and focus because either I'm
Sure.
super familiar with them or they're very simple, so that my attention really is
Yeah.
mostly focused on me listening to the thing, and
I
then there's
guess
also this little game that I'm playing.
I guess that's what I'm getting at is that I'm more. I think I'm more because I'd probably agree. It's like yeah, I mean podcasts are super popular at the more so than they were before. I mean, it's even, like the fact that, Conan's show is over, but he's still doing his long form podcast, right? Feels like indicative of a certain nature of trends. But I guess in terms of the attention span question, I'm more interested in, yeah, how easy is it now for like the average person to focus on like a task that they have to pay attention to, like,
you can
playing an
still
instrument or
zoom in
like
and
reading
out
a
of that
book.
sort of thing. Like, would they keep listening if it was shit? Versus even if it's on the like even second monitor content has a level of quality assessment, presumably from you.
Yeah, of course.
Because
Of course.
if I'm playing something like Rags was mentioning, right, a game that requires almost full attention, then it's like, yeah, no podcast. But if I want to listen to a podcast that I don't care for the visuals of, for example, no offense to any particular podcast, but most of them, yeah, I don't really care about the visuals that much. I think everybody in chat probably has us on second monitor. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Not just because of the fact that EFAP hasn't got as many visuals as many podcasts may have, unless, of course, we're responding to a video. But in case we do, they can then glance over. But then, of course, it's like, so if that's the case, then would you want to not fill your remainder, like your eyes, what are they going to be doing? It's like, oh, I'll throw them onto like an FPS or even Minecraft, as crazy as that sounds. Like, I feel like it's
Well, no,
just...
I'm not saying that there's anything like wrong with it necessarily. I'm just saying like I don't know how like
I'm not saying you're saying it's wrong. I'm
when
saying that it doesn't, I think, indicate necessarily attention. I think that I could be at maximum attention for a podcast while not even looking at it.
Yeah, sure. I
think
guess
so,
what
yeah,
I'm
I
curious
can.
what I'm curious about is the nature of like if you were to take it broadly on average and on average, right, people who are listening to a podcast while doing some other activity, it's like I'd be curious if there was some way to quantify how much of that information was being absorbed. And like presumably it would generally be less than if somebody was listening to something but they weren't looking at anything in particular. Like they were sitting on their bed or something, or like on their chair, just listening while not
Well,
doing anything else.
consider like if we're having if you're having a really deep conversation with another person who's next to you, are you able to focus on that conversation better if you are looking at that person, or as if you're sitting there and maybe just like staring off into space a little bit, so that you're
Hmm.
not actually looking at like their expressions maybe or their eyes or the details of their face? Like
Well,
if you're
now we're
just
getting into
looking
the
at the
real
wall and off.
complex shit, right? Like the nature of how people pass through information and like how individuals can have different. Like to somebody, it can be almost disorienting to be paying too much attention to somebody that they have to look elsewhere to
Kind of.
refocus. Like that
Yeah, I
they're
noticed the
depriving
lines on your
themselves of
face and the
information.
yeah, I think in a way sometimes not looking at the source of a thing maybe can potentially allow you to focus on it better if you're just listening to it and thinking about it. Because there's plenty of times where I'm having a conversation with someone and I actually like really invested in it and I'm paying attention, but I don't look them in the eye. I don't look at their face. I'm just like I got my head on
I guess
my chin in my hand or something like that, and I'm just kind of just thinking. My eyes are just wandering.
my mind is wanders to a bit that George Carlin did where he was making an observation like I think it was a joke about he was making fun of like organizing play dates like for some of these kids and then saying like doesn't a kid ever just like go outside and play with a stick just poking at the dirt or something, and it's just making me think about like yeah, I mean, there was, we're in a place now where there's like so many options for things that you can do. Whereas, like 100 years ago, your options for just like what you could do today were just dramatically lower. In terms of like the things that you could do, owing to like means of transportation, the internet, and things like that. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, like what does it take to catch somebody's attention to the point that they won't want to instantly switch to doing something else compared to if you have no choice, but it's Saturday, you're at home, you got to play with a stick in the backyard, like I don't know, it just makes me wonder.
Could that just be the fact that, like, playing with a stick for any child just doesn't offer as many variables as like an amazing video game, and so it just always feels like the video game is the better option, at least for most people.
I think it is just, I don't know. I just think it's like I'm not sure. It's like the nature of the choices that are available to you, I think, is like it's kind of like the nature. It's like this, right? It's like throw as much information as you would possible to keep you engaged, because the second that it like goes below a certain point, you will switch to find something else to occupy you, compared to you have no choice today. You know, like there is no internet. You're not going anywhere. You're at home and you got a ball. Like, you just got to kick it around or something. Like, that's the only thing that you can do today.
Imagine the
Like,
wizard
what's the only
told
thing you
us that if we switched chat with a constant stream of Subway Surfers, that EFAP would triple engagement. How sad would that be?
I don't. Yeah, that would be like, ugh.
I just
Man, I wouldn't want to attract the kind of people who could only pay attention to our podcast if they have Subway Surfers to look at.
Well, what if you had the sad reality of the wizard telling you that, no, you don't lose any, like, it's the same sort of breakdown of engaged viewers. You just, you know.
I don't know. I don't think I could. I think I just feel too bad about myself.
Well,
just feel
it's not what I would
terrible, you
want
know?
anyway. I'd be like, no, it's so fucking tacky, and I like reading chat. I guess I could have chat up anyway. It just wouldn't be on screen at that point, but that's still feels sad, doesn't it? It just...
I just couldn't respect my work at that point. It just looks so... Ugh.
It's such... I just want to see the day where it pops up in the theater on the side. That's when we know we've lost. It's all over. Would you? And it's like optional. The audience can vote.
Ugh. Thank goodness kids don't go out and vote. So,
because like I said, knowing the
unless the vote machines had Subway Surfers on them now.
Knowing the
EFAP does this by animating the profile pictures, which is annoying on EFAP movies. Or
annoying.
Oh, ouch. Wow.
I think what's frustrating about that is that like is additional work. Like that just takes work and it makes it more dynamic. But it's just like, oh well, yeah, that's just bombarding you with information to be like, are you paying attention? Are you paying attention? That's all it is. That's kind of lame.
We're not saying that the closer to a black screen you get, the better the content is.
Yeah, that's just annoying. Like that's an annoying observation.
Well, yeah, I just want to let them know that they could annoying is an emotional reaction. It's totally fair. It's just that it's designed with very much the intention of increasing the engagement and entertainment of the substance of the entertainment. Like it's supposed to be
actually being said. Yeah,
it's supposed to help direct you into the like I speak for probably all the people who ever edited any EFAP movies or TV. The difference between like a slow and fast zoom or a bounce is usually like down to the emotion of what the person is saying, and it's supposed to drive you along in it. In the same way that like music can do that or whatever else, it's supposed to help guide you through the emotional roller coaster of the thing itself. But not for everyone, I suppose. Anyway, back to this dystopian video. I was just going to play a little bit more of it.
Game's unlike anything I've ever experienced
guy's
before.
wife dead.
But got a lot to do today, so let's keep moving, okay?
What I want to direct you to now is the fact that it's watermarked. He's got his symbol in this almost
the Minecraft footage?
Close to the center of the Minecraft footage. There's a symbol there that's his channel.
Oh, that's okay.
And it's just a symbol. There's no way we can link this back to him if you just found this out in the wild.
Watermarking
Why?
this? It's a song you didn't make from a clip you didn't make. You probably didn't make the Minecraft parkour. You record that. It's AI words, and then some people have speculated that this whole thing was made by AI. You probably can program them to do this automatically with viral videos. And then you watermark it? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, he made this.
Stop.
This is his creation. This is him expressing himself.
It makes me wonder if the AI itself watermarked it, The AI was like, I worked hard on this, man. Like, can you please let people know?
Jim, what happened was she died. It was a car accident. We can't just bring the entire nation to a halt because of it. Cards or flowers can be sent to my office. Thank you.
Inspiring. to say the least, you know. And like there'll be comments reflecting that. It'll be like, "Wow, this man has been through a lot, and you know what? He stood tall, and that's all that matters." It's like, my God.
Yeah, because they've cropped out the onion stuff on it,
Exactly.
so I guess a lot of people.
And they cropped in
Well-
Minecraft.
Yeah, thank God we kept the Minecraft.
You know when they were making this, like, you could call it a sketch at this point, right? Imagine you showed them this. You said this is what's going to happen to this in 16 years.
They'll be like, well, I
what
hope
is
we're
this?
dead by then.
It kind of it's like a meme on like I can't remember when I first heard this, but the idea of if there was like a Fallout level apocalypse type thing, and then newer humans eventually uncover like the ancient ruins of old civilization, they find McDonald's and they assume it's like a religious thing because of the golden arches. And like, who did they worship here? That sort of thing. That's what this feels like. Like they've dug up this clip and they've completely changed the context of it. It's actually like meaningful in its new form to a new audience.
Oh yeah. That's a good analogy, yeah. This is the McDonald's of content, I agree.
I think that's an over-exaggeration of it, to be honest with you. McDonald's, you know, they still have to make
And McDonald's
stuff.
can sustain
Well,
your
I think
body,
I'd
I
argue that
guess.
McDonald's has a level of coherency to what they're creating. You know, like
Yeah.
this feels like a particularly bizarre creation.
Yeah, I can go to McDonald's and use the bathroom, and
Oh, I just
McDonald's
meant like
provides a service.
McDonald's. They got like a burger. You know, it's a burger and it's good. It's you got the bread,
Yeah,
you
you
got the
can get-
meat, you got like some pickles. You know, it makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
compared to this.
You did
I'm
get
just
bored
like,
of
oh
it.
yeah, let's watch this like parody that's been interpreted as real. That if you viewed it as real, it's like, oh, here's a man who's you know, his wife has just died, and look at like the way that he's dealing with it and trying to deal with it. Here's Minecraft gameplay too, isn't it? Just like, man,
Here's Minecraft gameplay too. Also, here's Minecraft.
Right then. Well, it's about that time, I think, to talk
Okay.
about good old new TV show came out. People are like,
Yeah.
you lied. I did lie. I said we weren't going to talk about it on EFAP, but the thing is, guys,
Yeah,
I did something cruel, and that cruelty was having both Rags and Fringy see that show. That's why I want to honestly kind of just listen to them talk about it for a little bit, because I am just hyper familiar with it at this point, while they've only seen it the one time and recently. I'm just curious for them to have a little back and forth and discuss how they felt about it. You know what? You guys give me your opinions. Why don't you just do some startups? You know, just say some things about what you thought.
And well, before we start up, I'd like to just offer another little reminder. Every once in a while, I sound terrible because my internet is having issues, and I'm on a headset, and a spare backup headset that I have for my laptop. So let me use the loo real quick, and then we can talk about Fallout. It'll just take me a second. I'll be right back.
I guess that
yeah, but I don't want to have to just restate my perspective when Rags gets back. I
See, what he
guess,
could
so-
do is take like his phone and listen to the podcast while he's peeing. That would be the genius move. But you know what? Too advanced for him. That's what I've learned. Well, I guess we can do an addendum to what we were just looking at. I did kind of want to mention, like, what is content going to look like in 10 years from now? If that was just a jump of, essentially, what feels like 10 years, right? That from just YouTube videos being normal.
I wonder if what's going to happen is it's going to be like, you have like a Jeremy from Smiling Friends who will just like occasionally pop up and go, just to make sure you're paying attention. Like to just come in and just go, and then it's like, oh shit, all right, and then that wakes people up and they'll pay more attention. If Fear Flash has essentially become a thing in YouTube videos of just like, you know, every 10 seconds someone screams like, just to make sure that you're still paying attention.
What if it was that
Nice.
there's like chairs that are plugged directly in and that they will, you know, rattle around according to the content you're watching, just to make sure you just make sure you wake it up. There's like a little hand that comes out cartoon style, slaps you in the face.
I was about to say, yeah, is it going to be like a cartoon boxing glove comes out? And
Yeah.
yeah.
Because there are cinemas, right, that splash you with water and stuff. Make sure you get
Oh,
these.
those like the 4D cinemas, right? Like the theme parks and stuff. Yeah.
Just what everyone wants. Anyway, you're back now, right, Ranks? You PD'd?
Actually, wait. I just realized I might be able to. Hold on.
Oh, we can't hear you, so that's
Well-
going to be a bit of a problem.
Anyway, back to what we were talking about, I guess. Is he coming? What? Is he coming back?
Hold up.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess not.
Mm.
But yeah, that could be the next step. I don't know. Either way, I'm starting to feel more and more like a dinosaur as each day goes by. The fact that that is getting pushed up, like on shorts, as in, you know, if you let them,
Hello?
you might start with like a short that you're familiar with or interested in, and then it'll just randomly cut to like something like that, because YouTube is pretty much in the position of saying you probably will enjoy this because 90% of users do, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just a sad thing.
Keep watching. Keep your eyes glued.
Well, yeah,
to this
that could be like a
website.
clue to anybody who actually watches shorts out there. If you want a particular video to not appear, you need to fucking flick as fast as possible. That shouldn't be taken out of context. Flick past the video as fast as possible. Because that would tell the algorithm you didn't like it, I assume. I don't know how else it would work. Gotta be based on, like, retention, right? Isn't that crazy? Once upon a time, it was videos. Then it was, like, longer videos but regular output, I think. That was like the Let's Play era. Then it was long guest videos, like you really need to just make them really long, which wasn't that long ago as a format. But now, it's like all of them put together. It's like you need frequent output, lots of it, and you need full retention.
Yeah.
It's gotten insane, and like the way to crack it now is just throw everything at the audience, keep them going forever. It's difficult for any one person to be entertaining enough to create something that I guess keeps everyone's attention. Rags, you back yet?
I am. Do I sound better?
Does he? I don't know.
I'm hoping that this microphone sounds at least a bit better. It should. This is a different headset that I have. So
I mean, it sounds about the
does
same.
this sound better? Oh, that's strange.
Well, some
very
people in
strange,
chat
but
feel
all right.
you sound better. Yeah.
All right.
Well, anyway,
Go
right
so
ahead.
that would be my
So Fallout then, huh? Yeah.
Fallout. So
the television
let
show
me
by Amazon TV.
So I will say this about the I will say this about the Fallout show, that I was actually surprised when I had heard the things that I'd heard, and I kind of watched the show. I was surprised at how much worse it was than what I had been led to believe, because from the first episode, it was pretty awful. But I stuck through with it. Mahler forced me to watch it against my will. And by the final episode, I was pretty convinced that the show was it possessed virtually no redeeming qualities whatsoever.
Oh boy. Now that's a
I
potentially harsh take. You know, the world may
listen.
not be prepared for it.
Well, get ready, I guess. But boy, what a dog shit TV show. What a terrible show. I legitimately don't know what people like about this. As a fan of Fallout, I'd consider myself a pretty decent fan of Fallout. I didn't like it as an adaptation. I didn't like the way that they took the game and made a show of it. I think that, similar to the Halo show, they'd done a terrible job at making this world and putting it into a new, and turning it into like a new piece of media and in a new medium. I hated basically all of the characters. The plot was practically nonsensical with how things led to other things. I don't know what it was. I hated it. I legitimately did not enjoy watching the show. It's terrible. I mean, maybe a couple scenes weren't terrible across what, like 8 episodes? That might be the best praise it gets, is that sometimes a scene wasn't terrible. Some of the acting was good, but well, I say some of almost all the good acting was almost exclusively relegated to the Cooper character. But yeah, I am legitimately baffled at how so many people are giving this a big thumbs up or praising it, because what an awful TV show. Absolutely terrible.
Well, Fringy, what about you?
So yeah, like I watched the first episode and I found it like pretty dull and it was just lame. I didn't really want to watch it. But then I did. Uh, the takeaway would be that if you think about the way that the story is constructed in this show, how it plays out, how the characters get to where they need to go, how the scenarios for each of the episodes are created and resolved, like this show is like laden with pretty just like quintessentially bad writing, like a lot of insane coincidences, massive logic stretches that turn out to be correct, characters like getting themselves into these really stupid situations but then being saved by like pure luck, just like throughout the whole story. Like the way that it's all connected together is completely absurd. Good old, like lots of just good old fashioned plot holes as well. And then in terms of like the amount of substance it has, it's like, I mean, it's pretty thin, really. Like, I mean, for a show that's like 8 episodes long, and for a lot of the episodes are an hour long, it's really thin. Like in terms of, you know, what it has to say or the arcs that the characters go on. And so I guess like the takeaway would be, well, I mean, you know, like the production values are pretty good. I guess there's that, but like, really, I mean, if you were to like look at the actual nature of the writing for the characters and the plot, I mean, it's really similar to something like Halo, of just being like nonsense. And yet, you know, the reaction has been massively different, much more positive towards this show when it's got a lot of the same kinds of writing problems. I'm not really sure what to make of that. I suppose it's yeah, like I just think it's like a pretty bad show. Um, if it wasn't like Fallout, you know, if it was its own new original thing without all of the recognizable iconography from the games, I'd be curious as like how much of an impression it would have made. How much interest it would have mustered on its own terms. Yeah,
Investor.
I just it's I don't like it. I don't think it's very
Yeah.
good.
This is one of those shows where it tries to be bizarre to hear that people seem to think contrary to this, but the show is definitely trying to be serious. It's trying to talk about serious topics. It's trying to create drama around the characters. It's trying to create drama around the relationships. It's trying to create drama through the scenarios in which they find themselves. It's obviously trying to be serious as a show. And yet the fact that it's goofy or silly or oh, the games are da 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 is used as a defense for every horrific
Yeah, I find it
decision
really
that's made.
strange when like so much of the show is obviously just plain dramatic moments. You're like, yeah, they've got the goofy bits occasionally, but there's much more of like it's very much a case of there's a lot of obviously dramatic moments that are meant to be based on the character, you know, how the characters were written and how the plot was constructed. But the foundations are just like really, 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 really. I was gonna say rocky, but like they're pretty like much completely broken for the most part. The way the story is connected together is insane.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
More.
I mean, I've actually been I've heard from people that it looks so much like Fallout. It's really captured the aesthetic of the games, and I think that very rarely it actually manages to do that. For the vast majority of this show, you're just in there's two places that you're in, desert and forest. And there's a few urban environments, but really it's just desert or forest. It feels very, very generic post-apocalyptic, and then every once in a while someone will pull out a Fallout thing or someone will make maybe a Fallout reference. But as someone who's played 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76, some of these games quite extensively, I definitely didn't really get the feel that this was the Fallout world for the majority of the show.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of because like I came into it. I'm not very familiar with Fallout. But I mean, I will say, like, based on my understanding of it, is the idea is like 1, 2, and New Vegas are the good ones, right? And then like 3 and 4 kind of like exist in a different category in terms of like how they're
Kind
viewed.
of. 3's like, eh, 4's like, eh, and 76 is like, ugh. So yeah, New Vegas is like the good one that I've played, and I haven't played 1 and 2, but I hear good things about them despite their, jank and the different kind of game.
well, people know my opinion somewhat because of other streams I've been on. I was pretty clear on Real BBC that I thought the first episode was garbage. And then on Open Bar, I tried to defend the position that the entire season is kind of a catastrophe in terms of structured writing, both for characters, plot, and I guess the rest somewhat. I feel like they tried their hand at several themes. They tried their hand at a structured approach of 3 main characters that run 3 different plot lines that intersect, cross, and end up essentially in the same ending. And that on paper, when you throw in the music, the aesthetic, and we're not taking this too seriously, but we also have moments that people will hopefully share and remember that are quite dramatic. It's like built to be consumed and more than likely easily, not necessarily forgotten, but added into your library of stuff you've seen, but you can't quite recall what happened in it. It was like they went to, you know, and it was the head. It was the show. Yeah, she had to like take the head. They had to get the head. I remember that. And I remember they went to like places like Vault 4. Yeah, I remember that. That was crazy, that Vault 4. I think the performances were good. And now I'm like, that's both me as an opinion and both that person saying that, because the substance in this show is weak as fuck. And it completely dries up, shrinks to hell when you look at the before, during, and after in terms of what characters want, what they need, where they're going, you know, and then every piece of information you're actually given if you're paying somewhat or full attention, either way. I don't think this show survives any sense of scrutiny. And, you know,
No.
a lot of shows don't, but this one I thought was particularly bad. And then, of course, to hear it getting praised excessively to such high levels. I saw it several times, said to be it is the best video game adaptation along with Arcane, and it's so cool that Ella Purnell is a part of both of them. It's like, wow. This is on point
It's
with
really cool that
Arcane now. Like,
she's a part of Arcane, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
she
yes,
did a good voice
I mean,
acting work, and
it is just funny, right? Like people are comparing it to Halo. It's like, yeah, they're pretty comparable, all right. Like they have very similarly bad writing.
yeah, it's
I guess the Fallout show more consistently emulates the aesthetic of at least the Bethesda Fallout games. Like I guess it's got that
I
going for
think
it.
so. Yeah, it does have that. Yeah,
Yeah, I suppose.
but yeah,
But goddamn.
it does feel like a. I mean, wow, to put this on the same level of Arcane is like the
yeah,
ramblings of a
specifically
madman.
it was a horse drawing with 4 parts good, 1 part bad. The 1 part
Oh,
bad
I
was the
think I
Halo
saw
show.
that.
And the other 4
course.
were Arcane, Cyberpunk, this, and I think The Last of Us. And they were like, this, you know, the good adaptations versus the bad one. And then I saw a quote too being like, how the fuck is Arcane? Like, what, what is it doing in there? Get it out. It's not fair at all. Yeah,
Yeah, I think I
obviously,
saw that meme too. Very, very disappointing to see that because like Fallout is as bad or arguably worse than Halo. I mean that would be a deep discussion to get into as to which one is worse. But I'm not happy to see this get praised because I do not want this thing to be encouraged.
mhm.
This is like horrifically bad writing. It just doesn't have anything going for it. It's awful
It was,
through and through.
It was strange too because like all of there's a couple of shields that come equipped for this one. It's just like the game means it can get away with some crazy levels of plot armor, coincidences, and outright holes. Obviously, there are countless times characters either get injured when they should, but they don't succumb to any kind of pain or death that they should. Which again, it's like, oh yeah, it's like the game. And then there are characters who do succumb to death or significant amounts of pain in scenarios where you would imagine they shouldn't, considering other elements of what we've been shown. And then again, it'll be like, well, that's just, you know, it's realistic consequences of their injuries. And you're like, this feels a bit wrong. And then it'll be like, people will get shot, like 1 bullet straight to the head or you know, enemy threats or whatever have you. And then in other scenarios, it'll be they'll fire like as many as 1,000. You guys are probably familiar with that particular thing.
Yep.
And people will again say, oh, it's just like the games when in VATS, you know, you'll aim at someone and it'll be like 0% of hitting this target, even though they're like right in front of you. Isn't that crazy? It's just like the game. And it's like, man.
I guess I don't know, like when John Halo whips out the assault rifle, like yeah, man, that's like the game, yeah. Or, oh
It's-
man, look, there's an elite. That's pretty cool, right? It's like
Just
I
like the
thought we all
game.
agreed. I thought we all agreed that like this was insufficient in terms of just like it's like yeah, okay. We're definitely in the era where the adaptations are gonna, for the most part, look like the games and maybe even sound like it. I mean, in this case, right, like just the 50s music getting thrown in all the time. Often it's just like it's like, yeah, here's more 50s music. Yeah, that's Fallout, right? Yeah, 50s music. There you go. Yay.
The game also relies on you knowing the context of certain things from the games because the show doesn't do if you weren't decently familiar with the games, I think you'd be very confused about the way that the story plays out, the state of the world, and what a lot of things actually are. You wouldn't
Well, yeah, like
be
if you
you
didn't
wouldn't be
watch
caught
if
up.
you didn't know anything about the games, like what you'd be like, so what's the NCR? What is that? Like what's the nature
What's
of
a
that?
what's a pip boy? What's a
I think
stim pack?
I think the
Well, I
best
guess
one,
that's
because
sort
at
of
least
interesting.
those you're shown something, like the Enclave. That's like significant
Yeah.
in this plot line, but they give you no information on that at all.
I suppose what's
Just the
interesting
Enclave.
about this show as well, and people in chat have already pointed it out, is you know, obviously Halo's on our mind. Halo is not canon, fortunately. As I understand it, this show is canon in the Fallout world. Like it is in continuity. So like and that it has massive implications on like New Vegas as well, right? To the point that people are even fighting over whether or not like it breaks continuity in terms of
Yeah.
the timeline.
That
Which
the
that's
big controversy
good.
is whether or not it outright retcons it, but at this point, I think even Todd Howard has said it doesn't. It doesn't do that. It's set. New Vegas happens, and then this happens. It's fine. So
Is it
Which is
fine that
almost
it doesn't matter like
which-
what ending you choose? That you know,
Well-
like canonically a couple of years later, it doesn't matter.
as I've mentioned on other podcasts, the fight rages on. It's not necessarily a fight the three of us are as involved in. Because,
yeah.
Well, what's funny is normally, right, every other time I'd be saying we're going to be judging this for what it is, which is an adaptation. I'm just like, no, got to cut myself off there because technically it's an adaptation in terms of mediums. But, as has been stated by the creators and the people involved in every way, shape, or form, this is in continuity. This will tell you about things that will happen in the games, and the games will tell you about things that happened in this. That's how it works.
Which creates new variables for things to get destroyed.
Well, for anybody who's, because we really haven't done this before, so anybody who would be wondering what the rules are here, it's like, so the way we would judge it is no different than we often judge sequels. It has to respect what came before to benefit from what came before. There are things that in this show are increased in understanding and value, for example, those factions we were just discussing, if you're aware of the games. And if they want to say, yeah, that's the thing, this is a continuation of that lore or storylines and stuff. So if you want to know more, you can, and that's part of it. You're like, okay, I could respect that. But of course, it means now you have all the baggage of those being respected. This is the problem, like the MCU had and Star Wars. They want to make their own stories, so they have to be like, oh, dragging around this big bag of things that happened. But of course, the reason they do drag that bag around is to get us to keep coming back. They get to pull out little prizes, little member berries, but. The Fallout show has not fucking stopped doing that either. It shakes up a whole bunch of things in front of your head, and they plan to shake plenty more as time comes on. But obviously, in this case, I'm just saying that there was a lot that they fuck up in terms of what comes from the games, and some of the fuck ups are just strange. The power armor is one of the first places I would go for just like that's none of that is how that fucking shit works.
Wasn't it like some great writing how in episode 2 when the ghoul fought Maximus, he fired like 1,000,000 shots at him, but then and couldn't get through the power armor, but then at the end he's like, yeah, you can just like shoot this one part in the power armor and then you win. And that was some great writing.
Well, now that you said that, gonna have to bring up the defense that he had.
Oh, the defense. He
had armor-piercing rounds in the latter scene, which, by the way, if we were to, in an alternate timeline, say, correct, therefore, it is no longer a hole, it is a hyper-contrivance in favor of Maximus that he did not have that ammo in Philly.
Just
however,
why did the ghoul shoot 1 billion shots then if none of them were going to pierce the armor?
That is also a fair comment,
Why
but of course,
bother?
the killer argument is simply the bullet he presents that is armor piercing, as people have called it, without any. I don't think there's any overt reference to him saying that's an armor piercing bullet. But I'm fine with saying, fine, yeah, it is. He has that in his bandolier in Philly, so he should have used that on Maximus if that's how that works.
Yeah, basically what happened is he forgot that that was something that he could do because Maximus is a main character.
Yeah, you can't
whereas the
kill
guys at the end
Maximus. It
weren't.
would ruin the story.
Yeah. And it's just one of those funny things of like, man, so did you like write the whole season at the same time, or did you write that part and then you wrote the ending and you forgot that that was something that you wrote in your story? And then just like apply that sort of thing to many different scenarios in the show. Of like, man, you're all here at the same time when there's no reason that you should even be crossing paths with each other based on the information that we have. Like, that's crazy, man. But like, goddamn, it helps the plot move along, doesn't it? Oh,
wonder-
what? You got seriously injured, but then it just gets like fixed up 5 minutes later by a character who has no reason to help you whatsoever. Yeah, that's oh man. Oh.
It's really important that we give you this finger, even though in 2 minutes I'm gonna try and harvest your organs.
There are videos, by the way, because someone has mentioned it, and yeah, it's true. There's videos reflecting the notion that these are like when stupid writing happens, it's references to video games. As in, every stupid, retarded decision Maximus makes, they're like, he's the idiot savant. Of course, he's chosen that perk. That means that when he does stupid things, he benefits from it.
Yeah, the universe and all the characters' will is bent to facilitate his success.
I mean, yeah, you
It's
do
just
get
funny
that
because he keeps
impression.
failing upwards. He keeps failing upwards spectacularly. It's crazy.
He's easily the most hateable character in the show, I think.
From what I gathered, people who like
it-
the show hate him as well.
I don't know what they were trying to do with him. What are they like? They want me to be happy that he succeeds. They want me to not want him to die horribly all the time, I
think
guess.
somewhat at the
I mean,
core of it
they're-
was
they're-
supposed to be a guy who felt powerless in his flashback that they showed us 8 times to make sure we really understood, and that the Brotherhood of Steel offered him an avenue to get great power, right? Because as soon as he gets the power armor, he's like smiling all the time at like people having to do what he says and him having to he can control a situation. He feels good about that. But then the more time he spends with Lucy, the more he realizes the truth of wearing that armor, that there's a philosophy behind it, and that he needs to, you know, sort of use like to actually embody that instead of benefiting himself. That's probably what they were going for. They fucked it up.
I think they absolutely did. Yeah, because boy, I just don't feel any connection to anything in this world. I hope the dog makes it out, I guess.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like I don't care about anyone or anything. There's so little, and we haven't even talked about we haven't really talked about it much, but I mean we've got like 2 plot lines going on, and then I guess the third with the pre-apocalypse stuff.
Hmm.
We have the vault stuff, we have the finding the head stuff, we have the pre-war stuff. Um but I'm just like measuring through it. I'm going through it in my head. And this is like fresh stuff in my memory. But I don't have anything to latch onto. Everyone is stupid. Everything that happens is stupid. There is nothing that I care about. And if anything, one of the strengths of, I mean, we'll use New Vegas as our example, is that there were a variety of factions with a wide variety of characters that were interesting and had neat perspectives and were ready to articulate those to the player, that made me feel like this world was full of interesting people who were worth getting to know, who were and it was satisfying to do things for them or get on their good side or to ally yourself with particular people or factions, to learn about why they feel the things that they do. And the show doesn't even begin to do anything close to that. I'd say what the heart of Fallout is a post-apocalyptic survival game with a heavy emphasis on factions and characters. But you just don't get that impression here. Every faction is stupid. Every character is stupid. You can't just tell me something without working to convince me that it's the case. It's just a clown world, and I don't have any investment in anything.
Well, that's certainly a POV. I would argue that I wasn't in a good position to continue it after episode 1 because, like I said, I did not enjoy it. But went in absolutely, neutral in terms of let's do this, let's see what it has to offer. I don't have a big stake in Fallout as an IP, nor in necessarily in like anything about the creation of this show. I hadn't heard a lot about it, but then I'd heard people say it was pretty awesome and recommended it. I was like, all right, I'll check it out. And I think one of the things that struck me big time was how much nothing's making sense in the vault in episode 1. But a lot of people were saying, there's so many secrets that'll be uncovered, so many reveals, so much more context. You think there's only 2 vaults right now, or rather, you've only seen two vaults. There's like, there's a whole third one you haven't even explored the context of yet. So, you should maybe wait before judging it on that front. And I remember thinking at the time, and it's so interesting to sort of look back on it, I was like, what could I possibly write to make episode 1 make sense? And I was thinking along the lines of the Raiders come in, and there was like there's something they need that prevents them from, maybe some gas got released in 32 and it made them all insane. And I was like, no, it doesn't account for when they first come in. And I was like, temporarily they were gassed and it activated that night and they all lost their minds. And I was like, fuck me. The fact that I'm at the point of trying to explain like how this can make sense because they're all insanely retarded, like in universe, like, this is not a good place to be. And of course, I thought that was kind of where the show was going to go in the finale. It was going to reveal that all of them maybe were mind controlled, or that they weren't really people. Maybe they were synths or something. Like it was all a huge, crazy simulation experiment. None of it was real, or none of it was meant to be anything in particular. It was all just like chaos. But then you find out it's so much worse when you get the full context of what happens in episode 1, right? So, I mean, I was about to say spoilers. I assume anybody who hadn't picked it, we were kind of spoiling everything anyway, but
Yeah, it's
fair warning.
the story's not worth. Yeah, it's just the story isn't worth it. The story's garbage nonsense. I just spoil away.
It's like you could argue the core that sets all of this off in a way is Moldaver's needs 2 items of interest: the code to activate cold fusion and the cold fusion tech that is in a guy called Wilzig's neck. Or rather, well, that's how he's smuggling it anyway. I assume she was in contact with him somewhat. I don't know. Don't really need to know that. We just know that he was on his way to her and he was going to be getting help to do so. And she was going to collect Hank because she's aware of him from Vault 33, and get the code from him. So you find out that she is a friend of Hank's wife, very good friend. To the point I think they were very, very close. She couldn't bring herself to kill a ghoul Rose, which I thought was bizarre, but sure,
That's
fine.
strange.
She just loves her that much, right? So and she's going to go and get to the vault. Like, I suppose I need to explain an extra bit of history. Hank caught his wife leaving the vault because their water was being siphoned, which I thought was a really interesting choice of words, siphoned, because what data do you have that would give that away, right? I assume it's that we should have X water and we don't have it. We have less than X water. Like, I don't know what else
You'd
she would
assume
have
it's
as
some
information.
kind of a leak.
Yeah, that's the
or
first thought
the-
I would have, is like a
some-
leak or an error. But apparently the wife assumes that civilization has returned and that we need to leave the vault because their job in vaults 31, 32, and 33 was to direct civilization, as that's what they've learned to do with their whole lives as a culture. They're ready to lead the world into a better tomorrow. And so she suggests to Hank, we got to get out there, and he says, no, that's crazy, which he has many reasonable arguments to push that forward. That is kind of crazy. It's like, we have no idea why the water supply is lower than it should be. And if we open that door, who knows what kind of damage we can inflict upon ourselves. He even says in the first episode that they're expected to reach safe radiation levels in like a generation and a half or something? Or half a generation? It was something like that. And, that was back years ago that she was saying that. But anyway, she leaves, and she gets to Shady Sands. Hank chases her. He gets his kids. And again, spoilers, you really should leave if you don't want to be spoiled on this, I guess. He nukes Shady Sands on his way out of it as a sort of fuck you, and an approach that is supported later in the episodes by Vault Tech's investment in getting rid of everyone who isn't them, essentially. That's the simplest way to put it, but it's also the most complex. It's kind of the long and short of what they're up to. So he does that, and then episode 1 is like catching back up to it, where Moldaver survived all of that. She wasn't in Shady Sands when he nuked it, presumably, but she was very much invested in it as a project, and so it's like getting revenge while also getting the code that she needs. But of course, the thing is, questions start to raise. Like, before we even get to Lucy, is it really within Moldaver's character to abuse, torture, and kill the members of Vault 33 when they have no context for anything that's happened? They're all no less victims than many others, you know?
I don't know why would she bring, that's like, why would she bring the Raiders to do that? Why would she do all this stuff to them? Why does she feel this way to the innocent people of the Vault? If she hated the people of the Vault, then how come she only killed some of them and got some of her Raiders captured and then left, never to return again? I legitimately have no clue what's happening here.
You
The
do it
more
by
you learn,
degrees,
the
right?
worse it gets.
Yeah, that's baffling already, that was even the decision, right? If you need Hank, if we were devising this plan, like, between the three of us, we're 3 invested, and we can ignore all the Vault 32 stuff. I don't want to get into that right now because it gets so much more complicated. Let's just skip to where we've entered, we're doing the fake wedding, and I'd be like, okay, as overseer of 32, be like, hey Hank, I need to tell you about something really important that I'd rather not discuss in front of other people. Take him into a room with you 2 in it. One of you has one of the trank guns. Boom. Got him. Tie him up. And presumably this is a door. Maybe we take him to Vault 32 to talk to him. We just tell him it's something we need to show him in here that's super important. And so we got him. Captured him. We'll take him out. And then everyone else, I mean, we don't need to do anything to the Vaulters. There's no reason to attack them. So I guess we just say, hey everyone, we're moving out. They don't need to understand what's happened here. We're taking their overseer. No need to kill everyone is kind of what I'm getting at. But of course, something fucking happened where they felt the need to not just kill. They brutally attack some people here. This is not like a strategic, practical thing, or pragmatic thing, I should say. But then, of course, you open up even more context. Lucy is the daughter of Rose, as is Norman, and both of them were here when this all happened. And Moldaver is passionately invested in Rose, and those are her 2 kids. And they both nearly get killed several times. There's like no acknowledgement of this at all. You'd think Moldaver would tell her people those 2 are off limits. In fact, those 2 are not just off limits. I want you to get them, bring them to me, and we're getting them out of here. We're completing Rose's wish, so to speak.
Yeah, but if it was written that way, then there wouldn't have been like a crazy opening episode where a whole bunch of violence occurs and the main character is in danger. Like, that's a reason why it was written this way. Was, oh look, we'll surprise the audience with like a big, crazy violence encounter of like, oh look, this is the outside world encroaching on the Vault, and look at this craziness. But then never mind whether or not the character who initiated all of this would ever have made these choices based on the way that she's presented in the finale.
Moldaver doesn't care about her children. Look at her actions. She only used them for emotional manipulation. Did you watch the show? Yeah. She was very invested in creating a community that fosters sort of care and power and freedom to the people, but simultaneously has a reputation of being pretty ruthless, which is a character that I'm totally on board with and totally interested in. I'm not interested in a character that has completely inconsistent and almost dumbass approaches to almost everything. This was so incredibly retarded as approach and completely out of character that in retrospect, like I told you, I can't even devise a way to make episode 1 make sense. I don't know what context I could ever apply to it that would make me go, ah, there we go. It all slots in. Like I said, simulation maybe, but I ain't getting much more of it out of that. I would have...
Well, and then you add on top of that what she wants in terms of her goal at the end of the show, like to unlock cold fusion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty antithetical to her goals to like have what's happening on screen, play out right now. Like,
yeah, well, the obvious
surely
thing a
it's
lot of people highlight...
massively to her advantage to take both of them.
Yeah,
instead of leaving her behind.
Lucy is great leverage to get Hank to
Yeah.
give the code over. So, if she truly didn't care about Lucy's life, which she definitely does, that's how she's characterized, but if she didn't, then she would absolutely use her as a pawn to, get that code out of Hank, but she sacrifices that option. A lot of people are confused by the whole, Hank, you got to choose the people or your daughter, which would be an interesting choice in a lot of scenarios, but they ruin it here by having no consequences. I don't know what the fuck the point of that was.
And you can have a character reason for her doing that, like Thanos did with
Yeah.
Star-Lord, but I just don't. That's just not what was happening. It's just a setup for some weird potential drama, but it isn't really. It's actually pointless, and it doesn't tell me anything about her at all that she would make that ultimatum to him.
No, it's a classic characterized through like speech versus actions. It's completely fucked up. If you remember, Moldava has the sort of hero's ending, bleeding out, looking over a city that is now powered up thanks to her actions, holding Rose's hand, saying, "We did it. We achieved our goal. The people have the power, and now I can die knowing I did everything I could," which is insane because she was like a horrible monster in the show, and it's like the show doesn't even know. They tell us about her wonderful community. They tell us about her humanitarian efforts. They show us the history of her goals to stop the evil Vault-Tec from doing this, that, and the other. And it's like they don't even remember episode 1 and what happened there, to the point where Hank has to remind Lucy of it, but she doesn't even seem to recognize it. It's like, this woman murdered so many beloved members of your friends and family. I call them family in the sense of, like, you would have been around them your whole life. Some of those people probably meant a lot to her. Though I wouldn't know, because the reactions aren't exactly thorough and passionate. It's baffling to consider it all, and super awkward, because they are pretty consistent in this show in terms of they want an aspect of a character to be what we believe about them, but they don't support it in what they do in the universe. A lot of who is good, who is bad, and who is somewhere in between. Most of the characters are reprehensible, I would say.
I mean, this slots in well to a lot of the Bethesda games and titles where they will say, "Oh yes, this faction, they're the this, and they do this and that and the other thing. They're very smart, powerful, and da da da." But you never actually see that. It's never you're never convinced of it because it's just told to you without any backing up on it. I mean,
Yeah.
the Brotherhood of Steel in this show is like, what a boneheaded, stupid, ridiculous organization.
Yes.
But they're portrayed as being, powerful and honorable and stuff like that. When it's just like that's nonsense.
I think Fringy, when you were it was probably both of you, to be honest with you. When we first meet Titus, and he's a complete 110% asshole. There's nothing about him that's interesting or fun. He is an asshole. Now, I'm sure you'd agree, that doesn't mean it can't work. We can make stories out of people who are like that, sure. But you get struck immediately by the sense of, oh man, you didn't want to go with, all your other options?
Like an actual, yeah, I mean, immediately comes to mind, what if, Titus was actually an alright guy and wanted to mentor Maximus, instead of just, we meet him, he's a jerk, and then he dies. And it's like, all right, well, yeah, we're done with that. Moving on.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping them from characterizing him in any other way, but no, he's just a complete asshole, and that's it.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential interesting things that they could have done that they never take, to the point where you just have to roll your eyes and go, oh, they went with the most boring, superficial, transparent thing they could have possibly done.
Something, I was speaking to Capitol Opinions about the show, and he said that something that he doesn't like about what's so obvious about the writing in this, that he felt was personified best by Wilzig. That would be Michael Emerson's character, the guy with the head, basically, the guy who got his head chopped off. Said that there's an effort at the beginning to pretend he's a character, and then there's a certain point where it switches over, and he's no longer a character. He's just a plot device.
Quest item.
Yeah. And he was like, and it's so annoying to watch a show written like this, because there's no respect given to the work they're actually putting into it. They just need to complete goals. So, they show us that he's the one guy at the Enclave who maybe has a moral backbone, and he's trying to maybe move things in certain directions that can help slowly and slow burn sabotage things that are happening there, or at least direct them in better ways, right? Like saving the dog's life, or having his own little hold to take care of an animal like that is enough to already think about what else he may be doing. And it looks like what he wanted to do was get Cold Fusion out of the key part to Cold Fusion out of the Enclave to give it to Moldava to provide, I guess, the area that they're in. I'm not sure how far it went. Electricity, infinite power, whatever. I don't know if the Brotherhood of Steel, they're gonna take it from that area. I think that's what's implied at the end. In any case, you know, you got the thing with the dog. His position with the Enclave is desperation to get that key, so to speak, to Moldava. Once he enters Philly, because you even get that part with him coming to talk to Lucy, that is kind of, it's one of those scenes. There's as Rags was mentioning, there's about 8 to 10 scenes that I'm like, this is fine. It's nothing special, but it's fine. And mainly, what about that scene I like?
Scenes?
I don't think they're anything I would call like, because what we're quite like scenes in which there's no problems I have with it. Those exist, but there's nothing that made me go like, oh wow, that was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, nothing elevates it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like some scenes threatened to one day get to being good, but they either got cut short or something incredibly stupid happened.
And so, when he talks to her, like, try and picture being him, right? You walk in the wasteland. It's at night. You know everything's very, very dangerous. You see a fire, and you walk toward it to check out who's at the fire, and then you see a girl. Then you're like, I'm gonna sit down and wait for her to wake up, and then explain to her that she shouldn't be doing this because it's dangerous. Like, wow, what a fucking idiot move. The first thought I would have had is that that's so absurd that no one does that, like, this could be a trap, right? Like, it's practically set so that you're supposed to go try and grab her or something, and then a bunch of guys will come from around a corner and fuck you up. Something like that.
Yeah.
But even if, right? Even if he decided, no, absolutely no way this is a trap. No way, it's not a trap. It's just like, why are you risking anything to do that? You know, when you tell her, oh, you've set a fire in the middle of night and that's going to attract people to potentially hurt you, it's like, you're sitting here, motherfucker, right now. How is it safe for you? It's like, no offense, your dog is not going to be able to take on a lot of people who come at people in the wasteland. They have a gun, you might just be fucked. Yeah, I'm not saying that for any other reason than maybe that exactly happens. In any case, you know, he goes to Philly, and the second he meets her up again, that's like the cutoff point. He's no longer gets to be a character. He's shot in the leg. He's then, like, carried around, as you said, like a quest item, and then he just delivers a speech that's sort of half-cocked, half-baked, and confusing, and then kills himself before any clarifications can be made, and he's just out. And I don't think it matches him at all.
Well, no, he would have a very big vested interest in telling this person, this Lucy, you know, probably, like, why would you be cryptic about this? Well, we know it's for the sake of the audience not knowing, so we can get a reveal later. But he would want to say, listen, here is all of this is all the stuff you need to know. This is where you need to go. It's at this place. Here are what the stakes are. Here's advice that I can give you for traveling around the wasteland. Here are some factions you don't want to talk to or stay clear of. Don't go to these places. You would want to tell her everything that you can to help her odds of success in this mission that you deeply care about as well. But that wouldn't be as dramatic at the end.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then, of course, in Philly, you have the ghoul is in the right place, right time, and so is Maximus in the right place at the right time. So is Lucy going to literally the first shop she visits is the right shop in the right place at the right time for all of them to bump directly into Wilzig. Crazy, that kind of coincidence. But I'd be willing to forgive that if it was like the main one and it happened earlier on in the season. But these happen constantly. They are everywhere, and they are so fucking disappointing. The big one that got highlighted by a lot of people was, of course, just when Maximus is about to die by being eaten through, like, I guess the slots between his armor by rad roaches, and just when Lucy is about to die from radiation poisoning, they both bump into each other, and they both provide the thing they both need to save each other's lives. It's just
Even
like...
though you shouldn't have encountered him at all.
Well, so it's kind of funny development, because on streams I've been on before, I've highlighted that as like a massive coincidence, and most people agree. But then it was only recently that I was thinking about it a bit more. Lucy has a tracker inside Wilzig's head, which means she has a real-time update of exactly where the head is, or at least a direction of where it is. And she was coming from the Super Duper Mart, and she would have been chasing Thaddeus, who at that point it was daytime, and he left at nighttime, so he would have been well in a different direction. And that means it's an outright hole. She should never have been able to save Maximus, and that means she should have died as well. Like, both of them should be dead.
Which means, yeah, both of them should have died. Yep.
The show, I'm not kidding, the show is filled with this constantly. It's just betrayals of everything they keep setting up and telling you is true, which is just odd, but, you know.
Just everybody what's exactly to where they need to be at that moment, either to facilitate the drama that they want to have for that episode, or to resolve the drama that they had set up that episode, just to get them exactly where they need to go. Like, the cause and effect is just completely out the window.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of covers a lot of the major well, there's plenty of major things left, but I don't necessarily want to spend forever talking about it. I just, I was immensely disappointed and kind of baffled just that this is a show that's getting elevated so hard when it's doing... I mean, because I was about to make a joke. I was like, it's got no less problems than something like Captain Marvel. And it's like, well, it's written by the woman who wrote Captain Marvel as well. So, like, we shouldn't be expecting some kind of dramatically different approach, necessarily. I mean, you know, there's involvement from Jonathan Nolan. There's a couple of other people who are in, like, showrunners that are directly involved. But there is, like if you check out, you know, interviews, the influence, the extent to which she had an investment in this project is pretty large. And so I suppose she's building up a catalog. But that if you told me, you know, do you want to watch another story from the person who wrote Captain Marvel, I'd be like, not really. If I have a choice of, you know, several writers, that's definitely not one I would go with. But it doesn't surprise me at all that that is the person who wrote this. It's filled with the exact same approach to trying to reach payoffs that aren't even necessarily worthwhile. I find, like, just think about where everyone ends up, you know? Like, the ghoul, he's woken up, and thanks to the background sort of information we get on Cooper, we find out eventually that it seems, you know, a whole season, and what we can say definitively is it seems he wants to find out where either his daughter or his wife or both of them are. And apparently there's going to be Vault Tech people he assumes higher-ups that will likely know that. But that, like, he's mostly chaotic throughout the whole season. I don't know that he didn't have that to work with, even when Lucy gave away her surname was McLean, because that's still, you know, 200 years later, right? It's like that. It could be anything. Plenty of people with that surname in theory. But you know, coming to the end, being like, "Where the fuck are my family?" It's just like, yeah, okay, I guess that's where we're at with him after 8 episodes. Lucy is more of a, you know, to again simplify it a bit, so we can't spend forever with this. She's losing her humanity somewhat, all right? It's eroding her golden rule. She's becoming more punished. She's realizing the harshness of the wasteland is a very normal style of, like, an arc, which I think has immense problems, but I just don't want to go into it right now. And then we've got Maximus, whose arc is, like, becoming more and more noble, trying to find something to fight for that is more edged toward more peaceful, or at least more right than where he started. And it's kind of crazy when you look at how each of the 3 of them end up in these places. I've seen the complaint about the ghoul being that he's mostly chaotically, like, bouncing around the plot until right at the end we sort of try to crystallize him into I'm searching for my family, which I imagine now that they've established that's going to be like a full-time thing. But Lucy's, she goes back and forth a lot on what she is now deciding to do based on the experiences she's had. And then Maximus, he kind of... I guess you'd argue the main thing is he's fallen in love with Lucy is why he's motivated to be a better man. I that's probably what they would...
Maybe.
I assume...
Even though she had to still be the one to prod him to do the obviously not horrifically evil things.
Yeah, I think that...
And even then he did it with hesitation.
That Vault Force shit was insane. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah,
like...
that stuff's wild. I don't know how anyone thinks that could be anything other than the most just trash tier nonsense I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just need, like, someone to explain it to me. Like, what? How is this not horrifically bad?
Well, that's kind of where I'm sort of slowly heading, is that there's so many components to it, but that it all falls apart under what I would call a basic level of scrutiny. And I don't even mean that, like, there's no reason to apply scrutiny all the time for anybody, but obviously our job is to sort of break down stories, so I am applying a lot of scrutiny. I want to know how this story matches up. I want to go back and look at how it starts versus how it ends and what we're supposed to have known about where characters were and what they were doing. And I don't know how much of their scripts were, I was going to say redraft, but I don't know how much of this was made before it was starting to be made, if that makes sense. What I guess I'm getting at is a lot of these things can be explained in terms of like early contradictions to later things by them making it as they're going. I wouldn't be too surprised about that. But again, I wouldn't want to rule out that this was all written ahead of time and that it just isn't super
Good.
well thought out. No.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean that kind of covers what I think broadly. You know, anything else you guys want to say?
Not really. No, not particularly.
Yeah, honestly, there is just an element of I just there's just like nothing good here. Um, a couple actors are good, a couple scenes are not terrible. Some of the imagery is intermittently okay. But the problem is, yeah, the trash tier characters and the horrific writing. So, like what's the what's the
I guess
point in a way,
I'm like more fascinated by what I guess it represents in terms of the nature of video game adaptations right now. I've said this so many times. I feel like I'm very much a broken record, but we're in the era where the adaptations are gonna at least look like the games and probably sound like them too. But the question of whether or not they actually like capture the substance of the thing that they're adapting is still the one that's up in the air. I suppose I'm just interested in this case because it's like, yeah, I mean the production values are really good, but like, damn, those scripts. that's a main takeaway. It's just like, yeah, it's just the nature of the writing. It's just riddled with like these crazy like contrivances, plot holes, logic stretches, and it's just like really thin. So I just I don't really, didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, there's nothing to latch onto. There's nothing for me to go, "Oh, I care about this," or "I like that." There's none of that. So going forwards, I just don't want to watch anymore. If there's a second season, which there probably will be, I guess,
There
far
is
worse
gonna be
seasons get.
season two.
There's a sentiment, and it's already been expressed in chat a couple of times. It's just like you gotta hate everything. It's like you can't so willfully ignore all of the praise we've been giving to recent entries into TV shows or movies. It's getting weird. Like it doesn't work, I guess is what I'm saying. You can't say, for example, I like a thing and Fringy doesn't. I can't go, Fringy, you hate everything, so now that you acknowledge that, now you must like the thing I like. It's like that's never gonna work, ever. It's a really bad strategy, okay? And it wouldn't work the other way either. If Fringy came home and said, I fucking loved Fallout, and I go, oh, Fringy, you fucking love everything. That's not gonna make him go, oh, you're right, I hate it now. It's like that. It's not gonna do anything. So just stop. Like it's a useless strategy. Not gonna help anyone out. If you want to watch us praise stuff, tune into stuff like the Haunting of Venice episode of EFAP, or Walking with Monsters, or I mean, a lot of the multimedia medleys actually, or the multiple film review ones. I believe we praised Tetris, and we obviously loved 65, right?
Well, hey, like if you want to see some positive coverage of video game adaptation, we did 3 episodes on Arcane, and we had an EFAP TV for The Last of Us adaptation, guys. So,
yeah,
that's right.
And the underlying sentiment is there's a lack of honesty in favor of getting engagement. I don't know that I understand that, considering there's a lot of engagement for positive coverage of this show. People love to love this show right now, and I don't blame them. It's fun to be a part of a big sort of, a movement,
Especially
somewhat, a community of.
Fan,
Yeah.
And you're starved for good content.
Plenty of different Fallout communities that are very happily saying like this is fucking awesome. We've got now another big budget form of medium that's going to be boosting and increasing and somewhat selling the story of Fallout. We get more in this will, we get more of that. And so it's perfectly fine that everyone feels that way. But like I just didn't see it, and I've seen the show more than most people, I think, in terms of amounts of times. It's probably bordering on unhealthy. That'll make sense one day. It's just the kind of thing that's if you're worried about us not being honest with you, I can't think of any motivation that all of me, Rags, and Fringy would have to take the show down. And
Why would we be super negative for this, but super positive for like The Last of Us?
yeah, I don't
you
think
know,
that makes sense.
or
That
something
was
like
another good example. Like, we had every reason to hate the Last of Us show. We
Yeah,
didn't.
but the show ended up being really good.
I'm not going to say we had
I mean,
every
we
reason
call it
to.
as it is.
I'm not going to say we had every reason to love Fallout, but we didn't have any big reasons to love or hate it. We was just like, here we go. It's a TV show adaptation of a video game. Let's hope it's good.
I mean, I want all these shows to be good. I
Yeah.
want there to be more good content. I want to, eyes to get on this stuff, and I don't want to sit through a terrible show that I hate watching. I mean, if I can go back to where every episode of Arcane or House of the Dragon or whatever, I was like super invested and excited to see what happens next. I mean, we went through Silo in a couple sessions.
That's another one.
So,
Silo is a really cool show that I fully recommend. Actually,
Yeah.
Silo is the show to watch because it'll give you some Fallout juice. A little bit of it, anyway.
it will give you a bit of Fallout juice, yeah. But it actually has good characters, good writing, and really good world building.
And really good intrigue, I think.
Yeah, I think it does give you quite good intrigue, for which we still have more intrigue to be, explored.
Well then, that's Fallout. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and reminder, my internet's flooping, so I'm using a headset, not my normal mic. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yes,
but
he
that's
is.
just a reminder. There you go. There's our little chat on Fallout, our shallow dive into Fallout. Boy, what a
we dipped
terrible
a
TV
toe,
show.
maybe even a full foot into the pool of Fallout.
Yeah, got that toe just to glistening.
Now, if you're both in the watch together, yes.
Yep.
I am still, yes.
This
Hi
is a
guys,
channel
I've been watching the Minecraft, so yeah.
that many are probably familiar with. Did a video a month ago that I was just like, oh my fucking god, we've got to cover this on EFAP at some point. We just got to show it. So, Man Carrying Thing is the channel name. I imagine many of you have seen his videos here and there.
This?
A lot of them go viral because they're all like memes. You like shitposts a lot, but they're like really good kinds of shitposts. This is 17 seconds. So again, just check out his channel. He makes millions of these, but this one in particular, the punchline, I was just like, oh, it's fucking perfect. And I don't know, it feels a little like it's almost tailor-made for us, somewhat. Where are we? It's he's got quite good comedic timing, this lad.
Speaking of difficult.
Oh, this guy, I remember his face.
Whoa, all right.
Speaking of difficult film productions, my own life has been pretty difficult.
Together,
I don't like to talk
Habitism.
about it too much, but I...
Wait, what'd you say?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it is.
I'm gonna reload my watch together here.
Yeah, I'll do the same.
Oh, is it not working for you guys?
Yeah. Well, it just was at the end of the video, so I just got to refresh.
Okay.
It's at 1 second for me.
Now it's better.
Excellent.
Speaking of difficult film productions, my own life has been pretty difficult. I don't like to talk about it too much, but I struggle with sadness. And even though I have the resources to get good professional therapy, I think all of you should use BetterHelp. BetterHelp. Speak all your dark thoughts.
That's basically. I'm just not prepared to recommend people therapy services and psychology help.
What I think is what's so funny about this? Abyss is famous for having a production nightmare, right? Like people nearly drowning, it costing so much fucking money, the desperation from James Cameron to get it as practically shot as possible, and it trying to pioneer certain inventions of it. Like, loads of people suffered. There are certain actors who will not talk about what happened when they were filming The Abyss. Like, that's how bad it was and stuff. So the fact that he begins with like the implication is he was just doing a video about how the Abyss had a troubled production, and he just moves into my mental health now, which I find fucking hilarious. Like, he doesn't even have much context, but you can pick it up if you just you know the cues, you know.
Speaking of difficult films,
tone to the transition to an ad. You know, you just notice. I think usually it's because the ad, the way to transition into the ad is to introduce a sense of wanting or lack. That's always what you notice is like the binding element, is that there's something that you don't have that you can have thanks to this ad. Even down to, you know, like the video is over, but is it? There's more to the video over on Nebula.
this desperate need to connect it no matter what. When you get so desperate with it, eventually just having a complete non sequitur would just be better. Being like,
Yep.
Time for the ad, everybody, that sort of thing, instead of, yeah, the abyss was troubling, so was my mental health. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Hearing about the production problems with the abyss gave me depression. Speaking of depression, are you depressed? If
My
you're
own life has
depressed,
been pretty difficult. I don't like to talk about it too much, but I struggle with sadness. And even though I have the
Sadness.
resources to get good professional therapy, I think all of you should use BetterHelp. BetterHelp. Speak all your dark thoughts into a phone, then fucking deal with it.
Good shit.
I like the smiley face at the end too.
This-
Oh, BetterHelp.
Yes, man carrying thing. That video's called Every Better Help Sponsorship, which I think is pretty on point. Another video that I wanted to check out, but not check out the full thing, just a particular part of it. I think someone sent this in the Discord.
This episode is made.
I don't even know what this video is about, and I don't give a single shit. It's called Project 2025, The New Fascist Playbook. So obviously not the kind of thing we're particularly interested in. Shocking, I know. In any case, there's a part of it that is fucking priceless. And I saw it out of context, and I was like, okay, we gotta play this as well. People gotta... Some people in chat probably already know what this is, because it got around as like a viral thing. Anyway, let's see, who is this made by? It's a Second Thought. This is not a deliberate meme, by the way, but I imagine it wouldn't be a fucking surprise if man-carrying thing made a parody of this.
Different result: break the machine that powers these societal evils. If capitalism is allowed to survive, we will not. I mentioned at the beginning of the video that this episode was made possible by Henson Shaving.
Oh no, you're gonna blow up the world. What are you doing? Oh no. Oh no, peasant meme.
To me, this
You were
feels...
just-
Oh no.
It's
Furious.
perfect. It would be in fucking like RoboCop or some shit, you know? Like this is so beyond parody levels. Like, do you think he saw it when he was editing? He was like, "Ooh, that's a bit awkward," but oh well. It's there now. It's too late. Like, capitalism will
this the
kill us
guy,
all. Anyway, buy my shaving kit.
Didn't he make some video on how he's not making money on the channels and he's losing money on everything and stuff like that? It's all too expensive and whatnot.
Well, I mean, he just said capitalism's going to destroy us all, Rags.
Oh, well, hopefully Henson Shaving will be able to, get us through and usher in a new golden age
It's
of smooth
perfect.
faces and well-trimmed groins.
This is absolutely how you write so much satire in all of these like crazy sci-fi dystopian worlds where, it'll just be a character highlighting a particularly bad thing, but then the movie has a joke or something where it's just obvious hypocrisy or obvious juxtaposition with something else. Just having him say capitalism is going to destroy us all, but it's sponsored by Henson Shaving. I've never even heard of Henson Shaving, by the way. I know Dollar Shave
The end
Club
of
and Manscaped.
End of Humanity, sponsored by Henson Shaving.
That feels like it's just a great meme on its own. I want more of it. But no, this is just a real thing, and I think there's let me see if I can find it. There's people highlighting it in the comment section who are, in favor of the channel, and so they're like, it's not an own. You're allowed to participate in capitalism, even if you're critical of it. It's like, I think this one, you don't need to fight that. Just admit it's funny. It's funny. It's a funny thing that happens at the end of his video. The fact that it cuts to black.
Capitalism
too.
will destroy us. Here's a commercial.
Yeah, it's perfect. And you know what? I, for one, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Like, isn't it interesting that if you're like an advocate of something else, if you're a communist or whatever, and you think capitalism's terribly evil, like you can't, like you always talk about how amazing these alternatives are. Like, why aren't you doing them? Why aren't you doing these amazing, incredible alternatives to capitalism?
Do you think Henson Shaving, like, if they were particularly pro-capitalist, they probably are. Do you think, like, he should like be like, fuck you guys? Or do you think he'd be like, well, I got to do it because I need the shaving bucks. Which apparently there's a lot of money in shaving. I do see a lot of ads for shaving. A lot of people, a lot of guys, well, a lot of guys and girls need to shave. So it's only fair.
I've got a Manscaped. I bought because I saw ads for it, and
Well, so
I needed
that's
a new shaver.
that's
So
the
I
big
got one,
question.
and it works really well.
Dollar Shave Club or Manscaped, which is the superior product?
I feel like I would just I mean, obviously, I don't want to keep getting razors delivered and pay overtime for razors when I could just get a good electric shaver and just use that forever.
I could picture
know?
like a test review guy who's got like a really big face, and so he can test like 3 razors just straight down on his cheek, and he's like, all right, let's see these results, and zoom in with like a microscope and see which razor did the best. You know that video is going to be out there eventually.
Someone said you need razors and an electric. You need them both. You definitely don't need them both.
Wait, hang on.
You do not need.
So they,
someone said that.
So they use the electric first and then the razor, I guess?
Maybe if you need it to be like super smooth, but
I mean, I guess you
like,
can.
the one I've got works really good. I guess razors help to tidy up. Maybe people are just using bad, cheap electric razors, but I don't know. I've never had a problem with mine. Whenever I use mine, it ends up looking really good, and it's quick and easy, and it hasn't given me any issues. Now, I've shaved before. I've had to shave before, and it's a much longer process, and it's less pleasant, and you have the risk of, like, accidentally cutting yourself with shaving. But with an electric one, it's just really nice.
Well,
and plus, if you don't ever want to cut it super smooth, then
I am a fan of them both, but I find myself using regular razors more often than the electric. But hey, you know, electric razor's nowhere near close to a razor. That's probably a matter of perspective in terms of like someone's nowhere near close and someone else is close. You know what I mean? Like it depends on how much you care about, I guess, the distances. Because I think I both understand what is being said by that statement, and also I'm like, oh, okay, calm down. You can probably get a pretty close shave with some electric razors, but yes, it's probably not going to beat a. I'm still
because I've had a variety of them, and some are just better. Some are just work way better than others. The one I use works really well. And I guess it depends on what kind of a shave that you expect to do, but yeah.
Well, on the topic of
my whole face is hair. I'm a furry doggy. What are you talking about?
On the topic of potentially shaving.
What? What is this segue that you've concocted?
This is what. There's a couple of meme images that I can return to in my darkest hours, and they can bring me back to the light of the universe. I can just be happy.
I need it.
I can laugh forever. And man, this is absolutely one of them.
What are we looking at? Oh my god, he's like an Oompa Loompa. Let it go, mate. That's true. I've said this before. Guys, sometimes you just gotta let it go. Just let it go. It looks like you're turning Super Saiyan.
Do you know?
It looks like he's powering up.
I shared this image.
It looks like there's a taller man standing behind him who is also an evil scientist.
Also, one of my favorite comments that was ever made about this image was I shared it to Jay. Do you know what Jay said? It was this man was constructed in Photoshop and his hair was put on the wrong layer.
That does look like how it looks. The hair layer is behind the man layer.
Oh, and
you gotta let it go.
The let it go, mate thing is just funny because it feels so like it's all right. It's time to say goodbye. This is the hairline equivalent of that meme from The Simpsons, where he's like, "It's still good. It's still good." It's like, it's gone. Like I know, and that's okay. Okay. It's a time for Manscaped, I would say. Or
this man's head needs to be manscaped.
You know what? He probably doesn't even give a shit. He's just like, whatever. I'm rocking it. I'm bringing it back. I'm not sure what it was from, but he's bringing it back.
his hemispherical haircut or whatever it is. I don't even know what you'd call this hairdo.
I think that's
The
why it's so
Saiyan
funny to me,
surprise.
is that I've never seen this before. Like, there's plenty of forms of hair. You know, the most
Every
common.
once in a while,
You know, like
well, you'll see people every once in a while who are getting there, and sometimes they veer close to where the hairline is so far back, it's like at the very top of their head or something.
yeah,
But this is like this is a whole new animal. That's that taken to its extreme.
like one of the most common sort of male pattern baldness hairs is just when it's like gone on the top, but it's still around, sort of around all the edges, but like it's relatively short. That's just like the most common, like the
Like
way I
Captain
understand it.
Picard.
Yeah, yeah. And this one is like, I'm not sure exactly how this has happened. Because it looks like the line itself.
Sure that this has happened.
He's like styled it up, which, hey, you know what? Go for it.
Yes.
If if he's embracing
hurts
this and
it,
he's like,
though.
"Fuck you," I think this is fun or something. I'd be fine with it. I think it's kind of a Chad move.
Yeah, if he's like, I'm the quirky fun guy and we're gonna have some fun, and look, I've got a fun haircut and I'm old, but I'm still young at heart and I'm ready
Yeah.
to build a chocolate factory or do whatever kooky crazy things people with my haircuts do. I'm ready to invent a serum that will let me take over the world or
I
something.
do like the idea of using this hairstyle for a mad scientist. That would be pretty cool.
It is. It's like I guess I had my my monkey do it for me, who has the brain of a person in their head.
I guess in a way it is, because Rick's one
My
is like
sidekick.
spikes, right? But it's similar, like
Yeah.
hairline. It's a hair halo. That could be what it's called.
A hair low?
Yeah, that could be it. It's got to be a name for this in the hairdressing world. They have a name for all of them, right? Like everything
It's
you could do
better
to
than
your
the
hair.
Halo show.
Yes, I think this is a lot more comedic value in such a short amount of pixels compared to like a full scene.
I think
you know?
it's yeah, I think it's brought me more joy than the Halo show did. And it's nice and condensed. A fun, easy to digest meme image that ultimately is not going to waste many hours of my life.
Like I
I
said,
can look back on it fondly.
it does generally bring me joy whenever I see it. So I guess the one thing I would have wanted was Fringy to acknowledge it, but I think he's still fetching his coffee. Could be any second
That's
now
a
that he
shame.
returns
That's a shame.
to witness.
Hopefully, any moment.
That is something I would expect this man to say is "witness me," Fury Road style, before he does something fucking incredible. Because he's clearly he's British. It says British memes in the top there. Wait, why is it? I thought it was taken from a TV screen. Why does it say British memes on it?
Someone has reminded me of here, let me post a picture of it for you. In chat, they mentioned the Babylon 5 character.
But this is science fiction, okay? This makes sense. It's part of his culture.
Of course, this gentleman here is the real deal. It's all science, no fiction.
Man, Babylon 5's crazy for like the amount of shit they kept going for all 5 seasons. They kept very consistent with all of this. But then I guess you could say that about a lot of shows when the makeup was like heavy. Star Trek would have had that, of course. Yeah, this is
Michael Dorn sitting in that chair all the time.
Would be Londo and Jakar with my they're a good balance, a good back and forth, those gentlemen in that show. God, it's been a while since I've watched B5. Or go for another rewatch at some point. In any case, another sci-fi show to add to the old watch list. Well, I guess we'll carry on, but like, you can't really carry on until he gets back. Well, Rags, we're just gonna have to discuss things.
Uh-oh. What do we have to talk about now?
What do you think of Things?
Things?
I'm pretty sure that's a movie, actually.
Yeah, that terrible one.
There isn't such thing.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
My good madam.
Is that the sequel to The Thing?
Things? I think the sequel to The Thing would be The Things, right?
The Things?
Yeah. Which is the reasonable thing to do with a sequel to The Thing, is it not? You wouldn't want to do like a prequel.
Maybe. I mean, I guess you could, but I don't know why you'd want to touch the thing.
No, most people
You just
shouldn't
want to leave
have.
it as it is. If you wanted to do the thing, you think that it would. I mean, if I was tasked with it, I might do it in a different time and place where this isn't the first time that this creature has crashed on Earth. Maybe do the sort of maybe Predator kind of vibe. If I was forced to be like, you have to do another The Thing movie, I'd be like, okay, okay, yeah, we could work, and I'd stay optimistic.
I guess you'd want to do it instead of letting it be left to just some random person, right? You're like, all right, let's see if we can make this
Yeah,
work.
there is an element of if I don't step up to the plate, what will the other guy do?
I suppose what's sad about it is the people who made the Thing prequel, they did have physical stuff, but it got CG schlormed. I don't know. You haven't seen that one, right? That Thing. You've seen the good Thing, but not the bad Thing, I assume.
I have seen the good thing. I have not seen the bad thing. I've seen
Unfortunate
clips of the
things.
stuff on YouTube, but
Yeah. Carpenter's The Thing is totally different than the OG. True. I never saw the OG. I should probably at some
I have
point.
not seen the OG either.
Bring his
That
back.
should be on our list.
These,
Oh my
that
goodness.
first picture is very amusing.
Express your opinions, your analysis, review the image.
I mean,
Analyze
I do
it.
agree with the tweet. It's like you're desperately clinging on to something that is long lost,
Oh.
in the past. It just, yeah, I'd say let it go as well.
Hey, but what if he had the George Carlin approach? He was just like, whatever, it grows, and I don't give a shit.
Oh, well, if he's okay with it, then I guess he can do whatever he wants, I suppose. But, like, that's the thing. Is he comfortable? Is he cozy? Is he safe and all right?
I hope
He
he's safe
doesn't
and
look
all right.
cozy out there.
He looks very red. He's red.
He does look
He does.
very
It
red.
looks like
Yeah.
maybe it's really cold out there, and his face is really cold, and
Well, it's like
maybe he
England or
has,
something. I mean, it says British memes, so I guess it would be
Well, then at
pretty
that
cold.
point, he needs all the hair that
maybe.
could grow, right, to keep it warm.
Well, you just
What
wear
is
a
his
beanie,
little?
right?
What does his patch say? It says, "But Whistle Bora Borak Muse Thistle Football Club
I'm not
Boro
sure. Does look like it says
Boro
Thistle. Burrow.
Brock Thistle."
Someone in chat will know because they know football. Come on, we got one of you in here. Barack Obama Musical Club, maybe.
Thistle FC. Kearney. There's Kearney Thistle. Oh wait. Oh, shit! I just realized I don't actually fucking care.
Oh, well,
Okay.
there you
Well,
go.
all right. Well then. Well, all right. Wait. We can actually move along to the next topic that you
It's
have.
just a funny picture. It tells quite a story.
It does.
The
It is
second
very
one is
funny.
not as funny to me.
Well, it's because it's not. It's a character
real.
from science
Yeah.
fictionia, so yeah.
What I'm saying, it's not. There's a certain reality
Mm-hmm.
to the first one that makes it intensely amusing, whereas with the second one, it's just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a hairstyle, I guess, for a fictional character. Like
Rags' voice sounds wrong on this mic. Everyone would sound wrong on Rags' mic. It's low quality. We can't stand it.
Well, yeah,
okay, we love him
which is
still.
weird because I think it's something to do with like I don't know if it's the connection or the something, but this is not the headset I normally use. It normally the little microphone on it sounds better, but you know what? You can understand what I'm saying. This will just be a
That
memorable
is the
EFAP.
important thing.
I'm calling in. I'm being a guest. I'm a guest on EFAP.
Classic.
Calling in.
So this next one is actually a video. Not someone. It's called Noid on YouTube. Noid. They made You Destroyed
Noid.
It, Scott. It's an animated version of a part of the Quantumania video, and I thought it was real neat. We probably would show it on a meme fap. But I mean, I thought it'd be nice to show it here anyway.
Just fired like 26 shrinkers on a core that was hit with 4 growers. You just fucking destroyed it. It's gone. That shit's gonna shrink down for eternity. How you gonna find it now? And why the fuck didn't you fire more the first time, Scott? You dumb fucking ape, you stupid bitch.
You stupid bitch.
You stupid bitch is what makes it. That's what makes it,
You
yeah.
stupid
It's so true though. Like,
bitch.
Yeah, because for
I
those
like
who don't
his
remember, that
disgusting
was when
shrug.
little Ant-Man and Wasp fight 1,000,000 of the Shrinkers at the core. That
yeah.
worked. It shouldn't have. But yes, this is
No.
an amusing little video.
I like
I want
the way they do
to ask the
expressions.
writer.
What would you like to ask them?
I like to ask the writer, like, what's happening here? Can you, if please, can you help me understand what it is that you've created? I need to know. I want you to tell me what I should be thinking, because I don't even know.
Well, on that same note, there was another animation from 1-800-Danky, who took a conversation that happened,
Danky.
fun enough, on Stargrift, where me, Ryan, and Theory were speculating about part of the nature of midichlorians. And I thought this was a wonderful vision of this conversation.
Shit. So it's an interesting theory to be like, if you got really fucking fat, could you potentially
Just picturing like
have more midichlorians?
this poor Jedi, this, you know, he's like teenager era, he finds out about midichlorians, misunderstands them, gets like overeats like crazy, and then 10 years later Yoda explains it to him, he's like, oh.
You see it, he's like, he like sneaks into the Jedi Council chamber and steals Yoda's fucking hover round thing.
And it's like collapsing under his weight.
Yeah, it's like he's just skimming off the floor.
He's just like scraping the interior of the Jedi temple.
Dude, that's hilarious.
And then there's a deleted scene of Anakin tracking him down and killing him. Fuck. Yeah.
Slowly
Hilarious.
hovering away while Anakin's walking toward him.
I have to make that into an animation. That's actually hilarious.
Obviously, the idea was, if you have more cells in general, then would you have, like, if it's a ratio of your cells, midichlorians, and therefore if you're fatter, do you have more force?
Yeah, it's a worthwhile idea to explore.
And so this poor guy, of course,
like overeats
like
like
saying
crazy.
that he thought that was the key to it, but nobody told him before it was too late. And yeah, I really like the hover chair thing. it's like perfect.
Scraping against the floor. That's funny.
Oh, Star Wars, that's what it's become good for, you know? It's kind of depressing, but also fun in its own way. It's funny, but it's no Schlurpo. Yeah, I don't think, Fringy Rise, you know anything about the Schlurpo madness.
I don't know about Schlurpo. Someone mentioned Schlurpo in the chat, but this is not a meme that I'm aware of. I don't know about Schlurpo.
I suppose I can show you. I can't remember what it's called. Let me find out. Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh, it's from 1-800-Danky as well. I should have known. The style is so
Oh my
very
goodness.
recognizable. Basically,
Alright.
me and Az lost our minds. There's no other way to put it really counts. We were watching the trailer for Star Wars. Is it called Outlaw or Outlaws? I forget.
Outlaws. the game.
Outlaws, yes. So we were watching it, and we started to lose sanity talking about it in a serious way, and just started to make shit up about what the game would be about. The one thing I'll mention that was prompting this was they referred to a lot of things as iconic in the trailer. I think it might have been a behind-the-scenes thing, I don't know.
The trailer referred to things as iconic?
It might have been so I say behind the scenes, I think it was a trailer, the you know, the ins and outs of the trailer from the same channel, I'm pretty sure, where they were like explaining the trailer. Yeah.
Breakdown by Ubisoft.
And they referred to, it's like, this is the iconic Jabba the Hutt. And it's like, what? You know what I mean?
The iconic Han Solo.
Yeah, the kind of shit where
iconic
you're just like,
Darth
shut the fuck
Vader.
up, why are you saying that? So we just
You're
started
referring
making...
to a person as if it's an object.
we
Or
started
like a
making,
theme song.
The best is
started making memes about it, and insanity ensues.
Severin, you got the kind of skills that I need. I got a clean slate with your name on it. If
Prove you're
just,
the bestest ever.
Yeah, take the Wayne pills.
My name is Galen. He just says that at the end of every sentence.
And
then, like, you easily defeat this, like, handful of guards, and then Slurpo, or whatever the bad guy's called, is like, hey, you broke all of my stuff. It should be like, yeah, well, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah, this just stopped.
And then he'll be like, you don't know what you've done. You've actually done something. I've got a boss called Slippo 2, and he's way fatter than I am.
No, you go, my boss is Jabba the Hutt.
Oh,
Have you heard of Jabba the Hutt?
you realize you've stolen Jabba's personal slip collection. You fool.
Yeah,
Hello.
you fool. You took our Slurpo, and Jabba needs his Slurpo. And then you go to Jabba's palace, and you're like, oh, there's Han Solo. He's in carbonite, and then he'll be Ugo Jedi Slurpo Nupa Katanogo. And she'll be like, God, Jabba, I'll get your stuff for you. Just give me a chance. I need a clean slate. Gogo Boko Jedi Nanda.
Negotiation, right? And it's like 10 Slippos, and he's like 15. And then she's like 12. 13 Slippos final offer. You drive a hard
Jabba.
bargain.
Yeah, you okay, and they'll go, and then Salacious Crumb will appear, and he'll go,
and then a character will be like, wait, is Slippo a currency or a person?
no, Lando Calrissian will be the one who takes her by the arm to escort her out. And he goes, I'm Lando Calrissian. And she goes, oh my God, Lando, I saw you in The Empire Strikes Back. You were great. And he goes, here's a couple of schlupos to get you on your way. And she says, I still don't know if this is currency. I have no idea what a fucking
She says, I loved you. I loved you in Return of the Jedi. And he's like, that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. That's coming. That's not. That's coming in six games. Have you done the Kessel Run in 15 slurpos or less? What? What is going on?
You
Anyway,
want to know the name of our captive? Slippo. He's been slippoed in carbonite.
No. Let's take back.
As you can tell, the style is strictly hot and attractive people. You know, it's amazingly
Yes,
done.
Everyone's beautiful.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Everyone's beautiful.
Even Batman and Iron Man back there looking great. How to deal with liking
Poor
men's ranks.
Iron Man.
It's a beautiful setup.
Bets on
How to
whether
deal
we
with
get a
liking-
Rancor monster down below cameo.
Oh, a little camera shot, and it's like,
Yeah. What's that? Boku Danda Jedi.
We've actually included a scenario in which you can end up fighting the Rancor if you owe 10,000 Slurpos. It
That
plays
looks-
a delightful cutscene where you're eaten by the Rancor, just like in the movie with the pig guy.
Yeah, the Rancor Keeper, as we've known him for 40 years now, his name's actually revealed in this video game. It's Slurpo.
Ronald Slurpo. We were originally going to call him Slippo. We thought that would be too on the nose. Yeah, every single thing gets called Slippo eventually.
Like I said, lost our minds.
That's very
'cause
funny.
We essentially just ran out of things that we even could speculate on because it became so cynical, the game, you know? Like how they made it and why. Then we just like made up our own bullshit. And to be honest with you, it would be a funny game to play if it was the one that we were coming
That
up
would be a
with.
funnier game, but that would man. Remember when like Ubisoft like made video games that people were interested in? That was like a decade ago.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
I can't. But now it's going to be Schlurpo's Creed Revelations.
Well, remember Star
Slurpo,
Wars was an
yeah,
IP once of stories, but now it's an IP of we talk about what it is in
References?
meta. Like we are Star Wars' story, as in all the people commenting on it, because the IP itself is
transcended the screen. Like,
yeah.
At this point, I'm way more interested in the meta surrounding Star Wars Outlaws than I am in what it's about. I don't care what it's about, really. But like what it means and what it represents is way more interesting.
But yeah, that animation again was from 1-800-Danky, who I very much appreciate getting such incredible visuals. I really like the director cutaway guy. He looks so It's so perfect.
He looks exactly like how he would look.
Yeah.
He looks like Patrick Willems.
The fact, he would just be like, the iconic jab in your head. Like, that's probably what he
Well,
was saying.
considering Star Wars is about space wizards intended for children, it will be delightful to know that Ronald Schlurpo will be revealed and his story can finally be told.
And his father, Schlurpo too.
And
I
his
like
father,
Schlurpo too.
Schlurpo Senior.
Yeah.
Schlurpo too.
In any case, that brings us to the end of the multimedia medley for this time around. We went through images, shorts, videos, animation. It was crazy, and we learned so much. Also a TV show, maybe a movie. In any case,
Wow, that was that was good. I felt like we got a lot of variety there.
we are gonna, I guess, move into super chats. Have a little back and forth with you folks in Chatterino, and then before we go, probably tell you guys about a bit more about what's happening. No talk of Shogun. I haven't seen more of Shogun yet, so I can't really talk about it. Fringy, I assume you've seen up to episode 3, is it?
Yeah, up to episode 3. You got to finish it.
And then Rags has seen
I have
0.
not seen it yet.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
can't
I
really
haven't
do a
seen
talk
it
on
yet.
that. But I hear very good things. Is it complete now? Is it all out or?
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
And there's probably not going to be another season, so this is it. That's it. That's the story.
Well, there we are. In any case, let's go first. A message says, "Oh boy, 5 hours of Fallout." No.
Oh no, you ain't even getting
Craziness.
5 hours.
Nonsense. What is next for Snyder's Grainverse? I don't know, but we'll be there.
Grainverse.
These
Oh,
guys
yeah.
are not going to be there for the extended. I'm 50-50 on whether or not I'll be on the extendeds. I know Gary's definitely watching them, and just because of that, I'm kind of tempted to do it because I don't want to be alone in that pain. The one thing about it I'm very curious about is what he's going to do, what the changes are, and I almost want to make a little bullet point list of like the actual changes. I feel like there'll be 6 or something. Most of it will just be a waste, like nothing worth mentioning. But who knows? Extra scenes with Anthony Hopkins could be worth it, just to hear him talk about things. But yeah, those will be out soon, right? Both of them, extendeds. They come out at the same time, I think.
I actually don't know. I have no idea.
Well, in any case, the
And
Grainverse.
we're not going to watch them, are we?
Well, I'm going to. I'm not going to drag you two along. You don't have to do
You
that.
already made me
Why are
watch
you doing it?
Well, because I just explained this whole thing. Fringy, why am I doing it?
It's funny that I guess Rags wasn't listening to the last minute of the conversation.
Well, that's why I want to prove it.
busy
If you could answer it, that
watching
means
it.
I did say it, right?
Well, you mentioned that Az was interested in watching. We're definitely interested in watching it, and it's like a matter of it's just like, is it not like a tantalizing prospect?
I could have sworn I said Gary.
Oh no, you put your headphones on. That means I misunderstood.
Just because I misclicked, it doesn't mean anything.
What were you trying to click?
You're lying to me.
I gotta
What were
click
you
all
trying
kinds
to
of things. I got super chats I gotta get. I've gotta make sure the screen is correct. I got chat on the OBS as well as chat in regular. Gotta make sure we don't accidentally show a bunch of random shit that they're not supposed to see.
Gary, I said Az instead of Gary, huh?
Well, I didn't want to upset you, but you were the chosen one. You were supposed to tell the truth, and then you said Az, which was Az ain't fucking watching the extended version. You didn't watch the regular versions.
Well, isn't it better that I just didn't hear you as opposed to Fringy's lies?
I don't know anymore. How can I trust either of you? It's all over. It's come crashing down.
Well. Actually, we can talk about this because of your supposed misclick. Do you click the turn off microphone button up at the top, or the one down to the bottom left?
Up the top.
Okay.
What do you do?
Fair. I think I use mostly the top.
What are you, Frankie?
Generally the top, but sometimes yeah, I press the smaller one.
Well, alrighty. Farewell and adieu to you, man. Fair
Why
fly,
did you feel compelled to hide your asking chat from me?
Because you were talking.
Why didn't you just say, I'm gonna let you finish, Fringy, but chat?
Because that meme isn't letting someone finish, is it? He did not let her finish. He was bulldozing that stage. She couldn't finish. She could continue at another time, I guess. But
after he said what he said, he was like, "All right, here's the mic, go for it." That
You know,
was Taylor
he
Swift, right?
killed
He
the
got up and-
moment. Killed
He
it.
did kill the moment.
So rude.
He did. He did.
But yes, I'm excited for the rest of the Grainverse. We will be there for Rebel Moon 3, and to the point where I wouldn't be surprised if you guys had a little sense of excitement to see what he does next. Just a little bit. I'm not hearing anything
I
for the
can't
excitement,
wait
but...
to have. Well, I can't wait to have this ingrained into my mind.
He is in a sense a very fascinating creator in his incompetence.
Yeah, he always goes against the grain. That's why it hurt. That's why it hurts to watch his movies. No pain, no grain.
I mean, it's 3 for 3. Not bad. Not bad.
Okay. Thank you.
Farewell and adieu to you fair Fleamish massives. Farewell and adieu to you massives of Fleam. I think I ended up saying that randomly while I was playing Stellar Blade, which, by the way, fun on the bun. But it's funny, Mel was asking me what I thought of it, and I was just like, the thing that struck me is just, I wish I had fucking hard mode unlocked from the beginning. I don't want to play on normal mode. Journalism mode. It's ridiculous, I say. Absurd. But...
Yeah, that's why we want the Snyder Cut to be released in full. We don't want to start on normal. We want to start on hard mode.
Hard grain mode. But you can... this is going to sound funny, I assume, to you, Rags, but you can get naked in the game, which makes it much harder. So that is...
Well, yeah, you don't have it... That's most games, right? If you go without clothes, it's more difficult.
Well, in this game, it like takes away all of your shields, which are extremely useful because they regenerate during fights as well. So, yeah, it makes a significant difference, which is probably how
It makes sense that if... Oh, yeah, if you take off clothes, it will get harder.
But then, because I suppose if I then get stuck anywhere, I can be like, well, time to put some clothes on, you know? And,
You can put it. Can you put them on piece by piece? So if you're going through the game and you're doing okay, hitting the enemies, collecting your orbs, getting your keys, and then like, oh, this boss is kind of hard. I think I need a little bit of help. You could put your socks on, maybe, or you can put on a hat. You know, just socks and a hat. Where the hat's more of an accessory than clothing, and socks are kind of clothing. So it's just a little bit, and
they're
that'll
both
help you to beat 'em,
absolutely
and then...
considered armor.
Oh yeah, socks are definitely armor. It's foot armor for your feet, for your feetsies. And your hat is like sun armor. Keep the sun off you. I like hats.
So,
I'm a wearer of hats. I'm wearing a hat right now.
this next one is a
Are you?
quote.
Wait, are you?
Yeah. Yep, wearing a hat right now. I just
Huh.
got back from my stuff. I just still had my hat on, and I just put on my normal. I just got either nothing or a little headband or something, but I still got my hat on. I got some sunglasses up there.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
You have fleamish hands, Mr. Massive. You've been counting grumbos all your life. It's a quote from Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon Part 3, the Edge of Tomorrow.
Got fleamish hands. Is it something? Was the original quote something like you've got rough hands? You've been farming all your life.
Oh yeah, probably. Or you've been graining all your life. I hope it's...
You've been graining.
We should only... I've been quoting like crazy on different streams. The Jet Kelhar. That delivery is one of the most beautiful things that's ever happened.
Perfect. It's
I'll
so
be right back.
So funny. Hey, EFAP, have you ever wondered why, if Eric Clapton could change the world, would make himself a giant robot with a man living in his ass controlling him with wires and levers? Not something I wondered about, no. I'm not, it's just not something I've really spent much time thinking about, but I think it's a good thing to think about, and if you picture yourself in that situation and what you would do. Yeah. Fallout show discussion, my only joy in life. I think a lot of people did want the three of us to at least have a back and forth somewhat about it. And I think, it was nearly an hour, right, or something? It was a...
Was it?
I don't know, actually. I might be completely lying, I'm not sure. At the end of the victory fanfare jingle in Final Fantasy 16, I can't help but think they're saying, skanks and hoes every time, lol. It's on YouTube. Well, I mean, You can have a bit of headcanon on that. You don't have to listen to any of the creators and what they may say about it. Definitely check out the Titan Lost Battle from Final Fantasy XVI. It's a sight to behold. Do or die. Clash of Titans, Heart of Stone.
Back.
That Final Fantasy series, you got a lot of fans of it.
Clash of Titans.
Apparently, well, I mean, do you though? Isn't like Final Fantasy VII, the new one, like selling half as well as the first one?
I thought people thought it was good. What happened?
My guess, I don't know. Actually, I was about to guess, but then I was like, wait, I don't know shit about Final Fantasy. All I know is that the new one has sold like half as much as.
Damn.
I think it's just console exclusivity. That it was PlayStation 5 exclusive, which maybe that's not a great idea for a game that's probably very high budget.
There have been
Final
a lot
Fantasy,
of memes about that. It's kind of a double-edged sword. Because people say, like, of course no one fucking played it. Nobody bought a PS5 because there were no games on it. You know what I mean? It's like a cycle of, well, yeah, but, well, like start releasing games for it then, I guess.
Well, it's I guess it's funny because it's been over 3 years since the PlayStation 5 is out. Like we are very firmly in present gen at this point. I mean, it's probably
It's a strange landscape.
Do they still release Call of Duty on like PlayStation 4 and Xbox One? They probably still do, right?
That was like a question.
They're usually the last.
Probably. I would imagine so.
When a Call of
I
Duty
mean, why do
game
they
stops
need to
doing
swap over?
Well, I think it was because I think it was Infinite Warfare was the first one that was only on PS4 and Xbox, so that was like 2016, 3 years later. So I guess this next Call of Duty should probably. I guess I just find it interesting that Call of Duty is usually one of the last games to finally give up and just like be current gen.
A few more people are buying us on DS, okay? We can stay.
They probably did make Call of Duty for DS or something.
I think there was. Didn't they make like Call of Duty World at War on like Nintendo DS or something?
Well, there was they made
Nintendo
Nazi
Wii, at
zombies for the iPhone many years back when I was in high school.
Well, obviously.
When I was in high school, I was playing. I think I remember playing the Call of Duty Nazi zombies on my iPod Touch.
Oh yeah, Call of Duty 4 was on Nintendo Wii. That's right. It's
Yo.
that was an
World
era.
at War was on. Yeah, World at
On
War was
Wii
on
as
Wii
well.
too.
That's
I
PlayStation
played
2,
some of that.
I think World at War was also released on PlayStation 2.
You want to see some people who are not good at video games play World at War on the Nintendo Wii against other people? There are people out there who are not good at video games.
Man, that was an interesting era when you just had like flat out different versions of the same game depending on the platform that it was on. It wasn't like now where, you know, if you play it on previous gen, it's like, well, it just runs like crap. It's just a completely different game. Like because it was Force Unleashed, right? Had the Wii version, the PS2 version, and then like the PS3 and Xbox 360
The Wii version is the one I played.
The Wii version is also the one I played. Yeah, it was fun.
It was kind of, yeah.
Did you say?
What do you mean, Waller? What was that noise? Nothing. I just was wondering if you were getting down with the Force Unleashed on Wii like we were.
Nope. I played Force Unleashed.
No?
Funnily enough, I think the first time I played Force Unleashed was on PSP, and it was
Force
not.
Unleashed on PlayStation Portable?
It was it was a different version of the game, as in like they created one for the PSP that was a lot more like lower intensity, but still pretty damn good from what I remember.
Man, the amount of platforms it was released on iOS, the J2ME, not sure what that is, the N-Gage,
Oh,
Nintendo
the
DS,
N-Gage.
PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Portable, Wii, Xbox 360, Microsoft Windows, Mac OS, and Nintendo Switch.
The N-Gage
Wow.
was like a phone designed for gaming.
Like Nokia's one, yeah. The N-Gage. Oh my god.
It was what was that, like 03, 04, something like that?
This was the N-Gage service, which was
Nokia?
later on. That was like
Oh.
2008, so it wasn't the original actual gaming device from 2003. Man, that was like an era when you had people who would just like throw their hat into the arena of like, yeah, we're gonna make a video game console, and then it didn't work.
Didn't pan out. Yeah, I don't know how it would hold up.
Made consoles, like, you know.
You can probably go on the internet now where people take all these old devices and use them and be like, well, how good or bad really were they? Because I've
Oh,
seen
well, I
some of
think
this stuff with like old
retrospectively,
technology.
I
Yeah.
think the Dreamcast is viewed very favorably. Like the Dreamcast was a really, really, really cool piece of hardware, but it was just it was too late. Like Sega had like a lot of the decisions they'd been making in the preceding decade got it to a place where people just weren't willing to get one, even though if they did get one, they would have found that it was pretty cool.
Force Unleashed was weird too because when I played it again on, I'm guessing PS2 or 360, it was one of those. I remember being like, "What the fuck? This game's completely different." Like, I guess I just would have thought it would be the same as PSP, but better graphics or something. But yeah, it was,
Well, I know something I've noticed that's kind of interesting is I feel like when I was younger, I thought that the games had better graphics than they did, and then I look back and I'm like, oh wow. I remember I thought Force Unleashed just like, wow, this looks so lifelike.
It is
Oh,
weird
yeah,
to look back on shit like that because it's like, man, I remember being blown away by it.
Well, I remember that, or when I look back at like the Game Boy Advance or the SP and stuff like that, late phones
Game
and
Boy.
stuff like this, the screens were so small.
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't really think of it because that's all you knew. And nowadays, you've got like because I've gone from like playing the original Game Boy Advance that didn't have the backlight or anything, and I went all the way to the last handheld thing I bought was the Nintendo 3DS XL. And that's just like it's just a night and day, totally different animal and how it's been improved. So looking back was like, wow, that was so tiny.
Well, and also just like batteries not
Yep.
rechargeable. You had to buy new batteries to keep playing your Game Boy.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Batteries. The my SP did not have batteries. It had the little charger cable, but
No, the SP
a
was
Game
the
Boy
charger.
Advance,
Yeah, Game Boy Advance
yeah,
original. You needed those batteries.
you needed the batteries and no backlit screen.
That's one of those things where it's just like, wow, man, what a
It's
it's
come a
just
long way.
when you never had a different option, it's just like, well, yeah, this is the deal. Portable
I
gaming.
actually speaking of which, I have been kind of browsing images of the N-Gage, and I found this one, and if this is to scale, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, it was just it just wasn't a good idea. I don't like it I think when you look at the Game Boy, it's like, yeah, I can see why that was successful. Like look at how straightforward and approachable that is as a device.
Yeah,
The
slick.
the Nokia N-Gage was a phone that was also it was like a gamer phone. It's a phone for
Yeah.
Gamer
gamers
phone.
because if you just
I guess
needed to game when you were on the go.
wasn't the
And
like
there was like
the
another.
battery life of the N-Gage was like shocking though, right? Wasn't it like notoriously bad? Or am I mixing up with some other portable device? Was it like the Sega one that had really bad battery life?
My understanding is that a lot of these systems just struggled with having low battery life.
Well, and the big
Just
thing that
because they
Nintendo
were trying
had is
to.
Well, did you guys ever
Nintendo
have in Pokemon or whatever the fuck you were playing, where the light in the Game Boy was really fading, and you were like in a position where you needed to save but you weren't able to, or something? Like in the middle of
Yeah, and you were rushing to find a save point because the light was red on the top right. And you were like, "Oh boy, am I gonna be able to, oh God." Oh, or if the game dies, right? And it's out of juice, it's out of batteries. You're like, "Oh no," and the screen fades away slowly and dramatically. Oh no. But then you're like, "Ah, yes, I have one secret power, one last thing I could do." So you take the batteries out and you reverse them. You put them in each other's spots, and that would give you a little bit more time to play. And sometimes when a battery runs out for whatever reason, its juice isn't actually completely gone, so you could like power it back up and it will last a little bit longer and then it'll go out
that was like
again
a
until it eventually
glitch,
just
and
turns
God
to
was like, "I'm
nothing.
gonna code this shit out. This is ridiculous. Such a stupid exploit, flipping the battery." It's like that's not how it should work at all. I'm gonna fucking fix this shit.
Did you guys ever like cannibalize batteries from like the TV remotes and look around the house
Yep,
for random
definitely.
gadgets and gizmos
Yep,
to like what's got batteries that I could use? What's got batteries?
definitely. Yeah.
The Game
Because I
Boy
knew I could
needs
get away with
power.
replacing the batteries and being like, oh, I get, because then mom or dad would use the remote or the whatever little doohickey, and they'd be like, oh, I guess the battery's out on the TV remote, got to get some more. When really, I had stolen them. I'd pulled the fusion core from the TV remote and put it into my Game Boy Advance.
Man, there were so many good
Yes.
Game Boy games. There were so many great games for
Yes.
like Game Boy. It's like really is kind of
You
a
ever play
bygone
Gex?
era. Of what? Sorry.
I know what you're talking about. I know of Gex, but I never played Gex.
The lizard man. He's like a platformer shooter.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
I think I played that.
That
a
sounds
bunch.
familiar.
Like a
Or maybe I'm mixing up with, because I remember there were a lot of like, what was it? Was it like Croc or something? It was like a kind of like a Crash Bandicoot-esque on PlayStation
Yeah,
1.
Croc is a good one.
Yeah. It was.
what's-
There were so many games. You know, it's just like a sheer quantity of games that we're releasing every year.
It is hard to believe that of all of the amazing games that I played on DS, I probably barely scratched the surface in all the great games there were out there. Because I'm
But yeah, I
thinking
think,
of like,
DS had like so many games released on it, like
Yeah.
tons and tons.
yeah, Mario Kart DS and Final Fantasy stuff. There was Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. There was Elite
I
Beat
feel like I'm
Agents,
anyone who
Metroid
gets,
Prime
you know,
Hunters.
Wild World.
Animal Crossing Wild World. I love that. I played the shit out of it. One of the cool projects that I did in my town was you could create patterns in the game and you could make them as tiles and you could set them down as tiles. So I made a whole bunch of tiles to resemble like the ocean and islands. So you could put all of the tiles around all of the houses and buildings, and then you could put like blue tiles for water everywhere else to make it look like you lived on little connected islands. But and there's just so much to do. It's a fun. It's like Animal Crossing on your handheld. It was amazing, and there was so much stuff in it. I love Wild World.
I feel like Wild World kind of created Animal Crossing, because obviously Animal Crossing had first released on GameCube, but Wild World was like the one that feels like it kind of made people aware of it as like an idea, and that particularly on a handheld like version that was particularly potent as a thing. Of like, yeah, you're just out and about, and then you can open it up, and you can walk around your little town, and then close it up when you got to do something else, and then open it up again. It just seemed like it was kind of perfectly suited to being on a portable console.
Well.
Anyway, next super chat.
A lot of DS. Those DSs brought me a lot of joy. A lot of fun. Phantom Hourglass. Oh, great stuff.
The next one says, quote, "Did you say chocolate? That was 10 minutes ago. Don't know what we're supposed to make of that."
I don't remember mentioning chocolate.
Nor do I. 360 era Mike Rags is better than normal Rags.
I don't know. No.
No.
Normally my normal mic is quite good. This one is not great. But
Not
you know what? Gets me through when the internet's still being floopy. It hasn't come back yet to normal. My my PC uses a wired connection, so it has an Ethernet cable that just plugs right into the modem. And Telegram, the messaging app, that is getting notifications. It is connected to the internet, but I can't load like browser pages. Discord won't open. So I'm like, I have no idea. I can't go to the Steam store. I have no idea why everything is not
Have you
opening,
not got
except that Telegram's totally fine.
an option for Wi-Fi on that computer if the Ethernet for any reason was to fail?
I don't know. I'll have to
Wouldn't
fiddle
be
with that
expensive
later
to
because
get
I've never.
like a
Well, you can
Wi-Fi
just
thing.
get
a Wi-Fi card.
thing.
Yeah.
I'll check. The motherboard might have it. I've just always had a wired connection because it's just more
Yeah, no,
stable. But
I think
I'll check and see.
it's recommended everybody have a wired for your PC, but not bad to have a Wi-Fi on backup.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll check once we're done.
Low quality
take a
Rags
look
is
at it,
still
see what's
Rags,
going on.
lol. He is still Rags, right there, offering
I am
right
still me.
opinions.
Yeah, I just sound a little bit floopy. You
That's
got
all.
your Fallout hot takes and your
Yeah.
discussions from me, you know?
Compare the reoccurring Final Fantasy enemy Typhon between his Final Fantasy VI and Final Fantasy XVI designs. One of the stranger iteration changes for a recurring enemy in the series. Well, you want to fetch those.
Final Fantasy, which ones?
Well, I'll paste that. So if you want to fetch those, I'll see the next one, and then we will come back to that one. So, hello, my friends.
Sure.
Here for this great time. Did you watch Shogun? Thank you for everything. Take care. We are watching. Well, we're going through it, I believe. We'll probably pick it back up at some point, right?
Yes. Yes. I want to finish it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it feels like an easy recommendation. I was impressed with what I'd seen, and I've seen everyone else say it's awesome that have gone through it. I think it's just considered one of the best shows that's come out recently.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Rags with the organized chaos roleplay.
Wow, that hurts.
Hi, I'm gay actor Michael Douglas, and I agree with Fringy in that breast reductions violate the Hippocratic Oath. You've sent that before. Trying to get Fringy to talk about the Hippocratic Oath.
That's not going to work.
You're never going to get him.
No.
Favorite movie from your least favorite genre?
What's my least favorite genre? Jeez.
Probably going to be romantic type stuff.
I was thinking the same thing. And
yeah, probably.
Would you say that what remains of the day? Would you say that falls under that category?
Well, funnily enough, I think we've answered this question before, like the exact question.
I was also thinking Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless.
Yeah,
like that'd be would be the one I choose.
I would throw in Love Actually as well. I'm quite fond of that movie, even though it's very much about relationships. Like
that movie at all.
You what? The movie?
I've seen it, but I don't remember it really at all.
There's some good shit in there. Rowan Atkinson's cameo, would you call it a cameo if it's like a full scene? I guess so. Yeah.
Scene can be a
He's funny as fuck in it, but I wouldn't mind rewatching that at some point. Maybe we'll do that for one of our Christmas themes, because I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of highlights.
We need to watch all the Hallmark movies and then rate them.
True.
See which one's the best.
Yeah, because it's important we discover the best one. Mean Girls, if that would count as, I don't even know what genre that is. It would be comedy something, right?
That's a comedy, so I feel like that's...
Oh,
yeah.
Wish Upon. Horror comedy genre.
Wish Upon. Have you seen Wish Upon, Frankie? Or have you've seen reviews of it, probably, right?
Yeah, I saw your EFAP movies on it. Yeah, I've seen it. The part where she just walks out and gets hit by the car and goes flying like 50
That
feet.
is cinema. That Martin Scorsese would love that part. He'd want to ask the director how they did it. He'd be like, "Tell me, what are your secrets? I have to create this myself."
I bring glad tidings of Typhons.
All right, so these are our Typhon comparisons here.
I mean, I think I prefer the original one.
Okay, so what's weird about this is just, how did you get to that new one from the old one? Are they supposed to be similar, or is it just like whatever reimagining?
I have no idea. I don't know, like, the nature of... all I know is that chocobos always show up, but, like, as for anything else that's connected in these games, I have no idea.
Yeah, I know, like, Thunder, Thundara, Thundaga, those kinds of spells. Phoenix Downs, things of that nature. A lot of recurring items and spells and things. It's almost like they're trying to get it right. They're constantly trying to make the game, but get it right this time. But they're very different. But at the same time, they share a lot of the same elements. Like I said, spells, items, crystals, enemies, like cockatrices and things of that nature. But it seems like...
I'm not a big fan of either, but I'd probably lean towards the first one.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm not particularly invested in either, but
second one's a bit like, I don't know, it just kind of looks a bit edgy. Whereas
bit
the first
generic
one's like,
edgy,
hey,
yeah.
look at me. Yeah.
This one I find a little interesting because of that. Like, there's like a mechanical element to it somewhat. The top
I'm not
left.
sure.
I'm not entirely sure what that is.
I like his face. He's just like, hey, look at me.
Yeah, I don't know how they got that new version out of him. Definitely
maybe they
creative liberty.
Maybe they just decided to carry the name over. Maybe as
it could be.
There. Man, not chocobos, that's for sure.
I've been really liking Stella Butts. I think everybody has, from what I've heard of the people who are playing it. It's a very enjoyable game, very standard fun. Knows what it's doing.
What do you?
Hmm?
I've been hearing about some controversy with Stellar Blade.
What I've heard is, and this is so
Day one
weird.
patch censorship.
We've got the Hard R Cafe or whatever the fuck, where they changed the hard to crime R or whatever. They were like, so sorry we made this mistake or whatever. When it's just like, what are you doing? Like, who the fuck actually cares about that? That's gotta be an example of, as long as you have enough people complain about a thing, then it'll change, you know? Because seriously, who the fuck gives a shit? Like, why did you change that? But something people noticed was that a couple of costumes that show cleavage have, like, got extra bits on them to cover things up, which I find bizarre. You can get her close enough to naked at default. Some of these costumes you can't even access until you get to a certain part in the game that they've, like, covered up bits of, but you can always just be naked. What is the point in adding bits to cover her up on certain costumes if you've always got an option for naked anyway? Shouldn't they be censoring that or whatever? I don't understand
Well,
it.
one of my, why would you, you're marketing something using this idea, this imagery, and then after your game releases, you add in a patch that covers up a lot of stuff that you've been using to, like, market the game. I'm like, oh, that's a really shitty thing to do. That's very underhanded. I don't give a shit about Stellar Blade, but that's like a very underhanded thing to do.
Yeah, I don't know
you advertise a
the
thing
full
and then you patch it
context.
after it's out.
Like, I don't want to speculate because I haven't read enough about this, but I saw people mentioning something about, like, there's very much a difference between the dev company and Sony, and like there's some shenanigans going on here apparently. But obviously, I just recommend people look into it if they want to know, because I don't know much about this. All I saw was posts comparing the before and after patches with some of the costumes, and like I said, I was just baffled that there's some person that was like, I want to cover her up a little bit. It's like, you can just be naked. Are you going to put any effort into covering up that? Which, by the way, I am completely fucking against. I hate that shit. Let Melina be close to naked in Mortal Kombat, alright? But I'm totally fine with you doing it with the guys as well if you want. It's totally fine. Remember that? Was that Mortal Kombat 9? Was the last time that happened for you?
I think, because I remember it was something that people were fighting about with Mortal Kombat 11. I think it was like every single male character had like a shirtless skin.
Well,
apparently they also toned down a lot of the blood effects as well, so there's less gore and it sticks to the character less as well.
Huh.
In Mortal Kombat?
No, in Stellar Blade.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, like, Mortal Kombat, I don't think that's the case. I think it still pretty much matters. I mean, if anything, it's just because of the graphics has gotten more and more and more crazy.
Gore censorship? What the hell's going on?
Because apparently people are saying that if you have a physical copy of it and you're not connected to the internet, you still have the version on the disc, the unpatched, the uncensored version. The
Maybe there's like
unchanged
performance
original.
reasons though for that. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's
Maybe for the blood stuff, maybe, but if that feels like it would be an option that you choose instead of like we're
Yeah.
just flat out removing the gore, like attaching to models and stuff, because that's like that's a aesthetic. That's an element of the game that's an aesthetic, decision.
Yeah, sure.
Strange. Hopefully, as time goes on, we get full transparency of what the fuck is going on here.
Because if I boot up Helldivers 2 one day and I realize all the blood and bug guts and everything that gets on my character, if that just doesn't happen anymore, and they said, well, we patched it out, then I'd be pretty upset, because that's a fun little thing in the game to have come out of a mission and be just covered in green bug guts, and blood.
Yeah. Absolutely. Where are we here? Hello there, critters. No one feeling crispy, I hope. Saw Boys Kills World yesterday. It was a rat. Action was John Wick Post 2 goofy, but the ending was neat. H. John
Hey.
Benjamin was in it. Boy
Oh,
Kills
Archer.
World. Well,
Archer.
I've heard about that movie, but I've not heard much. I'll have to see what happens in
I
terms
don't
of
think
whether or
about
not I'll
anything really.
check it out. But yeah, all right, fair enough. Oh yeah, so the next one says Poor Knuckles, which relates to he's got a TV show, correct?
I think it just came out. Yeah.
And I
Good
saw
old
one thing said about it, shared, I think on the Discord, it was like a tweet, someone said, this is, as a Sonic fan, I can confirm this is the worst Sonic content to ever come out. I was like, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Remember, that's saying a lot.
Jeez.
So,
But hey, at least you got Sonic 3 to look forward to with Keanu Reeves' Shadow the Hedgehog. That's going to be pretty fun.
I mean, yeah, I hope it's fun. I don't know why, but I really love the idea of Hayden Christensen doing it. I think I would have been
Yeah, I do
disappointed
too.
because what I want isn't Hayden Christensen, it's Hayden Christensen's Anakin. That's what I want as the voice
Yeah,
of,
pretty much.
yeah.
And I want Shadow to have like a gun. So I want him to have guns. I want him to fight Sonic with a shotgun or something.
He needs
Hell
to have
yes.
submachine guns.
I really do. I really hope that they fight and he has guns, but he might not.
Yeah, and you
because
just want you want Sonic to give like a really impassioned
katana,
speech
yeah.
about how together they can defeat anything and that he needs to join him.
Shadow just shoots his hand off.
No, I was gonna go the direction of like he's like, together you and I we could defeat anything, and then he just says liar. It'd be like, oh, that'd be perfect.
Now I'm just imagining like just Shadow the Hedgehog taxi driver, just him in the taxi driving around talking about the Green Hill Zone. It's gone downhill. Like I don't recognize this place anymore.
I wouldn't rule it out. Maybe we'll get it someday. Some R-rated adaptations for Sonic could work.
I feel like Shadow the Hedgehog was as edgy as it was ever gonna get, which was just him with a gun. Like it's so edgy, but like
fun.
lame edgy. I love it.
I mean, the first time I ever saw Shadow was a friend showing me Shadow the Hedgehog the game's opening cutscene, and I remember having my world rocked in terms of just they made the silly little cartoon hedgehog all black and red driving a motorbike with a machine gun. You are fucking kidding. And the friend was confused. He was like, this is awesome. And I was like,
Well, yeah, and bear in mind, Mola, that Shadow the Hedgehog was not like a spin-off in the like it was like a full mainline release for the Sonic the Hedgehog series. That was like Sonic Team. There was a lot of resources for that. That was a big ol'. It has multiple endings, man. Like it's got branching storylines. It's got so many levels. It's a really big game about Shadow the Hedgehog.
well, I hope they loved it. All of the Sonic fans. Rag, speak faster. You're so close to Movie Bob level.
What? No.
Because you got like
No, no, I'm.
Yeah, the
don't.
quality of his microphone, you know?
Oh, I thought they were talking about the speed that.
No, so they're
told
saying
me
that
to
if you
speak
now
faster.
Yeah, you're missing the speed element. If you get that and you got the quality, you'd have to do an impression of him as well, but then you'd be him, and you don't want to be him, so.
I gotcha.
Ooh, this prompts a good conversation, actually. The Simpsons apparently killed a silent background character who's been there since season 1. Do you think people are acting upset about it or being sincere? Oh, okay, well, finally, there'll be more to say on that in a second, but like to answer that question, I don't know, I guess. I can speak for myself, Fringy, and others I'm aware of who loved original Simpsons. It's sort of like a nothing burger to tell me that they killed Larry the Barfly. Like, okay. I think...
Alright, okay, sure, alright, what does that mean?
Yeah, like so take for example, they say the newest episode Homer dies, I would tune in immediately. I'd be like, because this could mean that they're stopping Simpsons, right? And that's how they want to end it. And it would matter to me a lot how the closing chapter of a show like that would go. If the newest episode Chief Wiggum died, I'd be like, yeah, I think I'll check that out. I'm curious what they're doing with that. But when they kill a background character that barely has
I
any
thought we were
lines.
going to go on the gradient even more because I feel like, you know, Chief Wiggum occupies the category of like Krusty, Mo,
Yeah.
like Skinner in terms of being a major like recurring character. Next down the line feels like Disco Stew, you know, like a character who has lines every now
Yeah.
and then, or like, you know, or Gil, something like a character like that. I feel like Larry's even lower than that. He's
Oh
he's
no,
like,
yeah, I'd be inclined to agree with
yeah.
that. I was just creating like 3 tiers sort of thing, but
Yeah.
not something I necessarily care about. Though, coincidentally, I saw, I think it was either 2 or 3 different tweets praising the hell out of the episode. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to go check this out because, well, I want to see it. Maybe they actually did something interesting with this. The tweet specifically was talking about how much meaning it comes from the episode, from how he dies, how it affects everyone around him, and they explore the concept of people around you who die, who you find out have a really interesting life that you never found out about because you just don't care about them. Which to me is quite an interesting thing to, I don't know, go into, right? Like, it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's definitely something that everyone probably experiences if they have a decently long life. They probably had someone come in or out of their life, or is in it for a while that they just don't really know, and that there's a really interesting life behind it. So I was like, yeah, I'll check it out. And myself and Fringy watched it. How far did we get? Was it 6 minutes?
I think it was about 5-6 minutes before we stopped and decided to watch our Last Exit to Springfield instead.
We quit. We didn't like almost every aspect of what is an episode of television animated, you know, cartoon comedy.
It is surreal to watch modern Simpsons. Like, it's so weird hearing all of the voices sound noticeably older across the board. It's really weird to notice how much less energy the animation has.
Yeah.
Compared to the earlier seasons. It's really
A lot of
crazy, like the nature
strange
of the
mistakes in
timing
the
and how
animation.
long the jokes are.
And
Yeah.
noticing their choices for how they portray certain imagery was like, why are they doing it like that? And it's like, you wonder how
Why
much
did
of
it
it.
frame like that? Why did it play out at that speed rather than faster or slower?
Something we noticed, which you can go and check yourselves, not that you should, is that for some reason, Mo specifically, his dialogue, it sounds like Hank Azaria was in like a room that was echoing compared to everyone else.
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah,
very
like
stuck out to me that I was listening to all the characters. He was just noticeably, his audio was fucked. Only slightly, like nothing that would destroy anything if it was a good episode, but it was definitely something I was like, what the fuck? How'd they screw that?
Yeah, and it's because sometimes you hear echo, but it's usually when Dan Castellaneta is screaming, like
Yeah.
on top of his lungs. You can hear the echo of the room that he's in. But this was just like normal dialogue that sounded of lower quality. It was it's just really weird because like obviously it's the same for you, Mauler, but in my mind, The Simpsons exists in a very specific place and like encompasses a very specific set of seasons and episodes and like a style of comedy and storytelling that when watching like a new Simpsons episode is just bizarre. It's really strange.
That we were uniquely unimpressed by the comedy. The jokes were incredibly boring, incredibly predictable, and oftentimes like they'll even have setups where like, oh, that could work, and then oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's what they did with that.
Just screwed it up. It's you compare again when you watch Golden Age Simpsons and like a joke every 10 seconds that's really funny compared to similar a ratio of attempts at telling jokes but just none of them landing at all. It's and in terms of the idea of like exploring the concept of a side character who's been there since the beginning dying, I mean, I felt like it was pretty vacuous.
Yeah.
Like, you know, 6 minutes we watched anyway.
Some people suggested more and more they'll be recording them from home now, and trying to clean it up in post. To be honest with you, I would be surprised if Hank Azaria would be doing it at home as opposed to in a booth. I could understand it for like Marge's actress or anyone who's of an age where I'm actually worried about them, like just from listening to their voices. But like, I assume he would have done it in booth, and it was only Mo. Like, it was just Mo, not even other characters that he voices, or at least from what I remember in the episode. I can't remember how many characters were even in the first 6 minutes, but
I don't think we heard any other voices that he did.
It would have been curious to compare.
Well, because yeah, I think it was only Mo that we saw that he voiced, because everybody else it was like Harry Shearer or Dan Castellaneta or you know like the rest of the family.
By the way, not to rule out the fact that he probably does have a recording booth at home. That he probably does. He's But yeah, I don't know. Either way, we got to 6 minutes. We couldn't take any more, and we quit. And then we watched. We decided we had a list of classic episodes. We chose one, watched that, and it was just glorious. It was blissful.
It's just the dentist. Why must you turn my office into a house of lies?
So many good fucking jokes, man. So quickly.
The big book of British smiles.
Wonderful
And, I mean,
binding narrative.
You think about the nature of the references as well, because like when Burns and Smithers go to turn off the power to Springfield, like the Get Smart reference of them going through all these doors,
Yeah.
and then it just leads to just this random building outside of the plant with an open shitty door that chews the dog away, slams it shut, and then the Grinch reference as well. It's
Batman
so good.
89 as well.
That's right. Yeah,
Lots
it's
of
like,
stuff.
and it's funny because a thought that you had was you know, you watch these references and they're really like great in and of themselves, but as a kid, you know, you haven't seen any of these films, and then you watch the film and then it's like, oh, that's where that came from. Like, there's so many times where it's like, oh, I saw it in The Simpsons first, and then I find out later what the context was. But they're just really strong references that work in the scene, in isolation.
A fucking joke, man. The goons. Hired goons. Like, hired goons. And then later Mr. Burns says hired goons, and then it cuts back to him and goes, hired goons. Like exactly the same way.
You know what? You're right. First thing in the morning, I'm gonna go punch Lenny in the back of the head.
Because he's like drinking coffee or whatever. It's so fucking funny.
Dental plan. Lisa needs braces. Dental plan. Lisa needs braces.
A classic.
So good.
But yeah. As for whether or not people are being
The last one. The last reference. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. Who keeps saying that? It was him. Let's get him, fellas. It's such a good punchline. You got this big, sort of Chad-looking guy sitting there, and this scrawny guy.
Well, they have him. He's like doing like a Mr. Burns level sort of, haha, I got him. Like when he's getting beaten the fuck up.
Tackling and he's beating him up. Yeah.
But so the original question was just, do you think people acting upset about Larry dying are being sincere or not? I could understand anybody being like, you know, they haven't watched Simpsons in forever, and then they find out they've killed a character from it. They're just like being annoyed by it. But I can't say I know for sure. It would be down to the person. Like I said, me and Fringy aren't too concerned about Larry dying. He was curious to check out what they had done, and I wasn't even remotely impressed.
There is an idea there, but I mean, we've seen The Simpsons deal with deaths of characters before in ways that are way more interesting. Bleeding Gums Murphy, Maud.
Yeah,
like there's actually been a surprising number of instances of The Simpsons like dealing with the deaths of characters in ways that felt more meaningful.
Just finished the Knuckles miniseries. Not what I was expecting / wanting. Utterly ridiculous, but I still had fun. Looking forward to Sonic 3. Okay.
Oh boy.
Do you have any interest in checking the Knuckles series out there, Fringy?
I'd be curious to see if it's better than Halo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about, you know, Sonic and stuff, but I'd be curious to watch it and see what's going on with it.
It is in continuity with the films, yeah?
Yes.
All right.
Idris Elba's Knuckles going on his own little adventure before Sonic 3, which I think comes out in December.
Okay. We're in a weird world,
I'm
man.
not like that interested, but I'm kind of curious because I imagine it's got to be better than Halo.
Yeah, nuts
I wonder
though.
if it's better than Fallout.
In a world where every other day, high-budget video game adaptation that has a lot of references that are hyper-accurate to the original source come out, it's just like, what the fuck?
We are firmly in the video game adaptation era. Like, if there was even any doubt, Mario basically has probably now made it to where every single studio is thinking, we should probably get in on that.
Bye-bye superheroes. Get Pointless Hub for the Godzilla arc. On Godzilla arc. I guess that's a YouTuber. Maybe we will. Who knows? People got pissed off on Twitter because there's a joke where an old woman calls Knuckles Jewish. What?
Okay.
Now we gotta see this show. What the fuck?
Yeah, now I got to know. It's true. We have to see it. Is it true?
Hello, Rags, Fringy, and Mauler. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm watching all of EFAP in order. I'm going to wait to watch this one until I'm caught up. Lovely content. Well,
Oh my
hope you
gosh,
have
that will
fun.
take you forever.
And whenever you finally arrive to this episode, hello! Welcome to... It's not going to be the present.
Hello again.
At that point.
You made it.
You've made it
You
this
made it
far.
to here,
Keep
but
going.
you still have more to go.
Yes.
You'll have many more to go. This is like a little checkpoint.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the Roland Godzilla, apparently the director of Minus Zero said he thought that Roland's Godzilla is a pretty good kaiju movie in its own. The problem was that it was called Godzilla. Interesting. I genuinely am going to look forward to us watching that again, just to go at it from the lens of Godzilla and then the lens of just big monster movie.
And also whether or not it's better than all these new ones that they've been making. Obviously,
yeah.
not talking about Godzilla minus one. I'm talking about like Godzilla versus Kong and all that shit. It might be better.
Yeah, interesting. Hello, my fleems. Do you think someone truly exceptional will get audiences back, or is cinema kill? Also kick the tour rags. Oof. No. But as for so this, I guess they're saying get audiences back for
like movies.
I think so.
I think that there will never be a time when people aren't interested in movies or TV shows or video games or like any of the sort of big types of media that can exist. It's just a matter of like whether the interest sort of, you know, who it like leans towards. So I don't know that it's, you know what I mean? Like I'm not sure if it's a matter of some individual creator getting people back. It's like they're not gonna go anywhere necessarily. It's just that they'll be paying attention to other types of media. Maybe they'll show more of an interest to TV shows and video games for a time, or different kinds of films.
Yeah, I will say, I think I said this on with the quartering, but I was talking about how it feels as though, and it's not a crazy thing, that we have definitively moved away from an era where theaters had more engagement, and that they permanently now have a cap on them that's a little lower than what it used to be. Like I don't think they'll ever be able to reclaim their peak. It's just so difficult in the day and age we're in with all the options that are available. And there are conversations that are had that I do sometimes feel a little alien in, but like in both directions. It's gonna be weird to explain, but when I hear people say like fucking theaters surrounded by people that talk or have mobiles or eating food, and like I'm on a seat that's awkwardly placed, or the fucking film doesn't play for like 10 years because they got so many ads, it's like, yeah, fuck it, I'd rather stay at home. I'm sitting there like, damn. Like that's how much they fucked it up, that people like associate the whole experience as nothing but annoying. And,
yeah, that's no good. That's a difficult thing to overcome.
Because on the other hand, of course, I understand that, but like, you know, the perfect theater experience can be fucking amazing with the right movie.
It can, yes. But you know, without it, it can be grim sometimes.
Yeah. Same complaints as the 2000s. I think the difference is, though, the sort of advent of streaming being so widespread, and which, by the way, that was pushed heavily by all major sort of filmmaking companies, right? Like they all wanted to.
The studios have done it, and now it's kind of like presents a problem because these services are expensive to sort of keep going, but they don't make money as easily or in as great quantities as just releasing films that are successful at the box office.
Imagine we entered an era where at the end of every TV show episode or movie on Disney Plus, the director, writer, or rather just some representative from Disney comes on screen and says, if you'd like to see more content, please subscribe to our Patreon. You're like, what it's like a Disney Patreon that you can join.
That'd be pretty funny, yeah.
And they have like tiers of unlocks. Like, you want to see Shogun Season 2? Well, we gotta reach 10,000 per month or whatever.
And then, like, partway through Avengers, you know, Captain America turns around and says, you know, sometimes I struggle with the responsibilities I bear. That's why I use BetterHelp.
Oh, no.
BetterHelp. You know, being a superhero, it's a tough job. And sometimes when I come home, I just need someone to talk to. That's why I use BetterHelp.
You know, Thanos is about to win. He's trying to call on Mjolnir, and then it pauses and it says, donate now, and if we reach a certain goal, Cap will be able to pull in Mjolnir. It's like...
I don't know why, but I'm thinking of now I'm just, I don't, it's totally unrelated. Do you remember the joke in, it was like a subliminal messaging joke in Family Guy, where it was just a guy who kept interjecting, just saying smoke, you know? Like, do you remember this joke?
That's
It was about
weirdly
smoke.
triggering a memory, but I got nothing really to reference.
Where it was like a, you know, like a 1950s like whimsical story, and it's got like the mum and the kid and having a chat about I can't remember what it was, and then he would just interject. He's just like, "Smoke? Are you smoking yet?" But now I'm just thinking about superliminal messaging. Hey, you joined the Navy.
Sorry, I was actually just like trying to visualize the jokes. It's like I've got fragments of memory of it. It's crazy. It feels weird. I almost know what you're talking
the only
about, but I
fragments I
simultaneously
have
don't.
It's just kind of a chubby guy just saying smoke, smoke, and
Yeah,
then like the
that
dog
I
walks in
remember
and
for
he's
some
like,
reason.
What's that, boy? Are you smoking yet?" It's a good joke. Old Family Guy was funny.
Oh yeah. A YouTuber talked about that slug story, so horrific. Yeah, there was a big old text block on Twitter about it with an image of him in hospital, and I was just like, Jesus, like it's so unfair that something like that could happen with such a seemingly harmless sort of just interaction. Obviously, don't eat slugs. That's an easy recommendation.
I don't
But
know
he,
why, but like
Yeah,
that
don't
story,
do that.
I don't know. It reminds me of like the Nutty Putty cave thing, you know, where it's just like, damn, you know, like
Yeah.
you just. I remember when I first saw a picture for that, where it was just a picture of the guy like upside down in this impossible position, and it's just like you see that picture, and you're just like bombarded with, wow, damn, geez, like it's just yeah, these like crazy scenario. That slug one is like, that's insane. That one's
Yeah.
crazy.
Morley, where's are you at least? Jesus, where's? I don't know if you meant to say were you at least or are you at least? Wait, seriously, we missed Jay being kicked. Also, Chad Wings of Redemption played New Vegas, but Mola none, y'all. I'll get around to New Vegas probably at some point. Everyone recommends it.
I think I want to at this point now a lot more because of the Fallout show. I'm just like, everybody says New Vegas is really good. I probably enjoy that more.
But I already
Yeah,
mentioned
it's
that.
definitely gonna be a bit dated in terms of the gameplay itself, but it's serviceable. It works. But really, yeah, there's a lot of really cool writing in there. A lot of neat quests. A lot of cool places. It's just a really fun, like adventure-y, survival-y, RPG kind of shooter with many interesting
I guess
endings.
I'm just more interested in like, yeah, what the story and the characters and stuff look like, and the nature of the quest, because that's the thing that I just hear consistent compared to you know, the criticism of like Fallout 3 of the nature of the dialogue and the story versus, you know, New Vegas.
And as for Jay's not like gone, but not currently releasing videos, I think. You said you weren't gonna EFAP Fallout. Liar! Muller can't keep getting away with it. We didn't do like a full breakdown. We just had a chat about it, you know?
Yeah.
So, from a certain point of view, also Fringy, someone I watched recently went to Australia and found their fried chicken still had feathers attached, which their native friend said was normal. Can you confirm, or were they being gaslit?
Fried chicken. I really like KFC. I have never in my entire life like ever had KFC where there was feathers in it.
It probably wouldn't be KFC.
That's not how
gotta
it's
be-
supposed to be.
Well, because
gotta be
KFC is
I've
like
never
a
heard of
brand
this.
where they probably don't do that. Is there anything in any parts of Australia where maybe they let feathers stay on, or is that some bullshit?
No, I've never heard that ever. I've never heard that before. That's
All right.
I'm not sure. Maybe they did. Like maybe I don't know, or maybe there's something I'm unfamiliar with in terms of like a practice of having fried chicken with the feathers in it. But that's something that I've never seen, never heard of ever. Something that I've heard is that our KFC is apparently like considerably better than American KFC. Because I know Rags will often say like, "Oh yeah, these things are bad," and it might just be that I'm a pleb when it comes to food. apparently, yeah, like when you just directly compare Australian and American KFC, Australian KFC is just better than the American version.
Where'd you hear that from?
I saw like a video that was, I can't remember what it was from. It was like a video that was just like kind of exhaustively like comparing them. I can't remember. I saw it a while ago. I'd need to rewatch it, but it might have something to do with like the nature of the just regulations, maybe like related to like the way that the food actually has to be created. You know, like standards for sourcing and everything like that.
Fair enough. Ho ho hi doggy fringy thoughts on Scandinavian economics and why they proved that centrism is the way. No boomer capitalism nor cringe socialism.
Wait, what's that?
They want your thoughts on
Sweet.
Scandinavian economics.
I don't know. I'd probably need to like learn more about it before I'd be able to talk about it.
Another useless. Can you believe this, Rags? The one thing you're supposed to know the answers to.
What?
But
I'm just saying, like I don't know that much about Scandinavian economic systems.
very, very well.
Scandinavia is I think literally on the opposite side of the planet to where I am at, so.
Well, that's how it works. Your knowledge of a place is dependent on its location, proximity
Yeah, I
from
suppose
you.
that's probably not the case, because America's pretty far away from here, and I feel like I know more about America than I do about, like, I don't know, one of those islands in the Pacific, you know, Vanuatu.
Yeah.
Got many friends on that island. Many friends. They're wonderful people. We all know, we all got a friend on Vanuatu.
Yeah.
Have you? Oh, right,
Yeah.
because you probably haven't heard of a lot of these, like, island countries that are around in, like, Polynesia and everything.
No.
Then again, I mix them up, because there's Polynesia, Micronesia, and there's a third one, right? There's, like, a third grouping of the islands. I can't remember which one New Zealand's a part of, but I know that they're technically part of one of them. Anyway.
Muller is in the Fallout.
That's gotta be a little rough to be like, where are you from? I'm from Micronesia. Really not Polynesia? That's many Nesias. Like, no, we're just a little one. A little tiny Nesia. That's us.
Muller's in the Fallout verse, which is NCR Mask, Froggy the Geckos, and Rags the Ghoul from the show that looks like speaks Arkansas people. Alright.
Those were words.
Yeah, and we agree with all of them. 2 years ago today, I lost my dog. I want to thank this show for helping me through it. It's helped me get through high school and now in the Air Force. Well,
I'm sorry to hear about your dog, but I'm glad that you're doing better.
Yeah, and we always it's always good to hear we can help anybody through anything. We are very much. It's a weird way to describe a show, but I do tend to go toward it these days. I'd like to describe EFAP sort of as escapist.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You can get out of the humdrum flim flam of both your average day in the world, but also the weirdness of the internet. Sort of. You can get a lot
like
of,
to kind of there's something that you can expect on EFAP, and it's a very kind of like focused engagement with stories and just that.
Or a silly back and forth between us, pretty much.
That's right, or memes.
Yeah. And hey, you're in the Air Force. That
and
sounds
good luck
cool.
in the Air Force and all that, yeah.
Hey guys, I think you need to clear up the difference between objectively good and I liked it so it's good. There are some weird threads going on Mauler with weird tourists concerning Fallout. I mean, the more a quicker way to explain it to anybody who's like completely out of context. Surely they even most people do seem to draw a line between the difference of something they consider to be fun or good or exciting or engaging in an emotional sense versus good in they want to talk about it from a craft point of view, be it any particular form of filmmaking that relates to the thing itself. I say filmmaking, this applies to all craft. As for clearing up the difference, like the thing about that subreddit is that it's very disconnected. I feel like the Discord is even somewhat disconnected. I'm only in like one or two of the main channels, sort of trying to interact here and there, but like, and that's a Discord that I made. So the subreddit is something I try to keep an eye on here and there, but like it's something weird has happened over there. Like I don't know how Reddit works, but like it's been recommended to so many people as a subreddit that there are people on there now who post and then someone else will be like, why are you asking this question when, you know, they cover it all the time, like about EFAP, and then they'll be like, what's EFAP? And it's like, what? And then they'll be like, this the show Mauler does like every week with Rags and Fringy, and then they'll be like, wait, who's Mauler? And it's like, it's the Mauler. What? And it's like, yeah, there's loads of people on the subreddit who like aren't anything to, and there was a post at some point that someone linked on the Discord where people were talking about how they like the subreddit to talk about media, but they don't like me and they don't like EFAP. It's like, okay, you know, and there's no, like, I've got zero influence or control over that subreddit in any way, shape, or form. Like, I don't have any power there. I comment every once in a while, and I made a post semi-recently about the just the nature of videos if people are interested in us covering it. But it was really weird. It's surreal almost. I don't know how Reddit works, but I never would have thought a subreddit named Mauler that posts all of my stuff and EFAP stuff, and to an extent, anything any of us are involved with in any streams, is like got many people in there who have no idea who we even are. It's like I said, surreal.
Makes you wonder what they think the name of the subreddit is supposed to refer to.
There's posts about that. They'll be like, why is it called Mauler? It's like, why were you here?
How did you discover us? It's these guys I keep hearing their voices in this podcast. What's going on?
Very strange. So in any case, being like you need to clear it up for them is like, I mean, if they're not even watching our show, then what's the point, right? Like, they don't give a shit at all. It's like, okay, we've got plenty of episodes talking about all the different ways we try to cover all different mediums and you know, sequels, prequels, adaptations, continuity. Like I said, this is with Fallout, it's kind of a new thing. We've never actually had to go over how something like that would work. Like, I think between the three of us, we don't even have anywhere near enough familiarity with Fallout 1 and 2, which this game, this show definitely references a lot of, and there's a big fight going on in the Fallout community about how much it fucks those up. So,
I've never played 1 and 2, and I know basically nothing about them. So
yeah, which is not
couldn't tell you.
It's not being contextualized this way, but it really is similar to being like, man, I love that you know, that TFA, and then people are like, have you even fucking watched the OT? And they're like, no. Damn, like that's how crazy it is in a way. Like, so yeah, I don't know.
I guess time segments things in these unusual ways, because you know, Fallout 1 and 2, or it's going way back now.
Well, and of course,
and even we're getting to the point where a lot of people haven't played, you know, Fallout 3 or New Vegas.
The nature of time and the nature of mediums. The fact is, if you're interested in watching TFA, there's probably a very strong chance you're not only interested in seeing the OT, but that you've probably seen it already. However, you're interested in watching the Fallout TV show, I don't think there's much of an overlap at all with that and people who have played thoroughly Fallout 1 and 2. That's like, what even is the crossover there? I don't know. And that's just how that works.
I was in a conversation with some people the other night, some friends of mine and stuff, and we were talking about some show or whatever, and someone had, you know, said, you know, I got spoilers for a thing that came out 15 or so years ago, but it was a good thing. And so I said, well, actually, you know, maybe don't spoil it. Even if it was 15 or so years ago or 20 years ago, we're getting to the point where, like, we have different generations growing up with different media. So there's so much content out there and there's so much good stuff that you can't rely on a thing being old as like a shield for, well, it's been a long time, you should have seen it. There's just so much stuff to watch, and different generations and age groups kind of grow up with different stuff. Like we were talking about Game Boy Advances and N-Gauges, and that's just not going to be something that a lot of people in our audience grew up with because they're just younger than we are.
Yeah.
And you know, to the people who are older than us, things that they might consider, you know, classics that they grew up with are just going to be unknown or virtually unknown to future generations. It's like these are, you know, these are just the potentials of how media sort of churns through different, you know, age cycles.
Well, if I can make a clarification, because some people are like, fuck that, you can spoil things. It's like, well, wait. It depends on the context. If we're talking about something and you're like, oh, I know of a killer point. Say, for example, I want to be able to prove in the middle of a conversation that it can work, that a government could choose to launch a nuke on itself, or at least it's friendly soil. And then I'm like, everyone intuitively is like, that's insane, that would never work, what the fuck are you talking about? And I think to myself, like, oh, if only I could reference this happening in a thing that I know many people think is really good. So then we could at least move the conversation forward to understanding what people would draw a line at in terms of it being good or being bad as a writing decision. But at the same time, I'm like, oh, but that's a final payoff in that movie, so I almost don't want to reference it to spoil something or whatever. It's like, at that point, it's like, can you reference it without spoiling anything? And then it's like, okay, I'm gonna maybe give clues, or and it's like, ah, fuck it, I really can't. I need to be more specific. This film came out, in 2010 or something, so I feel like it should be fine. And then you say it, and then there's one person in the call who's like, oh man, I was planning on watching that at some point. It's just like, oh, yeah, okay, but I mean, we're trying to have a conversation here about media, and and you can start talking about how popular this thing is, or, people who are like, don't talk about the fucking thing of this, because I'm gonna play it. And then like 5 years later, they tell you the exact same thing. It's like, fucking play it. Good God. Like, you can't keep saying this.
There is also the element. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I have like all kinds of feelings about all this all over the place. If someone spoils stuff, like, and they like enjoy it, they're like, fuck you for even wanting to not have things spoiled. Haha, I'm gonna spoil everything for you. It's just like, you don't need to do that, man. Like, if you want to make a point about how spoilers should not ruin a story because it's always about the journey, I would just be like, yeah, okay, but it's nice to be surprised. That's what people enjoy. And
Yeah, it's nice to it's nice to discover the destination, naturally.
Sure, yeah.
Way that it was created, which is that you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, these shows were created with with that in mind, and there is also an element as well of, if it's something that I really like and something I admire and something that I enjoy, I want other people to be able to enjoy that story without it being spoiled, just like I did, because I think about the way it made me feel and the enjoyment that I got from it. And I wouldn't want to take that away from someone potentially by ruining what could be a really cool reveal or an excellent twist, or a really cool, sort of resolution, or some step along the way that I thought at the time, wow, it's really amazing.
I think it would be silly to assume it wouldn't make any difference, as opposed to it might, and therefore, just to be safe, if you can, avoid spoiling it. Simple as that. Because
yeah, if you can.
I think that when someone's watching a story unfold and there's a potential mystery as to, what character did a thing, and if you don't know, there's a bonus level of intrigue that might actually foster a bit more engagement, and a surprise that might foster more positive feelings. If those two things are removed, it might be that they still appreciate the story. They go, I already know who did it, but it's nice to see like how it all comes together. It's a fundamentally different experience, and I think that it's worthwhile to allow the person a chance to have the the not knowing, and then they can always do the knowing because they just rewatch it. But at the same time, I still get, when someone says like, "Don't spoil what happens in Empire Strikes Back." It's like, really? Damn. Okay.
Yeah. This isn't Homer just walking right out of the film as it just started. Right, it's been 40 years.
Well, and that's the thing. They're like, I've been busy, and you're like, I just don't understand.
Well, I think in that case, it's a matter of just like, you gotta understand though, like at some point, you're not seeing it doesn't get to supersede people wanting to be able to freely talk about it.
Well, and that's the funny thing, I guess. If it came up, someone said, "What's your favorite twist of all time?" You can say Empire. And if they said, "Fuck, why'd you say that? Now I know there's a twist in it." You're like, "Oh, shut the fuck up! I can say that." Like, I'm not. You can't stop me from that. I even went as far as not even naming the twist for you. Okay, it's just because I get it. If a brand
sometimes a good twist means that there's just no way you'd know it. Like if I said, "Oh, I can't believe that incredible twist in The Departed," or whatever, it's like no one's gonna know what you're talking about if they haven't seen it. They don't.
But someone
know.
has actually referenced a very difficult to answer question, which is, and we've got a really good example right now. The full story for House of the Dragon has been available for a while, but the show adaptation is only just coming out. And so that's like got both style of spoiler sort of applied to it. It's like, well, the truth of its plotline and what happens to every character is like it's already out there, which is going to make it strange for people who haven't read about it that are only watching the show and want to speculate, especially if they have friends who've read the books. This happened with Game of Thrones. And it's like,
Yeah, that's why like I would prefer to know nothing.
well, it's the
I
same.
would
I
prefer to
don't.
not
I've told
be,
Gary I don't want to know anything anymore in any way, shape, or form. So like it's because I don't know what's going to happen. I've heard things here and there that I don't know, the full context of, or even if I've heard it correctly. What's funny is I've sometimes watched Buffy with people who are like, I already know that blah 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 does blah blah blah, and it's just not true. And it's like, okay, like if you think that's what happens, yeah, sure. But a lot of the time they actually know a thing that's going to happen as well. In any case, it's all a very context thing. I feel like it's very easy to answer at the time. It depends who you're dealing with, what particular thing. I can ask Gary, can you please not speculate on where they're going to take the show based on what you know about the books while I'm in a call? And if he sometimes does, I feel like I'd be able to easily be like, oh, well, he was passionately talking about a thing. But at the same time, I feel like he would absolutely oblige because it would be my preference. Simple as that.
Also, I think I think going into a conversation or starting one by saying, spoilers for such and such, just letting you know. I mean, spoiler warning as a phrase is, derived from that fairly common thing of letting people know that you're about to spoil something, and you're letting others know time to bail for a bit because we're going to be talking about spoilers for something. So that
I
will probably
suppose
please everybody, honestly.
there is a funny element too of like, I thought Fallout was terrible, but I did give a spoiler warning earlier because it's like there's plenty of people who thoroughly enjoying it. However, I would probably not offer that courtesy to Rebel Moon, and I don't think we did. I don't think we said like spoiler warning. It's just like, and you'd be like, so what's the deal there? It's like I just do not.
There was a point to which there was nothing to be spoiled. Like it is sufficiently of low quality that it's just I don't care.
Well, so if I found out it was doing incredibly well and people loved it, and it was the movie we saw, I guess I might then say spoilers.
Well, but when everybody is agreed it's a clown movie, then who cares? Like,
yeah,
whatever.
like
we all know what this is,
I have.
Yeah,
that
like,
might be the movie I respect the least. There's going to be a handful of them, but that's one of the ones I respect the least in the world.
No, I think I feel the same way, and part of it is the meta of its existence. It's like kind of offensive.
It's like, put a spoiler warning. It's like, I don't respect you. I don't feel the need.
Bureaucrat, Morty. I don't respect him.
The episode was such a solid beginning.
Watch a Rick and Morty Bushland Adventure. I was actually doing the Bushworld Adventures one.
Oh, okay.
Well,
he
yeah,
says that in that?
he does that. Yeah, that's right. And they're at the petrol station, and then Rick just shoots the guy there for some reason. And he's like, "Oh my god!" And Rick says, "He was a bureaucrat, Morty. I don't respect him." And then Morty's like, "I don't think that makes sense, Rick." I love that. Hey, Morty, check it out. I did some science to me portal gun, but now it's also a real gun. I got a real gun, Morty. Why are you pointing it at my head, Rick? Morty, shut the fuck up. I'm so tired of you. All you do is whinge and complain. It's really getting on my nerves, Morty. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill myself. We're gonna die. We're gonna die, Morty. Smiling Friends Season 2, give me.
It's coming. We're getting there.
I'm oogly goo for Smiling Friends Season 2, okay?
Yes.
Dude, man, that might be, or it'd be between that and the Renaissance Men probably for my favorite joke in the whole
It's so weird
show.
because I'd almost want to say favorite moment as opposed to joke, because like one of the the conversation they have at the beginning of the Christmas episode versus the conversation they have in the Brazil episode. It's like two of my favorite fucking things, and it's like, why? Because it's so real. It's how people
I think
talk.
my favorite part in the Brazil episode was the part where they're on the phone with Mr. Boss and Pim's like, and we kind of screwed up, or at least I did, and then everybody looks at him like Alan, Charlie.
Mr. Boss
and Glenn,
is fucking
just all
classic
looking.
in that episode because of the fact that he sounds exactly like a friend or family member who's on the other end of the phone who can't help you. They're like,
But
yeah.
what's
so...
funny about it is, Mr. Boss is like the most insane character in the main cast. So having him be so normal is in and of itself funny.
He's like, because they basically he goes through the options with them that they've already done, and then he's like, oh well,
you picked the worst time to go. You picked the worst time to go.
That's what I mean about so real. Like we've all been there in an awkward situation.
the
We ask
part
someone
where
for help. They do all the same things we already did. And then it's just like, well, that's that.
having the argument, and then the guy's like, are you a tourist? Are you a tourist? And then Charlie's just like sort of stunned into silence. Are you a tourist? Yeah, we're in the middle of something right now. And then he's just reaching into his pocket, and then suddenly, do you have any cash? Any cash? Charlie flinching. I think what I like is that Charlie, he can't decide whether to say no or I don't even want to answer your question. Like, I'm not going to give you a response. Well,
Wait.
anyway, you have a very good time in Brazil, my friend. Oh, yeah. Now I know what you think about. One more thing. Whatever you do, don't go beyond the rickety bridge. But why? Because you get lost, and then just shuffles awkwardly past him back into the office. A joke that I really like of Mr. Boss that I feel like I don't see get referenced as much was just it was in Frowning Friends when they show up and him and Charlie want to ask him for help, and he's just playing Dance Dance Revolution in his office. And I think it's animated totally accurately as well. Like the way that his feet are moving is directly corresponding with what's showing up on screen, including when he makes mistakes.
I love the episode
really
where Shrimp
funny.
Jennifer has a strong southern accent throughout the entire episode, but it drops as soon as she meets Shrimp. There's so many random cursed details about the entire way they make that show. It's fucking awesome.
It's well, remember, I think we talked about it in episode in the season 2 episode 1 when Pim and Charlie are walking down the street. Some of the creatures that are just running around in the background that you only know that you're probably not even going to notice because you're paying attention to those two.
When they're gonna meet Shrimp, and there's just a guy getting his head fucking crushed in by someone stamping on it, and they walk past it awkwardly, just like, okay, like that's just something that's happening, I guess.
That preview for the new episode as well, a joke that I found really funny. I feel like it was when Pim says, oh well, you never know, Ross Perot won an election, the election in 1996 in an upset. And then Alan's like, oh, you're so right, Pim. I forgot about that factoid while doing like a weird head bomb where you kind of, it's like, are you like being snarky or are you being sincere? I can't tell. It's really funny. Oh, season 2, gimme.
Gimme. Is Are Fish Animals the new How Would You Feel If You Didn't Have Breakfast? Also, hi, Rags.
Hello. It gives me those vibes. If like I think it's the thought process that's a prerequisite to not thinking that fish are animals, because that's not the only thing wrong with you at that point. And we saw it come through. The sharks and fish and aquariums don't exist. It's like if someone's a flat earther, if they think the Earth is flat, that's not the only crazy thing they think. It means that they also believe a lot of other crazy stuff, and they're into other crazy conspiracies.
There's more beneath the surface of fish on animals.
When he says all of that, you're like,
person...
what's his opinions on the platypus? And you have no idea what's going to happen next,
Yeah, the kind of person who would believe that a fish is not an animal, that kind of brain probably thinks some other weird stuff.
You just want to crack it open and find out the secrets. What is your favorite animal besides Rags, of course? Also, hi, Rags.
Oh, hi.
I know that we've been asked this question before, and something that I would throw out is I feel like we would often immediately go to the more obscure animals, but like cats and dogs are pretty great.
Yeah,
I feel like I've been asked this on multiple streams now as well. They're not stock answers, they're genuine, but I know them well now at this point. It's T-Rex is number one, but if it's animals that are currently existing, then it's probably the shark. Just in general, it's a fucking. And it's both. I remember answering this on a open bar, and I just said it's the cool factor. It's what gets me with a lot of animals. It's the just fucking badass factor as well.
I think a lot of my favorite animals, there is a coolness to them, but typically it's not like cool badass stuff that rises to the top of my favorite animals list. It'll be something like there's a lot of just like crows and ravens are really cool. I think they're really neat.
Yes.
I really like rats. I like what would be a good sort of obscure? Like platypuses are really cool. Um, I really like approachable, friendly looking, fun animals. Before I gravitate towards like the super badass ones.
I think I also
Quokkas.
gravitate towards fun, kind of quirky animals before I would gravitate towards like a bear, for instance. Like I really like I like I like the platypus and like I like koalas. Penguins are really cool. I like otters. Like there's a whole bunch
Yeah,
of
otters are
I don't
cool.
like being forced to pick.
Frogs.
I could talk about there's so many animals that I think are really cool. So many birds. Like yeah, crows are really cool and parrots and I like
A lot of birds on the list of favorites, yeah, because they're
yeah, like
smart and they're colorful and they can be goofy.
exactly. Like I like cockatoos. I think they're really cool. But it's like I
Like
said, dogs and cats are really cool as well.
yeah,
You know,
animals that you could imagine having fun and just doing silly, quirky things that are amusing to watch. That makes you wonder if they've got a little bit going on in their heads.
yeah. So but there's no denying like lions, tigers,
Oh
bears,
yeah,
Wolves.
sharks, like the wolves. Yeah, these are really cool animals. But at the same time, it's like foxes are kind of neat. They're
I
like
saw
kind of
one the
neat.
other day.
I saw one a couple of weeks, more than a few weeks ago. At this point, that was a little bit surreal because they're
I
around, but
was
like you don't see them in the
Yeah, you don't
city.
see them much. I was in just in a suburban house, and I was just in the living room facing the front window, and I just see one coming from across the street, crossing over the street itself, past the lawn, and it just scampers on. And then someone in the back of the house said, "Yo, I just saw a fox just run around the backyard." It's like, "Yep, he came from this way." And I was like, I almost had to do a double take because you just don't see them normally just prancing around.
No,
Normally they're very
no.
skittish.
Well, and certainly, like, yeah, like that was quite strange to see one lurking around. It was just like, oh wow, I feel like I've not seen one of you in the wild for like a decade. You just don't see them very often. But I guess what's interesting is the level of familiarity. I wonder how much that like you see possums all the time. Well, I see
Possums are
crows
great.
and like magpies and stuff all the time, and I still like them, like rainbow lorikeets, stuff like that. Like kookaburras are super common, but they're still great every time you see one. It puts a smile on your face.
Yeah,
Koalas
I
are
like possums
fairly
a lot. Yeah.
abundant. Kangaroos. What I've mentioned before is I think I have a heavy bias towards mammals and birds.
Yeah,
Like if
mammals and
we were to
birds
talk
are
about
cool.
cool reptiles, it's like yeah, crocodiles are pretty cool. But like I could go on and on and on about mammals and birds, and like and fish in particular is just like yeah, sharks are cool. Like stingrays are kind of interesting. There's some cool animals in the ocean, but they don't match up to birds and mammals.
I do think that spiders in general are very, they can be really creepy and icky, and as long as they're not on me, there is an element of like, wow, it's really cool that you have this huge variety of spiders that some spin webs and they hang out in webs, and some of them they dig down in the ground and they run around and pounce on things. Some of them jump around, but there's a really cool variety with those as well.
That's
There's
true.
there's a lot of stuff. Oh, I will
I
say a lot of like geckos and lizards are
Yeah,
really neat
geckos are
too.
cool. Geckos are cool. I
Uh,
like
y-
it.
yeah, we get Mediterranean geckos around here. They come out at night. We get like those blue-tailed skinks, and there's fence lizards, and uh, they just kind of scamper around and scurry about, and they're not they can't hurt you in any way, and they're just kind of neat.
So yeah, it's a pretty
I need to
exhaustive
loot. I'll
answer.
be right back.
Mm-hmm. Multimedia medley, more like multimedia cringe. There was some cringe in there, yeah, but like fun cringe. There's such a thing. Who's dumber, Hassan or Mr. Zoo Fishes? That's not fair because we don't know a lot about Mr. Zoo Fishes. He's only got the few takes that we heard. Hassan is an Avengers level threat for stupidity. Okay. You have fish on a farm. That is a quote from Zod Snapped Neck, apparently. Damn.
I'm just imagining the like if it was a comic book that the text box is appearing not from Zod's like face but his neck is just lying there on the ground.
Only EFAP has the strength to spend 14 minutes on a short, but it was such a short. All right.
Yeah, it's a fascinating insight into the mind of a madman.
When is fictional characters quiz show coming? It will definitely happen. You have to keep in mind it took a lot of work to set that one up. If you saw what I had on screen, that's not something I could do in like a heartbeat. Like and I have to. There's no like list I can appeal to that's not gonna annoy everyone. Like there's no list I could pick of top 100
Well, I mean, I
iconic
think so,
characters
right?
that won't annoy everybody.
When it was real people, that fucking annoyed everybody with some of those.
You know, I've talked about how I might look at like 10 of them and then go with what I agree with in terms of all the top picks for all the lists, but then start moving things around according to what I think is true. And again, if I do what I think is true, that's still going to piss everyone off, because they'll be like, you put fucking that above that, and I'll be like, well, I mean, I thought that,
Well,
you
yeah,
know...
especially when you start to go, you know, like if you start to include much older stories in the mix, right? Not just like films that have come out in the last 50, 60 years, but literature from earlier than that.
Yeah,
you know, like
that is...
Quixote or stuff like that.
Lots of complications will come up. And yeah, just fights like, you know, who should be higher, Kratos or Lara Croft, stuff like that. And it's like... I mean... So I'll set it up at some point and we'll do it with a fun cast. It's just that I'll have to throw in Jimmy Carter as well. Like he's gonna just be in there.
Jimmy Carter.
Well, he probably appeared in The Simpsons, right? That makes him eligible.
Yes.
You gotta throw in The Simpsons renditions of George H.W. Bush and Gerald Ford.
Go for most referenced on social media or something. See, again, the problem with a list like that, I feel, is a lot of people are going to stop being, like, annoyed with the answers. Because they'll be like, oh,
well,
I
it'll
guess...
be like rappers,
Well, I
and it'll
surprised if it
be
ended up being
pop
like from
artists.
stuff that we haven't seen, right? Like if you have from like some Netflix show that we've never seen that's
Yeah.
apparently popular, but not in our kind of world of media.
Or there'll be Jimmy Carter answers where you guys will be like, why? And then we figure it's like, oh, I guess because of this loophole that, like, they appear in all this for this reason, that sort of thing. Yeah. Unironically, I'm so happy Rags is back. Hi, Dog, and hi, Green.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Hey there.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully next week I'll be sounding like normal.
Getting all... Oh, well, there won't be an episode next week if everything goes according to plan. That'll be a gap week for EFAP episode. I enjoyed the Fallout show upon first watch, but it is written almost exactly like The Force Awakens, and it's pissing me off the more I think about it. Oof, that's its biggest weakness, is when you think about it.
Is when you think about it, yeah.
The show does not want you to do that. Stop right there. It'll be like, hey, whoa,
The more you
had
think,
fun.
the worse
You
it
had
gets.
fun. The show will point at you with a hand. It'll come out of the screen. It'll say, you had fun. Stop thinking about it.
I didn't even have fun. Like all the combat
No,
and
you didn't
exciting
have
stuff
fun.
was lame. It was just lame. All the stuff it wanted me to have fun with was just so poorly executed that I couldn't enjoy it.
I feel like the sort of... How can I put this? Like episode 2 where the Ghoul and Maximus fight, that fight feels to me like the show's offering you like, this is what we've got, what do you think? And it's just like, that was awful. That was so
shit.
awful.
That's not how
man.
people would fight. That's not how any of this would happen.
It's not
Have
how
you
it
ever
would
played
work
Fallout?
for any reasonable two human beings. Ghoul counts, I guess.
No one acts like a human. And
No, but also just any knowledge of the game, watching Power Armor clownishly like get caught in some wood and a ghoul bully him by like slapping him around. It's just horrible to watch. But again, irrelevant even of the games. I think it's pretty bad. But to be fair, I can't really say that without. It feels weird to say that because it shouldn't be irrelevant of the games, right? That's like the whole point. It's supposed to be like attached to them directly.
Well, yeah, it's not even the case of, you know, something like Halo, where for as much as they'll say, yeah, this exists independent, they rely on you knowing the lore, and then filling in the gaps and stuff like that. In this case, this is just a sequel. It is a sequel. It is in continuity. It cannot be decoupled from what came before.
Fringy, favorite Cuphead DLC boss?
I can't remember the DLC bosses as well as I remember the like main bosses. So
Neither
Yeah,
can I, to be
sorry.
honest. Yeah. I need to.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I'd like to do a playthrough of Cuphead again. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, Cuphead is
Fun game.
dude, that game is so good. Oh, I love it. I love the music. I love the animation. It's such a cool experience and such a cool project that they spent, I think, 7 years making.
Mm-hmm.
Because the madmen decided that they were going to animate it frame by frame at 60 FPS, which is really commendable. Oh my god.
This one's a little bit unfortunate because I'm not going to have a good answer, but hopefully Fringy does, I assume, out of the three of us.
Okay.
Thoughts on all 3 Pixar Cars movies?
Well, I've only seen Cars, so
I've only seen
I can't provide
Cars.
you a
What's
good
funny is
answer.
I've seen all of
yeah.
Cars, Cars 2, and then half of Cars 3. I can't remember why, but I don't remember much about any of them, really.
Well, I know that Cars 3 has the Lightning McQueen like crash that was kind of like
Yeah.
a dramatic moment, but that the film itself, as I understand it, is like much more conventional. The takeaway with something like Cars is Cars is like it's a good movie, which makes it unique in a time when Pixar was making like nothing but great films. It's probably I would need to rewatch it because I think it genuinely I haven't watched it since it like came out. But I think it says something that I remember really well and felt compelled to go back and watch basically all of the other Pixar films multiple times, but that I never really felt compelled to go back and watch Cars. My takeaway would probably be that like Cars is it's probably a good movie, like just good, but you know, like it's just not as interesting as the other films they were making. Though as I understand it, Cars 2 was like the first Pixar film that like genuinely got like a not good reception overall. Like it didn't even get reviewed well. It just like did not go over that well. Even though I think it was the most successful one. You got to remember Cars I think is Pixar's most successful series in terms of raw revenue, mainly for merchandise.
Yeah.
They made
Lots
a
of
lot
merchandise.
of money from Cars. I think it was
Kids love those cars.
it was like equivalent like 10 times the sales of like merch in the lead up to Cars compared to The Incredibles. And I think it's made like billions and billions of dollars. So yeah, that's the best I can do. I've not seen Cars 2 or 3.
Which of the 7 deadly sins do you embody the most? And don't read the rest until you answer. All right. Well, we answered this, I think, 5 years ago. My answer then, and it still is now, is gluttony. Completely and utterly. I overconsume into all like different aspects of my life. Hence the detail-oriented as well, somewhat. It kind of like has a weird explanation and tangent to over-obsessing over details and stuff as well.
Mine would probably be sloth. I can be one lazy fella.
I would probably agree. I think it would probably be sloth. I think that a lot of the times I just don't feel motivated, and a lot of the times I know what I should be doing and I just don't do it. And I settle into that. So yeah, I'd say sloth.
Wait, so the person who asked the question, like, they guessed what they thought ours would be?
They did, and their guesses were for Mauler, pride, for Rags, lust, and for Fringy, wrath.
Okay,
I don't think-
that's interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't ever picture Fringy as wrathful.
Yeah, I like to think I'm not a particularly wrathful individual. Like I said, I think that sloth is much, much more apt. I can very easily like default to a state of inactivity, just inertness. Like that's very, very, very much a thing that's that I would say. Like of the I'd be maybe gluttony, but I feel like I'd definitely be leaning towards sloth.
Yeah, and I don't think Mahler is particularly prideful, no more than is
No,
healthy or good or anything like that. I think we're all
Well,
kind
yeah,
of on the
because
same
prideful would
page
be
in
like
that regard.
arrogance, right? As like
Yeah, something like
exceedingly
that.
arrogant, which I certainly wouldn't say. I would definitely agree with Mauler's characterization of what he believes his own one is in terms of like an intense focus
Gluttonous.
on whatever it is. Yeah.
On the other hand, EFAP itself embodies the sin I do, sloth. It takes one to know one. You dumbos have been putting off DDLC for too long. Play it. Maybe someday. You don't get
maybe
it.
someday.
The Minecraft is evocative of trucking on as a man, despite the odds. After years of Minecrafting, you challenge yourself with the parkour gauntlet while thinking about the hardships. Oh, so it's thematically relevant, the Minecraft on that. I get it. A lot more going into those YouTube shorts than you think. I am currently 40 plus feet on some shitty scaffolding while listening to this. Try not to make me laugh too hard. I'm sorry. I can't control these things.
I'm just imagining the Simpsons joke right now of just somebody up on the scaffold going, what?
Yeah.
Like, that's actually reminding me because it was in Last Exit to Springfield where Mr. Burns was laughing at the guy whose scaffold.
Oh my god, that was so
just
fucking
broken.
funny. The fact that he didn't watch him drop, like he lost interest in a man that was about to die. It's so funny.
And then close the blinds.
Yeah. You know, one of my favorite Mr. Burns jokes, I think I've talked about this before, but I just love the delivery. It's Who Shot Mr. Burns, where he presses a trap button for Homer and the 1,000 grams drops on him, and so it just goes dunk, and then he goes, sounded large when I ordered it.
Thousand grams.
I'm just thinking about the Who Shot Mr. Do you remember the joke of like, have you ever seen the sun set at 3 p.m.? I once, when I was sailing around the Arctic Circle. Shut up, you.
Take one last look at the sun, Springfield.
That was a nice dramatic beat, and then they had a pretty good
Yeah.
joke of just Krusty driving up. Hey, I've been in Reno for 6 weeks. What I miss? And then just showing all of everybody's miserable, angry faces. Oh,
that is a top tier episode. The two-parter, it really is.
well, it's been mentioned, right, that was kind of like the Simpsons movie before the Simpsons movie.
Yeah.
Like that was a great, so good.
Podcast equals news radio during work. Better example is how many people watched Lemino's JFK video at max attention. That is interesting.
Well, that would be a more interesting point of comparison in terms of like the nature of people's engagement with new, highly, you should be paying attention to what's happening on the screen and what's being said.
I don't know about you, but I treated that Lemino video like it was a movie. Like I got it on my
that was
my
full
TV.
attention.
And I was just like watching it like it's a TV show, and I was just like, "Fuck this detail! It's just, mwah.
It's so good." Yeah,
that spawned the React arc part 7.
That's
or whatever.
right. That's right. It did, and it will not be the last.
Probably not. No. Meditating, sleeping on time, and keeping my phone away while working and before sleeping have personally helped improve my attention span. Yeah,
I feel like there's a reason why there's a lot of it's so funny now. There's a lot of content now dealing with a lot of those sorts of ideas, right? Of like journal taking or meditation or all of these things to try and address what I think. Like I said, I think it is just like categorically true that our attention spans are low, or it might be. I feel like I may have also seen somewhere that that's not the case, and it's just a matter of perception. I can't tell.
I will say,
but yeah, that probably would help.
One of the ones I've seen is like, it's I don't know what word to use, but like it's problematic that if when you wake up, the first thing you do is reach for your phone and check notifications, as in like
yeah.
But like I feel like it's just that could be just a cultural, like that's just what everyone's at this point in terms of, because there's reason to do so, right? Like if there's any emergency messages, maybe, but at the same time it is
but that's a bit of a cope though, isn't it?
I think that's probably a bit of a cope. Yeah,
you want to look at Facebook. It's like social media makes you kind of like upset, I think, or at the very least, like feels like social media is a really good way to ruin your day before it's even begun by just like looking at Twitter and looking at Facebook or whatever and seeing like, here's what's happening in the world today to make you upset, or here's something that somebody said that'll really piss you off. And it's just like, great start to your day, compared to like, surely it is obvious that it's a better way to start the day to like go for a walk in the park than it is to fucking look at Twitter, But I think it's also a matter of that like excessive use of your phone can like actually just decrease your intelligence to a certain extent. like you need to refresh. I can't remember what the nature of that was though. It was like a study. But yeah.
Yeah.
I can believe that to a degree, yeah.
Mark said, if you podcast with a Jib and check your Discord DMs regularly, even it seems to be odd hours, could have utility. I will say, as someone who is organized to be a part of different things, and a lot of the times, like, I do need to check my DMs, you know, semi-regularly. Because you never know what's going to happen. If things get pushed forward or back, or if emergencies happen and people need a hand with something, or if you know, if I've got someone doing some work and they're like, it's ready, and I'm like, oh god, okay.
Man, regularly checking DMs. Wow.
I know, crazy, isn't it? That would be considered a
Interesting.
crazy thing.
Interesting.
At Rags, disable / enable the Ethernet adapter. Oh, that might that might be an option to try on the PC, maybe.
Yeah, let me write that down. Someone sent me a command earlier, and I'll look into it. Re-enable Ethernet adapter. All right. Thanks. Thanks very much for the suggestion. Yeah, it's so strange to me that only Telegram as an app is working for the internet and nothing else is.
Maybe that's indicative of whatever the problem might be, right? Because it could be like a clue or something.
Yeah, it might be like it's only allowing certain things through, or Telegram's like on a special whatever connection or something. I'm not sure, especially considering like I'm on my Wi-Fi now and on my laptop, and it works fine. but yeah, thanks for that suggestion. I'll give it a try. And also, if any smart people out there know, yeah, send me a suggestion in Discord, because this has happened like once before, but it came back on like by itself after a little bit, but it's just kind of been lingering all afternoon, so who knows.
Mola, 95% of these videos are auto-generated. Social media is full of them, as they always get likes and views. Also, love you guys. Yeah, we did speculate on that somewhat. I remember seeing a video, I don't know if you guys remember this, it was going viral because it was basically a guy explaining what his workday was, which I'm already cringing saying that. Like, I wake up in the morning and I write on my whiteboard, let's make like $10,000 today. And, you know, it starts out in a way that's like, okay. And then he's like, all right, so first up, we check trending tab. Let's see what videos are being watched today. And you're like, uh-oh. And he picks some random video that's got loads of views, and he's like, okay, now, on your phone, he said you could do all of this from your phone. He's like, screen record, but pick like a phone, you know, like half a phone level of block, and just record the major parts of what's going viral in this video, but you could just copy the whole thing, because you're copying a short to begin with. He's like, now, go to random high-level Subway Surfer gameplay, and just record a block of that. He's like, now put them together, now activate the script that, like, you know, reads out all the subtitles or whatever, add a popular but copyright-free track, monetize, post, and come back and he, like, goes to get lunch or something, comes back, and it's already got, like, 100,000 views. He's like, you know, that's how you do it. Everyone, you know, you could just do that. And then I think there was speculation on how you can get this full thing automated so that the AI can just do that for you at a record time, just every day. And there's nothing sadder than the notion that, like, the vast majority of what everybody is being, not even entertained by, there needs to be another word for this, and there probably is, but, like, just
enthralled,
kept busy by, like, distracted by. It's this.
I like enthralled, because that's often used in the context of, like, if someone puts a spell on you, you've become enthralled by something.
Isn't it more so you're under their thrall rather than enthralled, or or is that the same
let me
thing?
check. Enthralled means capture the fascinated attention of. Archaic from the enslave, enthrall, INTHRALL. So I think it's similar to, like, enslavement in a sense.
Because what I'm thinking of is when you're in thrall to someone, you are under their control in some way. If you're being held as hostage, you are in thrall to your captor. You can be in thrall to anything that holds you captive or controls your thoughts or actions, like an addiction, a disease, or a cult leader. But yes, something like that. Ensnared. Yeah, that's another probably thing that sounds like a good word for it. Have
Yeah.
some money, long man.
That's a good
Also,
word.
hi rags.
Hello.
Thank you. Bring the Chad Chris Avalon on EFAP. He tweeted about the bad law of Fallout show versus Virgin Tim Kaine, who said yes, Daddy Howard. Yeah, I've seen that he tweeted out that the law was a trash fire or something. I think he said it was trash or something. He's been the most critical who had direct involvement with the games, right? That's how I understand it. I will say, I don't think we should expect any of the devs who want to have I feel bad saying this, but you don't want to say like fuck the Amazon show. It ruined loads of pieces of lore that I spent a while on. Fuck you, unless of course you're already willing to burn some bridges. But I mean, there's a lot of people out there who don't want to say.
Doing that.
There's a lot of people who don't want to say that in any case. Like they never want to say stuff like that. They just want to be like, chill. Like the worst they'll say is, I thought some things didn't work quite as well as they could. Like that's the most critical thing they'll ever say about anything.
Well, like I appreciate the effort that was put into it. It's the good effort, because good effort always meant but
Yeah. Yeah, really proud of the passion that went into making this show and all the hard work that went into its
I love the
production.
nature of the English language where everybody understands that like good effort just means but it's not good though. Otherwise, you would have said good job. Or,
all I'm saying is like I wouldn't expect all of the devs to give their critical analysis, but hey, any of them that do, that's awesome in terms of like an actual breakdown. And I think he said something about releasing one, Chris Avalon.
Really?
Yeah,
like he's gonna post a video on YouTube talking about
the writing.
and
I don't know what platform he's gonna do it on, but just yes, I think he said he's gonna have something of a more detailed breakdown than like a tweet.
Okay.
That could be fun.
That's kind of interesting. I feel like that's very uncommon.
No, yeah, absolutely, yeah. You know why people like it? Because it's typical Bethesda slop that appeals to normies. Nothing wrong with liking slop, just don't tell me it's good. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, we should not be calling this shit good. Bad move.
I mean, like the element of there's nothing wrong with liking slop. I get it, but I really don't like that people like slop. I don't like slop to be encouraged and rewarded.
Well, I'd rather have less shows that are like Fallout. But there will be more shows like
this
Fallout.
Gets a lot of praise and it becomes an example to emulate, that will be bad. That is a bad thing. It is going to hurt the media landscape and it is going to contribute to lowering the standard of quality for media storytelling and game adaptations. Like look next door at the Star Wars fans. What do you think? How do you think they feel about what's happened to their IP over the years? And a lot of it had to do with it kept getting praised. People kept watching it. People kept liking it. People kept praising it. And look at them now. This is where that road leads. Demand better of the people who control your IPs.
There are there's that like cause and effect trail. So when it goes from show released to they watch it and they have fun, that like interaction in isolation is fine. But like obviously when you expand it out and then the consequences of that interaction means more of that, and then that means more damage to an IP that was previously like not exactly clean or anything. It's the Fallout fights have been happening for a while in terms of what Bethesda's done to it, but at the same time, you don't want more damage. You never want more damage. And the same thing, as Rags just said, has happened to Star Wars, the overpraise of every last thing that comes out. Like the next Dave Filoni project will probably be praised to hell and back if there's any Hayden Christensen in it. Like that's just, we know that's going to be true now. We know that's how it works. But there are films, like Madam Web. I'm happy that was made. It was funny as fuck. It was dumb as shit. And it's like, yeah, but you shouldn't be expressing that you enjoyed it, should you? And that you wouldn't. And it's like, well, maybe there is room in the world for like earnest attempts at creating stories and failing, of course. But like, I guess in the same vein, they don't work when they're done deliberately. So you do want to discourage that in order to encourage, you know what I mean? Like, we don't get more earnest attempts that are terrible unless we say you should be trying sincerely.
Yeah. I don't want hilarious bad movies to go away, but where that slots into the wanting media to be good is kind of it's it's like it's a part of the landscape that I want to exist. Not not necessarily as an exception, but I don't know, I haven't really thought about it much. Um, like, yeah, it's tough to really say. I want shows to be really good, but I also want to get that enjoyment that comes from laughing at something that's really bad. I don't wanna lose that, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So I
I
have to think about it.
I think that part of the fundamental problem, and this leads me to a slightly altered conclusion in terms of like you can like it and that's okay. It's not so much the whether or not they like
It's
it. It's whether or not
recognition
they're
for what it
being
really
honest
is.
about their experience. That really should be the core. So
Yeah.
they watched Fallout and they thought it was good and they really enjoyed it, then that's that, you know? Like there's nothing to take away from it. But if you want to stake that position somewhat, right, that it was good and because it was good is why you enjoyed it, then, you know, be prepared to sort
But
of
then you need to make arguments.
yeah, like have some level of detailed sort of like have an interest. Be like, okay, yeah, what I enjoyed was the arcs, and the arcs were supported with these events, and these events were supported by these actions, and because that'll help the overall conversation, I think. Because I was going to bring up how, let's say, Blade Runner releases right back in the day, and then everyone says, yeah, we should definitely discourage this sort of shit, you know, because loads of people didn't like it. You're like, oh no, we it's fucking up, you know, for whatever reason. And so there's going to be instances of things that maybe we should be encouraging, but that broadly isn't enjoyed. And at that point, then we just need to make sure everyone's just being honest. That's really the most important part. I try to stress that whenever anyone has a take on like the other streams that's kind of crazy, just stuff that you don't expect. Where it's just like, oh yeah, say for example, if someone said Rebel Moon 2 is probably one of the best dramas we got this year, like in terms of a dramatic, epic sci-fi fantasy, you'd just be like, okay, like just, you know, as long as that is their genuine feelings and they're expressing them, and you're just like, all right, you know, try to take it seriously, as opposed to someone who is only saying the things they're saying because there's some other goal they have, which, you know, unfortunately we get assumed about a lot, right? Like you're being paid by X company, or you're doing this because it's contrarian, or you're doing this because it's the way to get most views, all that sort of stuff. It's a big old back and forth, but I think the conversation is coming up more and more as time goes on about the nature of, you know, encouraging everyone just to enjoy whatever they enjoy, having repercussions. But like I said, I think people get annoyed with it because they are genuinely enjoying it. They're not lying to anybody, and that is important, right? That to them, they'd want to express that, like, I did have fun with it, though. That is a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Boop, boop. Episodes 1 through 3 was, this is trash, but I can make fun of it. And then it stopped being funny. The diversity is well done, but the writing has no object permanence. No object permanence. Do you mean like no repercussion / no consequence? Like everything is just wherever it needs to be at whatever time?
Characters do pretty consistently get bailed out
Yeah.
of their problems.
I mean, I feel like it's a show without consequences for sure. Like anything that you're shown is not permanent unless the show suddenly decides it might be at that point. Even surface level
things just float away.
Even surface level continuity is broken. Shady Sands is in Northern California. The show is set in LA, which is already a location called the Boneyard. Yeah, this is stuff I've heard about.
Wow, really?
But don't think it. Well, when we were watching the show, we noticed that there's a lot of fiddling with time and space in terms of how do characters get to places? How do they like make that journey? How are they able to do this in this amount of time? How much time is passing? How can they bump into each other? Stuff like that.
Did
So
not
yeah, when you're
realize
throwing
that
stuff like that out the window, then I can believe
they
it.
moved Shady Sands to a totally different location? That's crazy.
Just so they could blow it up.
That's
Just so they could
hilarious.
explode it.
How incompetent is that? Well, I guess they must have known, right? They just
Very
didn't care.
strange decisions going on. Have y'all thought about doing a disaster movie react arc? 2012, Armageddon, Moonfall, etc. Basically every Roland Emmerich movie. Also, High Rags.
Hello. Yes, we have thought about that.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
I would go as far as saying that's going to happen. There's no reason why I wouldn't. Those films are going to be very fun to sort of meme on. And it's going to be really cool to figure out which is the best of them, you know? Which
I'll
one
tweet ya.
scores the highest?
Yeah.
Probably going to be Day After Tomorrow, I'd imagine, would beat out. It's definitely going to beat out Moonfall. Probably 2012.
It'll probably beat out 2012. Yeah,
Mahler,
the
you
Gordon
haven't even
thing
seen
really.
Moonfall.
Yeah, but I trust you, Ragaloo.
That's true. It's not going to be Moonfall.
I don't know.
Moonfall's special.
Gordon's fate is what means that
Mhm.
2012 is doomed and relegated to the lower rungs. I imagine that Armageddon's probably going to end up being like pretty high on that list.
I think
relatively
we will
speaking.
enjoy Armageddon.
So,
We probably will, yeah. And we need to watch it with the Ben Affleck director's commentary as well. As a bonus
That would be funny.
feature. I just love how he's just there, just making all of the null observations. Like, it's a bit of a logic stretch to like teach the drillers how to be astronauts rather than the other way around.
Here, let me show this to you. Let's see. I've been given the Fallout 1 world map.
Okay, so. Oh, so Shady, it ain't even close to
Nowhere
to LA
close.
then.
That is one hell of a walk.
Yeah.
Is it walkable? Yeah. How much time you got? Can you do it
takes a
safely?
while, yeah, but
It take a
yeah.
while. How much? Like I said, how much time you got? You got a clear schedule?
Ugh. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas are post-apocalypse stories about the rebuilding of civilizations and how they deal with each other. Bethesda is all about nukes and 50s style bada boom bada ba bada 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 da BS. That is the broad assessment of the difference between those two styles, I guess you could call them.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's that War Never Changes used to be like a meaningful observation that was like part of the themes that were being explored in the older games, whereas now War Never Changes is a meme. It's like the meme saying that is associated with Fallout.
Kind of like let the force be with you. You know, it's
Yes,
kind
a
of
little
just
bit like
you
that,
know,
yeah.
it's become sort of parodic. Like that's what you say. That's the thing you
That's
say.
what you say. If it's Fallout, you say War Never Changes. But then if you ask why do you think that's the case, they'll be like, wait, what?
Yeah, what does that mean? Can you tell me what that means? What's your interpretation of that? For which there is a decent amount of interpreting that you can do and what it means. But I want you to tell me. What does that mean to you? Do you agree with it?
If the NCR got destroyed, does that mean that the Legion in New Vegas are gonna start like rolling towards like the show? Or well, I guess it depends on what they decide is the canon. Doesn't that just feel like the kind of thing you don't want to approach of like actually just saying definitively that there was like one canon ending when you have multiple endings? Maybe, yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's complicated.
Mark our words. Season 2 will piss off even more people, and Season 2 will start to have that faction of people that liked Season 1 saying, oh damn, this went downhill. Season 3 will be known by almost everybody in this critical space as the bad season. Be like, ooh, they fucked it up in Season 3, didn't they? Yeah. And if we watch those, which I doubt we will, but I can't call anything at this point, I'm sure we're going to say, guys, Season 1 was really bad. Why does nobody remember how bad Season 1 was? We were never in a good position.
We were here. We remember, the arc of history is long, but it bends toward EFAP was right.
I will happily concede I could be completely wrong, but it's a vibe I'm getting. Keep calling it this is a Mandalorian vibe. It's gonna happen. It's also
Yeah,
The Boys.
Mandalorian vibes.
Not that The Boys Season 1 was bad. The Boys is different a bit. Boys follows a formula that's like Stranger Things, Westworld. There's another formula of TV shows, but the Mandalorian one is what this one is, and there's other shows that apply to it. But for example, fucking if Ahsoka gets 3 seasons, like it'll probably have the same thing. That by Season 3, everyone's like, "This is garbage." It's like Season 1 was fucking garbage. It's obvious how Episode 1 makes sense. It was Bethesda brand stupid gas. Oh wow, well, they must have had stupid gas in whole season, huh? It's crazy. Pumping it right.
It must be an effect of the radiation in the atmosphere.
Yes.
It must be irradiating everybody's brain. That's the only explanation.
Fun reminder that you can pick up Andor on 4K on the 30th. Quote, did
That's
anyone
right.
ever build a weapon that wasn't used? Cheers, lads. High rags, Fringy be the bird.
Caw!
Well, that's you, Rags. Apparently, I think that
Yeah,
what
rags be the bird. I thought they said rags be the bird.
Did high
bird is
rags,
the
Fringy
word,
be the
okay.
bird.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, I thought you said rags be the bird. Okay, well they just got a little bonus then.
That's another reason why birds are super cool. Look at all of their distinctive calls. Ain't they great?
Yeah.
As for the thing of did anyone ever build a weapon they didn't use? Yes, that happens a lot in history. Many like tanks and artillery installations, many defensive measures. A lot of stuff are built and never actually see combat, never see any sort of military engagements. And part of that is could be considered a credit to how good they are, that they were an effective deterrent, or that they, luckily didn't have to be pressed into service or used in some sort of an engagement. But yeah, weapons are often built that never get used, at least in their official proper capacity. They're obviously tested, and they are, practiced with, but for their intended purpose, though you could say that potentially a weapon's intended purpose is to, deter so that it doesn't have to be used, but can be used effectively if that's necessary. But yeah, it actually happens a lot throughout. History is full of things that were designed but never actually deployed or used in combat.
And on that note, extinct animal of the day, Discocorix, the giraffe with the crash helmet. That's how it's described.
Let's take a look. Oh my goodness, look at him. Yeah, let me get you a picture here.
Is that
Looks like
real?
he's got a little bowler hat.
It looks
He's got a little hat.
Looks like he's got a hat.
He doesn't stay dry in the rain, but it looks like he does.
Why did
Yeah,
these
let
guys
me,
go extinct? What the fuck? We must have screwed up.
You have a picture here for your.
These
Yeah,
need
I
to
saw
be
found
brought back,
one of
guys.
the. Look at that. They just smack each other on the heads because that's how they say hello or something. I don't know.
It looks like
You
they
really do
don't
see,
have a
yeah,
braid, and it's just a really hard hat. Like,
What is your brain? My brain is rock. My brain is a rock. You can see that they have big necks. They have kind of the spots going on, and they have the two little antlery things that the giraffes of today have.
Neat.
Yeah, you could see how over time they change and evolve to become giraffes. I've never heard of these Discocorix. Discocarix? A Discocarix? Maybe they called them that because it always looks like they're ready to party.
How do you think Moldava survived 200 years in a nuclear apocalypse? Some people think she's a synth because she's a scientist who is very smart. You would know the answer to this, right, guys? The synths bleed red, and do they die like humans do? How do they work in the Fallout world?
I think they have white blood, but I can't remember. Because I think that the only way to find out if someone was a synth in Fallout 4 is you have to see if they had like a synth component on their body, or there's probably some other tests, but I thought they bled, at least the ones that you fight in combat, I think they have like white blood, kind of like the aliens ones, but I can't remember.
Yeah,
Let me take a look.
I know nothing about Fallout 4. I know a chunk about Fallout 3. I know a lot of bits and bobs now about Fallout 1 and 2, but barely nothing about Fallout 4. But either way, she bleeds red and she does die, so I don't think she's going to be synthetic, and that would then mean she's got to have been in a cryogenic tube, but whose one was it? How did it happen? I don't even know that they'll answer that question because she's dead now, so they might consider that storyline done, you know? Like,
yeah, perhaps.
How do you think... Oh, wait, sorry. It's the Mando effect. It's crap covered in gold paint. Most people see something they like but don't dig deeper. But when you do dig, you get in shit. Yeah, I think with us, with Mando, didn't we... we were settling on sort of a general sense of how good it was, and it just kept dropping the more we were thinking about the whole show.
Yeah, it was the first couple of episodes made a good impression, but then by the time that we were up to like 4, I think it was already game over. And then
yeah, and then when we revisited, Yeah, we went back and when we rewatched the first episode and then especially the second, we're like, oh, there's actually like a lot of
It was,
problems here.
no good from the beginning.
Yeah, to where I'll confidently say the first episode of the first season of Mandalorian is a bad episode. It is poorly
Yeah,
written,
it's
and a
just been
lot of
bad.
shit does not make sense.
Yep, bad from the beginning.
But makes complete sense to me why that one would have done pretty well, because I think everyone in the Star Wars fucking fandom was like, this is a really cool idea, let's go.
Yeah. And especially in the wake of the sequel trilogy, you know?
And you fast forward to the Jack Black Lizzo episode, and it's all over.
Yeah.
You need to do better, Senator. Get better help. Oh, man. That would be a good, like, in the middle of a Marvel thing ad, wouldn't it? Ooh. And, like,
Yeah.
it changes with each deal they make, like, with every new year. Whatever, like, they all just retroactively change the audio file. Like, they just got AI voices, and they can just change it.
That's dystopian.
If you could
go
pick
back
a-
and watch it, an old movie, and
Yeah.
then it's got a new ad placement, or the Coke that they're holding is actually it's a Pepsi this year, and then a Mountain Dew another year because of who's paying to retroactively change it. That's a weird thought that I don't want to think about anymore.
If you could pick a director for a prototype movie, who would it be?
For a prototype the game.
I
presume
can't
they
remember
mean
if I did
prototype
play
the
that or
game.
not. I remember it. Alex Mercer's the main
Well,
guy,
I know
right?
of it.
Yes, yeah. You know what, Mike Flanagan, get him to do prototype. Maybe it'll be an introspective little story.
I don't know. No one springs to mind as like, oh, it should be. They should have a go with that. You know, maybe we'll force Martin Scorsese to do it. Fuck you. Go make a
Yeah.
movie like that. I want to see what you do with it. I can totally picture him be like, I don't want to make that. I'm like, go fucking make it, Marty.
You have to. You have to.
We're making you.
If you do it, we'll let you make another movie with Robert De Niro and
About
Leonardo
gangsters
DiCaprio.
doing gangster
Yeah,
things. We'll
but
allow
you gotta
it.
do. Yeah. What about I wonder what a George Lucas prototype movie would look like.
Yeah.
Well, the prototypes are really they're the midichlorians in the bloodstream that let you transform into the cyborgs and
That was
and
a
really it's-
really a strange matter of timing because Infamous came out around about the same time, so it was like
Yeah.
unavoidable that they were going to be compared. And Infamous is the better game. Though I do like Prototype. It's a fun game.
Is that
But,
controversial? Will
Infamous
we
was-
see people in chat saying Fringy wrong?
I don't know. I think I maybe, but like I'd be surprised. I feel like Infamous because not that many people played it, but it feels like everybody who has played it has a favorable opinion of it. I'm particularly I really like Infamous, so you know, Infamous like has a story which helps in its case. Prototype does have a story, but I remember it just being like it's basically just the justification for the gameplay, which was a lot more over the top.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, I but by the way, I'm not I like Prototype. Like Prototype is a good game. I just
wow,
prefer
Fringy
Infamous.
hates prototype.
Yeah, I didn't realize you
Wow.
fucking had such an issue with
Stop it. Stop
Fine,
it.
alright, jeez.
Thinks
Did you watch
Infamous is better.
the Babylon 5 animated movies they released last year? Supposedly it has to do timeline travel and sets up a reboot that we're getting. I have not seen those, and I would have nothing but concern for a reboot of anything these days.
Whenever
but,
I
you know.
hear time travel,
And
reboot,
reboot, yeah.
prequel, I'm like, oh.
Here we go
Shilling-
again.
Shilling for the Schlippo. Thank you. Food for thought.
Someone's actually let me see if I can. Why is it not letting me? No, don't copy. Just give me the. I just want to right click on the save image. No, I just want to copy the image from Discord. Why is it not? Open a browser. All right, click copy image. All right, so I've been sent this as a little explanatory image of the NCR territory in green and Caesar's Legion's territory in the red, and how expansive and big these factions are, and how this person is frustrated as Baywin sent it. apparently they moved Shady Sands to the Los Angeles coast, which is actually the Boneyard, then blow it up. But they also seem to have made Shady Sands basically the entire NCR.
Yes, which when you get this scale, it's hilarious. Like, I don't know. Food for thought, vulgar grains are a thing.
Vulgar grains. Well, yeah, because vulgar, it technically comes from the Latin vulgus, which means like a common. So the translation of the Bible into Latin was called the Vulgate because it is like the tongue of the common people. It's what a lot of people spoke. So that is where we get vulgar from. So vulgar is like ordinary, common, common people stuff. It has a negative connotation because it's often used to describe things that are lascivious or lewd, or maybe seedy. But technically, something that's vulgar is just something that's commonplace, something that's of the ordinary people.
Mola, when will you play and stream Separate Ways? There's a lot in that DLC that I'm sure you'll appreciate and enjoy. I will likely do it the next time I want to replay the Resident Evil 4 remake. But I just, I said at the time, if enough people that I know are invested in Resident Evil say, like, oh, you gotta check it out, it's really good, then I probably would have. But it sort of just came and went. People didn't seem to care that much about it. And I'd already sort of moved on at that point. So I'll get around to it at some point, I guess. Okay.
I probably will too. I do need to do another playthrough of the Resident Evil 4 remake and Dead Space remake too. But I got some stuff on my list I want to do first.
Yeah. Capitalism destroys everything. Everyone's a grifter and it makes me depressed. And if you've been depressed, you should play Raid Shadow Legends. Hey.
Yay.
Sony can't release games for the PS5 because they don't want to break their streak of 3 consecutive consoles with no games. Also play Trails in the Sky. No games on PS5, PS4, and PS3? Damn.
Jeez.
This person is a PS2 supremacist,
rough.
which is okay, actually. That makes sense. PS2 is pretty
Or they're an
good.
Xbox fanboy, an Xbot.
Damn Xbone fans.
Or a Nintendo.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Trails in the Sky is, but alright.
I don't either.
Nando made a video called Forgiving the DCEU. What?
I'm already fascinated by that title. It's like, oh, DCEU. Oh, you're forgiven. You tried.
I can see. I remember when we covered him last, he said something about doing a defense of the DCU. Maybe that's what that is.
Maybe. I can check his channel real quick. Maybe I'll see. Nando versus the movies, right?
Forgiving the DCU, yeah.
Nando versus movies. She-Hulk is great from a year ago. Interesting. In defense of the DCEU from 3 weeks ago. Oh, in defense of the... Oh, it's like a series. He's got 3 videos. One of them is The Dawn of Snyder, The Rise of Gunn, The End of an Era.
Okay.
So it's 3 movies, and they're long. The first is, yeah, they're like 30 minutes, 33 minutes, 45 minutes.
Right, okay, yeah. So I guess he goes up to sort of like 3 acts. Okay, okay. Well, but which one of them is forgiving the DCU though? That's the funny one I want to see. Maybe that's on his Nebula. That's probably what it is.
Oh yeah, his Nebula. Yeah, because why put it on YouTube when you could put it on Nebula?
Exactly. Fallout on the same level as Arcane gives me a lot of follow-up questions. Like, do you really think the characters are written the same amount of care as Silco or Victor? Also, have you seen Wrath of Zorn? I want to say yes, but also maybe no. Is that one of the cutscene cinematics they would have released? I struggle to remember the names a lot of the time, but in any case, yes. We're big Arcane enjoyers here, and so Fallout being put on the same level of it is cringe, top tier cringe. I love you all. Thanks for the endless entertainment. I had a dream I met you three, plus Az and Drinker, and we were all in a drive-through chatting, but for some reason we had Drinker driving, lol. That's probably not a good idea.
It's probably not safe. I will say I
No.
always make sure to buckle up, and I'm the kind of person who is like, if I'm in a car and you're driving and you like start to take out your phone and
drink?
start texting, I'll be like, don't, or drink, you know, but I'll be like, don't drink and drive, and dear God, don't text and drive. And you might say, of course, drunk driving is worse. But here's the thing, yes, but we all know that. We all know it's bad. I think a lot of people they get into the habit of texting when they're doing some driving, and it's that's the sleeper. It's the silent killer. Seriously, do not do that shit.
But yeah, good dream, and no problem calling
Yeah,
us
that is an
endless
interesting
entertainment.
dream.
Very kind. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very glad you think so. Some dreams
I-
are weird like that. He was like, oh, the drive-through with all these people on YouTube that I watch, and I'm like, yeah, that checks out. That's the dream. Yeah.
Iconic has been butchered by Smiling Friends jokes. Iconic was butchered well before Smiling Friends came out. I remember watching videos about how calling things iconic when they release is hyper cringe, and it's like, yes, it is, and it always will be.
Well, yeah, it reminds me of when people say Game of the Year confirmed for a game that hasn't even come out yet, that isn't that interesting.
Yeah, like it's deliberate hyperbole, but it kind of works in the same realm as the whole literal thing. It's like there's a reason we have that thing, and now you're making it not
the word
that
means
thing.
what it means.
Yeah.
But then there's just the general passage of time will erode the coolness of a word.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure peak fire used to be something that meant something to
Was that
people.
ever cool? I don't know. Peak fire, bro.
Hey, listen, Peak Fire used to be Peak Fire. Okay.
We should have pushed
we
for
are so back.
the one we were almost starting
so
up.
back.
I can't remember which EFAP it was, but it was picking up in the comments. We call something Peak Valley. It means it's terrible.
Peak Valley. Hey, a valley needs its peaks. A valley needs its peaks.
Peak Valley, bro.
Or else it's just a field.
Hey, Fringy, which do you know best? Simpsons, Futurama, Family Guy, South Park, or Rick and Morty? Your knowledge on them all is impressing me. Hi, Wags.
Hello.
Could you like give me the list so that I could try and rank them in like ascending order of most familiar to least?
All right. Simpsons, Futurama, Family Guy, South Park, Rick and Morty.
Oh, I meant could you like post it in chat so that I can
I
like see what's in front of my eyes. I mean Simpsons is probably at the top. I guess what's interesting though is that there's a vacuum of awareness of references up to a point. Like, after a point rather, whereas with South Park, it basically is all encompassing from beginning to end. Family Guy's the same deal. Like, if it's up to, you know, season 6 or 7, I'm probably pretty good for remembering it. But anything past that, I'm not. And there's like way more of the show has lasted past that point. So like in the case of The Simpsons, it's probably like about 30 to 40% of it I am unfamiliar with. And then with Family Guy, it's like, yeah, probably like 70% of it I'm unfamiliar with at this point. South Park is like a 90% familiarity in terms of remembering. I forget a lot of stuff from like the early seasons, like 1, 2, and 3. But, you know, from like 4 onwards, I'm pretty encyclopedic. Futurama, I guess, is pretty like encompassing in terms of like a totality, but it would way more lean towards like the first run of the show. And then maybe like the animated the films that they did before they did the seasons proper. And Rick and Morty is up to like season 5 basically, and then nothing. In which case, I probably would put Simpsons, then Family Guy, then Futurama, then Family Guy, then Rick and Morty.
Think your Family Guy would beat mine out. My Futurama would beat yours out. Your South Park beats
Probably.
mine out. And then I'd say we draw on Simpsons and Rick and Morty. I don't see.
And Rick and Morty, yeah.
Yeah.
think
American Dad. I don't know how familiar you are, but
I watched
think
5 seasons, like up to season 5.
I can't remember how far I got. It was either 3 or 4, so he probably beat me out on that.
but I would struggle.
What else is
I
there?
would
I feel like I'm
struggle.
missing one
What, of animated shows that we
that fits into that
Archer.
selection.
Did you watched Archer, right?
I watched up to the season where they would like drug people for a season or whatever.
Oh, Vice. That was season 5.
So I watched up to that, yeah.
So so you've not seen most of the show, but that's okay. You've seen the best stretch of it. Well, with Archer, it's I should probably finish it. I'm up to season 12 and I stopped, but I should probably just see it through to the end. Oh, what about Bob's Burgers? Did you watch much of that?
I haven't seen any of Bob's Burgers, but
okay.
I just want to mention I did see a comment. I can't remember what stream I was on, but someone who said, I think it was when I was talking about I was playing Stellar Blade and I was talking about how bad that Simpsons episode was that made us turn it off. I saw someone say that they hated the new Futurama episodes more than they hated the Simpsons ones, and I gotta say, like, the Simpsons episode we watched was so much worse than the new Futurama stuff that we saw.
The Futurama episodes were okay. Like, there were a couple that were like, huh, you know. Whereas that Simpsons one was just pretty painful.
Yeah, it's because someone just said in chat that they got 2 more seasons of Futurama coming. To me, that's like that could hopefully be good news if they, can improve. They can keep at it. Maybe we can get some good stuff.
Are you thinking of King of the Hill maybe as the other one?
Could have been King of the Hill. Maybe I might just be imagining. To be fair, we could keep going for a while, right? There's a lot of them actually.
That's true. Yeah.
But yeah, hearing that there's more Futurama on the way makes me think like maybe they'll hit a banger at some point. Maybe, who knows? But Simpsons, like, I will say my estimation of Simpsons was really bad, and after watching that new episode, it's like fucking gone down again. Like, ugh, it's such a zombie of a show. It needs to be put down desperately. Family Guy, I'd be curious if we were to watch the newest episode of that, and I wonder if it would make us laugh more than the newest Simpsons. I would bet that it would. As for South Park, it's doing great as far as I'm concerned. Pandaverse was fucking hilarious. Yeah. Rick and Morty, I haven't watched the newest season of that.
I will not watch it. It's crazy how my interest was like obliterated, annihilated for that show with just a few episodes.
Yeah, that was
obviously
tragic, man.
Smiling Friends' peak engagement now.
It's arguably it's like the #1 slot for give me it as soon as it's fucking out. I want that right now.
Yeah, I want it. I want to see what crazy. I want to see Mr. Frog again and what he's been up to.
Dude, pouring toxic waste into some fucking stream. Like that was like a clip we saw. Like, yes.
Hello. That joke at the end of the trailer as well of like Mr. Boss is like one of the funniest guys I know. I think he should do stand up. Yeah, probably not stand up. Yeah. Probably not stand up.
Probably not that. What is each of y'all's favorite Halo mission from each game?
Rex, you want to go first?
Ooh, let me see. From the first Halo, I might need a list to familiarize myself. Give me just
you
a
got
second.
Pillar of Autumn. Okay, well, I'll answer then. My favorite mission in Halo 1 is Silent Cartographer. Boring choice, but, you know. My favorite mission in Halo 2 is probably Delta Halo, which, again, it's like, yeah. All right, okay, yeah. And my favorite mission in Halo 3 is... Oh, man. I like how it's just going to reveal that there is a certain type of Halo mission that I really like, but the Covenant is probably my favorite mission in Halo 3. So basically, all of the Silent Cartographer missions across all of the series is my favorite.
I think. And is this for all the Halos or just the first 3?
And if we're including Halo Reach, I think my favorite mission. I need to give that one a bit more thought, I think.
As far as it goes for me, I think 343 Guilty Spark has a special place in terms of just the vibe and the tonal shift of the game that always kind of sticks with me from the first Halo game. Though there's a lot of there's a lot of good stuff in the first Halo. As far as Halo 2 goes, it's hard to beat like a Delta Halo.
Yeah.
I apparently I enjoy a lot of the Arbiter missions more than most people seem to, but I do like that they have just a totally different feeling and dynamic than a lot of the Master Chief levels in the second Halo. As far as Halo 3, let's see, Halo 3, because I want to make sure
Mm.
that it's the right one. It's when you arrive on all of the what are the flying vehicles?
That's the Covenant.
The Covenant. I think that might be my favorite.
So we
But
have very
man,
similar answers then.
yeah,
on that one.
Halo 3, but I like a lot of Halo 3. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Even
no,
the
it's
opening
really good.
levels I find fun. It's let's see, and as at ODST, I can't remember the campaign enough to give you an answer on it. But as far as Reach goes, I really like the level where you go into the city and you're helping evac the
New
civilians.
Alexandria or Exodus?
New Alexandria. It might be Halo. I think it
There's the first one
is
when you fly to the city, and
Exodus.
then the second one is at nighttime when you're flying around to go to
I
each of the
think
buildings.
I think Exodus is my favorite.
I really
So
like
I'll
Long Night
stick
of
with that
Solace.
one.
It's Long Night of Solace is a cool mission.
Let me remind myself of the name.
Long
That is
Night
a
of
good.
Solace
Yeah,
type of
I do
mission
like
with
that one.
June. Yeah. And if I was gonna pick one from ODST, it'd probably be the one with Dutch and Mickey on the bridge. I think that's my favorite one in ODST.
There's definitely more contenders. If we had to start giving like our number 2s and 3s, it wouldn't. It might start getting tough to be like, oh, which one do I actually like the most? Not that there's so few, but because there's a lot that I actually do like. There's a lot of good levels in these games.
Yeah.
I remember enjoying those games, but I can't think of missions that stick out other than maybe moments like the end of Halo 3. I remember as much as most people do.
Oh yeah. Driving onto the fort onto Dawn, that's pretty fun.
Yeah.
I mean, like Rag said, if you were to ask for like number 2s, that's when you probably get more interesting answers from me. For instance, like that would be, I'd be starting to think like, oh, would it be like Assault on the Control Room, or would I be thinking about like in Halo 2? Would I be thinking about like the missions on High Charity, or on Earth like Metropolis? Halo 3, would it be like Savo Highway, the Ark? Yeah. Anyway.
Devil fruit for the week is the Hobby No Me. Let's see then. I know it's funny reading these now, having seen the One Piece, like knowing now exactly what it means. So this one is a Paramecia class devil fruit that allows the user to transform living people into toys and erase memories of their existence from others. What the fuck?
I don't want that power. That sounds mean. Sounds really
Transform
cruel
people
and
into
evil.
toys and erase memories of their existence from others. I don't need that power.
I don't want that.
That is not a power.
What a bizarre
Especially
combination.
I can't go in the ocean anymore. Like, yeah, no thanks.
Behold my awesome milestone. Behold. Been a member for 32 months. Thank you very much. Ever hear of a movie from 2007 called Stardust? Yes, I have. As Henry Cavill, Charlotte Cox, Mark Strong, Ian McKellen, Robert De Niro, and several other notable cast. Fantasy movie with Van Helsing vibe. Yeah, I remember enjoying it. I only saw it the one time though.
I do not know of this movie.
The guy who made Kingsman, did he direct that?
Let's find out. That sounds familiar as a thing. Matthew Vaughn, yeah.
Yeah. I vaguely remember it and vaguely remember enjoying it.
I remember it just being fun, though I remember not liking what happens to Mark Strong in it. So we'll cover it again sometime maybe, and we'll rip into it and prove it's actually bad. Or maybe really good, who knows. List the top 5 worst videos y'all have covered.
Ugh.
I mean, I'm probably just gonna think of the most famous episodes. That's probably how we'll figure it out. Like the 93, 218, which are obviously the immediate spring to mind one. I think I didn't like Joker is one of our top ones because of the whole Jetty Nicholson thing.
Yeah.
It's still probably not one of the
The
worst
thing is,
videos we
there's
covered, though.
actually there's so many. To just pick them out feels like I almost want to feel like one on that list was one we covered fairly recently. With the writing one, right? The was it
The themes one?
themes? That was
I
actually really
feel like we've covered many videos of that kind of quality, though.
maybe it's just how it gels with us, or how like from the position someone who's taking the position of I am a writer and this is what I do, and then they say those kinds of things kind of makes it worse than just I'm just a random internet guy and here's my bad opinion.
Oh my
Then
god,
again,
Rex, do you
it's weird
remember
because there's
episode 13 where we covered The Last Jedi is amazing and you're all insane from Major Lee?
was that the major yeah. You get to look at
Oh,
women.
that was our 13th
Wow.
episode.
You
How
get to
unlucky.
look at women.
Oh, do you remember Cosmo
Yeah.
Variety Hour's video on the prequels? It was terrible.
Yes, I remember
That
that.
was
That was
awful.
really bad.
What else we got? Banning opinions on the Jeb-pilled leftist incel podcast. Memories. The Jack Sape
What's
video, that was
weird
fucking terrible.
What's really strange about YouTube and how it decides to give you stuff is we are live streaming EFAP right now, and if you go to YouTube and type in EFAP, you get Mueller, EFAP Movies Minis, EFAP Mini, EFAP 282, and then EFAP 283, which is this one. So you have to scroll down. Like you would think that being live would be the thing that pops up,
Well, wait,
right at the top
what
because
did you
it's
type in?
live, but EFAP.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, that should probably make it show, yeah. By the way, I said 218. I thought I was referring to 217, but then I realized, no, wait, 218 and 217. That's the back-to-back Synthetic Man Organized Chaos, if you remember.
Oh,
Which
wow,
both of
you're
those are
right.
legendarily
Those
bad
are
videos.
Yeah, the Synthetic Man Organized Chaos duo.
The Organized Chaos one
Ooh.
is possibly like the worst we'll ever see of someone trying to attack a video
Oh,
when they have
that
nothing.
was Multiverse of Madness, right?
Yeah, like he had no ammo, but he was
I mean,
desperately
how is
trying
it
to find
not
it.
insane? Like, let me go skip to this part to see if Mola said anything bigoted. Like, how transparent can you get? Like, my god.
Let's see, here.
What? Yeah, but that I would think we've just mentioned at least 5 in there, so that would be probably a mix around of the top
Off
5.
the top of my head, yeah.
Yeah, there's probably there are many that don't come to mind because we've been doing this a long time. We've covered a lot of videos. So, yeah.
Sony censored the game because they are unironically openly racist. They have stated they have a policy of censoring Asian games. Racist against boobies, specifically? 'Cause that would
I
be,
like boobies of all races.
Yeah, I like all the boobies.
I like them. I like all the shades of the rainbow.
Have you seen the Organized Chaos video about you? We watched one. I ain't watching it anymore. He's an awful goblin, okay?
I watched the one where he was like, EFAP hates art, and I was like, this is gonna be funny, and it was. So that was amusing.
The thing, I don't know how I feel
a fun
about
little
the fact that he'll have a comment section filled with people making fun of him, and he just keeps going. It's like
it's kind of admirable in a weird way.
It's like, wow, you know what? He's on a righteous path. He's like, I've got to do this. I've got to save the world from those people.
He's a funny little gremlin.
Absolutely.
He's a funny boy. He's a silly goose. I hope he never goes away. He's very entertaining. I hope he stays around forever. I remember in a video, he was saying something about like Rags wants to get me kicked off the internet. It's like, no, I want you to stay here forever and ever. I would never want you gone. You're a wonderful blessing for content.
He's absolutely one day gonna look back and be like, fuck, what was I What a waste of time. Like, what was I doing?
I don't know, man. He's already like well into adulthood, so I don't know if his.
Well, you know what? Age 70, he might finally be like, okay, this was silly. Like, this is a silly thing that I did.
When he's on his deathbed when he's in his 80s, he's like, oh God, maybe they were right about Star Wars all along.
Maybe he didn't hate the lesbians after all.
Maybe he just thought the movies were bad.
Is it possible?
Is it possible that he really did just think they were poorly written?
That's part of why I wish the
Maybe he
fucking
just
wizard
thought
was
they were
real
bad.
sometimes. If you could just say like, no, they really did just think the movie was bad. He'd be like, what? No, it can't be. It's like, I'm sorry. So sorry.
Yeah. It's like only Rags would like it more if they swapped it to a man.
Made it a gay couple.
I knew it. Yes, if they swapped it to a straight couple.
I've been
It's funny,
inspired by
but,
y'all to make my own YouTube videos, and my first series will be comparing all changes between Lord of the Rings movies and books. I'm at 25 changes by the time the hobbits get to Bree right now. Which makes sense.
Oh, hey.
There is going to be an intense level of changes just by the sheer length of both compared to against each other, right? But even I'm aware of some of them, but not aware of all.
It must be you got to decide on how you want to count a change. Like what constitutes as one change or two, or now that this has changed, is it just, how do you actually mark changes once they start to deviate a certain amount?
Rags, have you seen that Shadow cocks an SMG?
Oh yeah, he does the little pump action thing on the SMG he's holding because that's guns.
That's right, yeah. That's right. In the intro, he cocks it like it's a shotgun, but it's a rifle.
Because he's Shadow, okay. That's
Now-
something he can do.
Now you can technically have. I know they make like pump action AR-15s that are California compliant and stuff like that, and they're fun little novelties. So it is mechanically it's totally
Right, okay,
possible, but that's
so-
just not
okay.
like it's not the gun that he has a bizarre fucking weird gun then. It's just because pumping of the shotgun is like it's a gun thing to do. So
Yeah.
that's that. That's what you do. It's like in Fallout show. The Fallout show did this too. When someone points a gun at somebody, it makes the sound that a gun makes. It makes a gun noise. And like, oh,
Well, you
okay,
remember
okay.
Rebel Moon did that as well. When in the flashback scene when protagonist girl like turned around with her gun, even though she didn't do anything like actually interacting with the mechanics of the gun, it goes whooshing like with the gun sound effect from just moving it. Looks terrible.
It's not enough that you're pointing a loaded gun at someone. It has to make the noise.
Mm-hmm. How would you know if it's a gun if it doesn't make a noise?
That's right. That could be anything. I don't know. What is that? Is that like a condiment dispenser? What's going on here? Then it makes a noise, and you're like, "Oh God, it's a gun! Oh no!"
The producer said it was to remind people about the fragility of life, which was way better served by Homer's mum, Edna, Maud, and Fat Tony. In regards to Larry dying. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. You could tell they would be up to something with it. I mean that in a positive sense, like creatively. It's just that I was uniquely unimpressed with the state of Simpsons right now. Would y'all consider getting a letterbox account so people can see your ratings of miscellaneous movies? It's also great for tracking what you've seen. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
Not really. I don't know. It feels kind of weird because there's a lot of movies I watch where my perspective on them I don't feel is worth sharing because I haven't thought about it that much. I didn't care about it that much. You know what I mean? Like, well, that one didn't work out. I wasn't really interested in it, and I thought it was fine. So there we are. Like telling everyone that I feel like doesn't have much value. It's funny.
And all it would do is it could just potentially invite us, like, all right, you got to fight to defend that position. It's
Yeah,
like
someone's like particularly mad. It's like, why the fuck did you say that about blah blah blah? Like, don't you know about? And we're just like, oh shit. Well, I mean, I don't really remember watching it anymore, so like, I don't even know what to say to you. It's amazing how enjoyable EFAP is without Jay. Wow.
Wow.
That's mean when you say it
Been
about
enjoyable for a
anybody.
while. Yeah.
I see memes about King
Mm.
Baldwin. EFAP premieres Kingdom of Heaven. Coincidence?
Yeah, I saw some King Baldwin memes going around.
I've seen them as well, yeah.
You're some on the yeah, so I wonder why. Maybe that's the nature of memes, you know?
The one where it says when someone breaks and lets you pass on the road, you give them one of these, and it's a King Baldwin like lifting his hand up while looking down. We're just like, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, thanks very much. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Tell Mola to play Mass Effect.
Mahler, play Mass Effect.
Okay. Hi, Mola. Hello. Tell Fringy to play God of War 3. Fringy, play God of War 3.
Uh-huh.
Hi, Fringy.
Hey.
Tell Rags to play something on stream.
Play something on stream.
You know what? Maybe I will one of these days. Maybe I will. I've thought about what games I would play on stream. Might do a fun RimWorld playthrough or something like that.
All right.
I am super
Hooray.
behind live, but that's okay because you won't read this super chat for 6 months. You guys just mentioned Cyberpunk. Please watch it. 6 months. Joke's on you.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, maybe at some point. You watched some of it, right, Fringy? You thought it was right?
Yeah, I got up to episode 6, but I didn't continue from there. So I'd probably finish it.
Do you plan to review A24 Civil War film? No. What a pointless endeavor that would be.
Waste of time. Nope, not interested.
That'd be an example of a film where it's like you could have a letterbox review where it would just say, what a worthlessly pointless fucking waste of time and space. Leave me alone.
Oh, God, what a waste of time that was.
I gave my thoughts on it on Open Bar at a real BBC episode, but like there's no fucking way we could make an EFAP episode out of talking about that stupid film.
Nope.
Pointless. Do not recommend, and I am, as I've said before, infinitely disappointed in Alex Garland because he showed so much potential with Ex Machina. I don't know what happened.
Ugh.
The show erases Fallout 1 and 2 from existence. The Enclave is back, so no Fallout 2, no Fallout 1 because Shady Sands is placed right in the Master's territory. I don't think if they move a thing or if they change a thing, it doesn't like erase the entire continuity of the game. What compare it to, take for example Terminator Genesis, where they kill the Terminator that was sent back to get her in Terminator 1. Like that means Terminator 1 doesn't happen anymore. That whole story's fucked if you kill him. It's just done.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
And then of course Terminator 2 doesn't happen because they fucking time travel then from Terminator 1 forward, and it's like, so Terminator 2 didn't even have a chance to happen. It's okay. Meanwhile, what's happened with this is that that's a fucked up piece of continuity. In the same way that if they traveled back to T2's timeline and they, hit the T-1000 over the back of the head and he fell over and was out of commission for 5 minutes during like the mental asylum scene, then it'd be like, well, that fucks up the continuity of T2, but I guess the film could still happen the way that it happened. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying. Like, nobody wants to see this shit fucked up. And I don't know how they fucked it up. Apparently, the showrunner and several people involved were not only people who have played these games, but were very passionate about them. Apparently, it's very strange. I don't know how to explain this stuff. MCT made a Snyder's fans video. It's good. MCT. Master Chief Taco.
Ooh, yum.
It's probably something obvious that I'm completely missing, but fair enough. You can't spoil Rebel Moon the same way that there are people who you cannot legally comment libel against because their reputation is so terrible that no lie you tell could make it worse.
Well, I was about to say, like, could you, if you have like something that is spoiled, like maybe a spoiled piece of meat on the counter, or maybe like a spoiled banana, can you spoil it? Well, it's already spoiled, so I guess just exposing its stink to the world is just all you're doing.
Like I
really.
said, if I was convinced that there were people who really cared about the spoilers for Rebel Moon, I would probably be like, okay, yeah, we're doing spoilers now, or something like that. But like I said, I just don't believe the fans of it. Not that they don't. There are people who like it, sure, but it's that IP is so dead. There's just nothing. Nothing's gonna happen for it. I almost feel bad in a way.
I've got too much contempt for it to respect it.
I wasn't. I mean, I wasn't even going in that. It's almost sad. Like it's like deflated. It's this empty balloon. Like it's just look at it. It was designed. It was meant for greatness. It was meant to fly, but it can't. There's just no thrust. No one gives a shit. Why would they? So gonna die. MCT was man carrying thing, by the way. So he's got a video on.
Oh, gotcha.
A video on Snyder fans, which sounds like it'd be funny. EFAP crew, which dwarf character do you prefer design-wise? Aizen the Warrior from Frieren or Senshi the Cook from Dungeon Meshi? You want to grab them, and I'll ask the next one, and then we'll have a look-see. Also, hi,
Here, let me
144p Rags.
Oh, hello.
Zoomers watching Smiling Friends and then finding out about Psychic Pebble's past videos and podcasts and compilations have been giving me life recently. Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I've seen tweets about it.
What's going on?
There's been viral tweets about how like, oh no, I just saw a podcast with Zach and you know like it could be videos, it could be the streams they've done, it could be animations, but the people who are fans of Smiling Friends somehow don't know anything about the people who've made it, I'm starting to think, like, is Smiling Friends just the kind of show that makes you think the people who made it have no edgy humor at all? Really? Okay. But
yeah.
you know, they get found out for their awful histories of saying certain things, and then they get really mad, but all people have to say is just like, so you just didn't know anything about the people who made this before you saw it, huh? Which happens, but, you know, it's still funny.
Okay.
Zach has an N-word compilation.
Do you remember of course you remember the Simpsons one with the only plays one with Homer and Patty and Selma.
That shit is gold.
Shut up! Shut up! You fucking.
Oh my.
This terrible Homer impression. Shut up! Shut up!
I love the goobery Homer drawings in that animation. They're so amazing.
It's so good. It's so funny.
Okay, so we have I'm guessing this left to right is so Aizen the Warrior is this fella from Frieren and Senshi the Cook from Dungeon Meshi. This guy. So are we picking who our favorite is, maybe, is it?
The guy on the left has a very funny looking expression. It's amusing.
So yeah, which one do you prefer design wise?
I think I prefer
I really like
left.
Senshi, the cook. I like the guy on the right more. I like his design. I think he's more dwarfy. And I like his expression too.
I like the guy. What I would make as the argument for the guy on the left is it's interesting how so many aspects that aren't his face have been used to essentially convey like his facial features, right? So the helmet creates the expression in the eyes, the mustache kind of turning into the beard there, just the way that the lines are drawn kind of implies a kind of a grumpy frown. I find it entertaining. Though like I said, I do like the guy on the right as well. They're both fun character designs.
Yeah,
second guy seems much more approachable, and first guy seems like I'm intrigued by him. I wonder what he gets up to. So if I were to see a story about one of them, I'd probably pick first guy, honestly, but you know, it could be shit. I guess.
I like them. These are just like good examples of the nature of the fun you can have with character design, of like removing certain features to accentuate the ones that you leave behind. Like it's kind of good caricature, even though you might not think of it as like caricature drawing.
Yeah,
I like it. I like these designs. They're neat, and I like the coloring as well. I like the on the like the shading and the texture and the coloring as well. It's neat.
Yeah, there's a lot to kind of like about both of them.
Yeah. What's this from?
The first one is from Freerun.
Dungeon Meshi.
Oh, I see. So they're from different. Are these like animes or?
Oh yeah, the left is from Freerun and the right one is from Dungeon Meshi.
Yeah.
Okay.
What message do you think the gaming studios will take away from Fallout games making a resurgence because of the show? Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only. That means make as many seasons of Fallout as possible and honestly make them worse, because that seems to work.
And make sure that you have season pass DLC that corresponds with the release of each of them.
And set up some kind of payment scheme.
Yeah, your
that
tie-ins.
The more they support it, the more unlocks they can get in games that relate
That's
to the
right.
shows. Something like that. Yeah. Fringy looks like a Tonberry from Final Fantasy.
Yes, man, it's
You told
great.
us
Like
this, yeah.
I remember when I
He's
first
cool.
found out about what a Tonberry is. I'm like, oh, look at him go! And also, yes, it is kind of a
I love the knife.
fun. The knife is what makes it, yeah. But I just like I like the face there. There's so little there that you can read so much into those eyes.
One of the things that I know the Tonberry from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, where they were very slow. They could only move 2 spaces, so they were very slow. But they had an ability that would do 90% of your health.
Yeah.
And so you wanted to make sure that they stayed away from you because it was damaged by percentage, which is a big deal. So I really I was always like, uh-oh, we got to take care of those guys so they don't get us.
I think it's come
and
up
it was
before
extra.
on EFAP. People have told us about
Yeah.
it.
I know that like green and yellow are not technically complementary colors, but I do think that green and red go together in a way that's kind of like interesting. I'm not sure how to put it. It's like they're not quite complementary, but they're not quite clashing either. They kind of exist in a neat little middle ground. It is the knife as well. That helps. And I guess it got a little tail as well, right?
Yeah, a little tail there.
So, another prehistoric animal of the day, I guess, or could be the first one. Caprosuchus, the prehistoric wolf gator.
That's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a badass animal.
Wow. Oh yeah, he does look wolfy. Instead of him
That's
being
so
a flat
cool.
fat fuck, he's like this really like he gets high up and he's got long limbs and it's like he could
Dude,
gallop after you and chase after you.
I think that in a video game would be fucking great. You encounter him, but he's like, kneeling down, I guess. Looks more like a normal sort of style.
Yeah.
And then he sees you and then gets up and starts moving toward you. He's like, oh my fucking god, what the fuck? He's like, he's not supposed to be able to do that.
Yeah, once you bug him, then he goes like he
Yeah.
comes and gets you. But otherwise he's just like a reptile. He just wants to be left fuck alone.
Just leave him alone. The New Vegas Lonesome Road ending slide also already answers the statement. It said, war never changes, men do. Through the roads they walk. Well, we talked about it. The war never changes thing is like, it was annoying to see her say it in the show, because it was like, ugh, gross, go away. Like, the way that they put it after like possibly the worst scene in the whole show as well. The most goofiest nonsense.
That might be the worst scene in the show, yeah.
I don't even think we talked about it. That whole thing, anyone who knows that scene is fucking dumb. Do you recall Springfield Most Wanted Mr. Burns special?
No.
I don't either. Where's that from? Mr. Burns.
That would have been for like Who Shot Mr. Burns, like a promo that was talking about who like the top picks were, right?
The special aired on September 17th, 95, before part 2 of Who Shot Mr. Burns. It was a parody of Walsh's television series. The series was designed to help people find out who shot Mr. Burns by laying out the potential clues. Oh, that's cool.
Maybe I did see this. Maybe I did. I might have seen this. Starting to ring a bell.
I did not see that, but it'd be fun. Just finished Rebel Moon,
Also, marathoning Better Call Saul. Has there ever in history been a more stark contrast in character development in media? Well, just Rebel Moon and anything. Like, you probably have been like,
Rebel
oh,
Moon and another show.
it's
Rebel Moon and Arcane, Rebel Moon and House of the Dragon, Rebel Moon and
talking about it
fill in
in
the blank.
an open bar. Just that scene. It's incredible. What a scene that he did that. The character development scene is amazing. What do you think?
It's like a bonfire on the beach.
What do you think we can expect from the Gwimbly TV adaptation? Do you think they'll respect the aspect of the creamed corn? I don't know if we can trust it, man. We hope for the
I haven't had
best,
cream
but
corn in a long time.
I don't think the studio's been fair to Gwimbly, and I don't know that he'll be treated well in the TV show, but I hope for the best, obviously. Major Look, you did indeed. I want you guys to write a story on stream soon. I don't know if that would be that entertaining, because there'd be a lot of, like...
Be a lot of silence, probably.
Pitching ideas, a lot of poking, a lot of thinking, a lot of... The process is not necessarily going to be enjoyable for the people who are not currently partaking in it.
I figure,
and even then it can be a stretch. Because it can be work, you know? Sometimes it can be tough.
To be annoyingly pedantic, Fallout 1 is 84 years after the bombs dropped. Most of the radiation is gone outside of highly concentrated areas. Fallout 2, 80 years later, swapped from caps to coins and dollars.
Yeah, that was meant to be like the progression of that world, which seems to be something that, at least as I understand it, Bethesda's like pretty seemingly opposed to, of like having the wasteland develop in any meaningful ways.
Yeah, there's a
direct... They would rather reset it to a state of just chaos rather than places like the NCR or the Legion or the Enclave and stuff, like new entities emerging.
I've always kind of wondered, that's always been like, wait, they use bottle caps as currency? So, like, how does that work? Okay. I never thought, I always thought that was just strange. It's like, all right, I guess. How do you carry, you got to carry all of them? Is one cap a cap? So, like, is there a 5 cap? Or is it all just, like, they're very inefficient to store too. And you have to carry like a huge bags of them if you want to buy something big.
Well, why did they replace coins?
Why did they replace... Wait, so like, why did it from Fallout 2 to 3?
Probably
I think it was just
massive
because
inflation.
caps were known, right?
It's probably because of the same reason that happened like after the plague in Europe, where if the amount of money, for the most part, potentially stays the same, but the amount of people has been drastically reduced, then it's going to cause potentially super inflation issues with people just picking it up as much as they can and going out and looting it and just grabbing it. And plus, it's not necessarily, you don't have a government entity necessarily that can back it up with value. And a lot of the times it's better to just barter than to be like, you know, here's what they used to use as currency in the, before the apocalypse, which to you, it like literally might not mean anything. Because, without the backing or people believing it has value, $100 bill is it's not even good toilet paper. So now, as to why they chose caps, I don't know. I have no clue. But there is an element of a government making money and creating money, and being able to ensure that it can be backed up, will create some sort of stability in that kind of market. But I imagine for most people in that kind of scenario, just getting knickknacks, doodads, getting appliances that work, getting, filters and processors and computer components, bullets, guns, and ammunition, services like leather working and being a doctor or, entertainment, things like that would be, of far more value than, old world money.
Muller, if you think Shock's a badass, look up the Cookie Cutter, the only Shock to have damaged a U.S. nuclear submarine, has a bioluminescence. I mean, they are pretty cool. Do you hear about the one that they made a movie about, who killed everybody?
Sharknado?
Yeah.
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 He was pretty
It's
cool.
crazy. Can't believe that happened.
Can make tornadoes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Sharks. They have a really cool name too. We should have a whole thing about trying to figure out what makes a cool animal name versus not. Because you know, there's because like the cool factor is not the only factor that decides a name that we like. Of course, there are other aspects. What's like the worst animal name?
Oh, there's probably got to be a ton of really bad animal names. Maybe is it in the sense that it's in the sense that it maybe isn't accurate? Like maybe it's a trait that it doesn't actually have?
Inaccurate
Like
might
if
be
it
an interesting one.
like if it was
So it's an
a
earwig. I feel like that's a pretty bad one, yeah.
Yeah, it's just not fun, isn't it?
No one suggested squid. I
look-
kind of like squid. I don't have any problem with that.
I like
Squid
squid.
is all right.
And how dare you?
Let me look up some
Wombat.
here.
What is wrong with you? Wombat's a
Wombat.
great name. Yeah.
I got some here. We've got the fried egg jellyfish, the pleasing fungus beetle.
Okay.
We've got the lump sucker.
Oh. Not a great
I
name.
saw someone say killer whale, and I'm actually inclined to agree that I think that's a bad name. Orca is better than killer whale.
Orca is cooler than killer whale, yeah.
Like Orca just
I
feels
thought
like
you were
it's
going
also,
with.
I don't know, just severely misleading about the name. Like it I don't know. Killer whale. I don't like
That's
that.
what I thought you were
Orca.
going for, like a panda bear, or which isn't
I was
actually a
thinking.
bear. Like, is that a
Well,
terrible
I
name
think
to call it
I
that?
think a panda is a bear. I think I think
Or
I
it's
was
the
wrong on
koala
that
that
one.
isn't the bear, right?
Koala is not a bear. Koala is marsupial. So yeah, koala. But nobody. It's not called a koala bear. It's just called a koala. So koala bear would be people inaccurately naming it. Whereas like killer whale is still, that got around more so.
Are red pandas, or are they
Yes.
just okay?
I think so. I think they're closely related.
I'll look it up. Let's see. Are red pandas pandas? Red pandas are the only living members of their taxonomic family, Ailuridae, while giant
Oh.
pandas are in the bear family, Ursidae.
Oh, okay. So they're not even closely. I don't even know why I thought that they were related. They don't look the same. They like.
Yeah, the red panda is not related to the giant panda. Okay. So if in that regard, potentially a terrible name for an animal is one that's simply inaccurate or misleading. But sometimes we know it's so obvious, like a nurse shark probably doesn't have a degree in medicine. So it's pretty safe that one's clear enough.
Still kind of I don't know. I rate that name highly anyway, right? Nurse Sharks, like.
Oh, what about the tasseled wabagong?
I kind of like that one.
What even is that? This one doesn't have a wabagong. All right. I don't know what I expected. Here, let me get you a picture of it. The tasseled wabagong.
So what the?
That's the
He
tasseled
sounds like
wabagong.
fuck?
His voice is definitely hello, hello.
Hi there. Please
Hi.
don't step on me. It doesn't really hurt, but I don't like it.
That's just if the floor was alive.
Yeah. I've given the floor a soul. Oh God.
I enjoyed having random film talk on the panel, as do we. Good lad.
Yeah.
Fun lad.
He's a good guy. Like him a lot. Good stuff. Great videos.
Civil War fence sat so hard that when it stood up, the plot was stuck on the post. If you must be unrealistic, please pick a side and commit. Also, hi. Everyone was so worried
Hi.
about what it would say that nobody expected it to say nothing at all. Like,
Well, I mean, maybe the big warning sign was like, look at the nature of the way that the factions have been defined, and then when you watch the film, how little you even understand about any of them.
Oh.
It's like already you're entering into it from a bizarro world that just doesn't like conform in any way, shape, or form to reality. So maybe that should have been the first warning that it was going to be just like a nonsense nothing film.
EFAP and only plays crossover would be legendary. Hey, the second he wants to do that, we'll play some games. I would sponsor an EFAP 97 Berserk anime watch. Well, I mean, you know, I think maybe
Sponsor, you say?
We got some other stuff we gotta sort out when there's less going on, you know. But maybe, you know. For a fun tidbit, Dungeon Meshi, delicious in dungeons, that's the translation, creator finished the series specifically so she could play the hell out of Baldur's Gate 3. Like, I wanna go play it.
Dungeons are delicious. Is that what that means?
Delicious in dungeon.
Dungeon. Ooh, okay. I love D&D. Yeah. Delicious in dungeon.
I recommend both Frieren Beyond Journey's End and Delicious in Dungeon. Very different styles of fantasy. Frieren's first season is done, and Delicious in Dungeon is 17 episodes into its season. Ooh, fair enough.
Well, we'll
That
keep it on the list of animes that we might watch one day.
Yeah.
Maybe one day have an anime art.
Seconding James's statement, Frieren especially is the exact type of show you guys seem to like. Very consistent and high quality writing. Also high rags.
Hello.
Well,
Maybe
well.
it is.
I certainly hope so. Why bottle caps? Because they can't be easily manufactured / counterfeited. Backed by the value of purified water, 10 caps equals 1 bottle of purified water, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I saw some people saying
Surely it's...
They explain it in the hub in the first game when you go there. Fallout 2, the currency changed due to the NCR existing, so the dollar replaced the cap and was later backed by gold.
All right. Yeah, it says here the bottle cap that... Let's see. All right. The hub merchants selected bottle caps because of two factors. Firstly, the technology to manufacture them and paint their surfaces had been mostly lost in the Great War, which limited any counterfeiting efforts. The paint used, machining, and metal type all have to be very specific in order for a bottle cap to be genuine. Second, there is a limited number of bottle caps, which preserves their value against inflation to some degree. And finally, the hub merchants in New California would support it as a common unit of exchange by backing it with water. Interesting. Fair enough. Maybe I need to go to the how it's made for bottle caps, because I'd watch a lot of the how it's made shows on TV, because some of those were really cool. So I bet there's a really cool one for bottle caps, because sometimes things that seem simple, a lot of stuff goes into it.
Well, New Vegas is primary caps because game engine, lore-wise, New Vegas area is independent region. NCR got hit by inflation, so casinos accept NCR, cap, and Legion coin. Go. Well,
yeah, fair enough. You know, by the way,
massage.
In Las Vegas, I've heard, and I believe this to probably legitimately be true, but I know certainly in the past, because I think it was my grandfather who told me this. But churches in Las Vegas, when they passed around the collection plate for charities or offerings or church upkeep and whatnot, people would sometimes put in poker chips into the collection plate because the casinos that issued the poker chips would back them up with money. So if you'd been going down to the casinos and you had a poker chip or something on you, or you won a couple extra or whatever, you could put it in the collection plate and they would go and they'd exchange those for money.
Well, alrighty. Streamlabs, we're still not fully caught up. We got a bit of a backlog, and we're gonna do just a full recording for Streamlabs at this point instead of well, I wouldn't be able to break them up in terms of episode anyway because of the way they come in, but they shall all
Yeah,
be
the royal
collected and
treatment.
addressed. I've got them all in a file.
Yes, we will read all of your super chats and answer all of them.
Have been
So make sure they're good. Make sure they're good.
yeah.
'cause
Double
we
check
will
before you
read them.
send.
Yes,
Just
do
make
it.
sure.
We do read them.
But yeah, before we go, then I will be interested in having a hand from chat. I decided for I wouldn't mind some ideas potentially for naming. I've spoken to a couple people about the potential name for the video I'm making, and I figure at this point I should probably open it up to chat. Then the three of us can have a look, see if we we can figure out what name works best. Which means I'm probably going to mention what I'm actually making, especially since I usually do when the intention is it's releasing in a week's time. I mean, it makes sense, right?
What? Oh,
What?
the next TFA? I'm so excited.
No. Why would you make them think that?
What?
In any case, it is something that when I'd made so many notes on this subject, I was like going through stages of figuring out what exactly I was going to do with them. Because I didn't want to just talk about it on a stream. Felt like I'd done way too much of a deep dive and looked at discussions online and discovered so much about it that I was like, okay, I feel like I should do something with this. I was going to stream just as a solo stream and just talk through all of the notes, but I decided instead start
That
making
would be
something
interesting as a format.
Yeah, and then it just evolved into making a video that I have asked for the help of I think 6 different editors to help speed up the process significantly, and many of them have happily obliged. In some cases, because they feel very passionate about about the subject as well. Which, yeah, if it wasn't already very obvious, it's gonna be Fallout, the TV show.
Oh my god!
I've been
Gasp!
Working kind of nonstop on it, and it's coming along. But funnily enough, the original intention was to actually release it today. That was when the video was going to be an hour long. It ain't that anymore, which it never stays that way. The more time to, talk about a thing. So the only other thing was going to be I'm trying to figure out what to name this video. Now, it could be called, well, first of all, isn't it weird to just call it Fallout and then colon like a thing instead of like Fallout the show, I guess, or something? But I guess you would call it Fallout, right?
I mean,
I doubt there would be little confusion. Or I doubt there would be much confusion.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I figure that you already realize that the most apparent choice would be Fallout and Unbridled Apocalypse or something.
I feel like that's too generic almost. It's like that's so
generic?
expected. I've seen other people suggest that. It's just like,
I think you might want to throw the word radioactive in there.
Is that also not super obvious?
An Unbridled
Did you
Meltdown?
think of it? Ooh, yeah, an Unbridled Meltdown. Or what about Fallout makes you lose your electrons?
What? An unbridled ionizing radiation.
I do quite like Meltdown.
Meltdown is pretty good. I think
there's a couple of layers to it, right? 'Cause you
if-
read that and you're like, wait, you're melting down? The show's melting down? The people who watch it melt down? I don't know. Everyone's melting down.
Yeah. Is this an Ice Age the Meltdown reference?
Must be. Makes
So
it sound
what?
like
This should be called Fallout and Unbridled Dawn of the Dinosaurs.
fuck yeah. Someone said it makes it sound like you're throwing a fit if it's called a meltdown. I don't know.
That's true. Well, I think I see a logic there. Meltdown means more than just a melting down of a nuclear power plant.
Of course.
Melting
Melting down of standards.
Alright, maybe there's something in the idea of Half-Life that the show is going to have a terrible Half-Life.
Well, if you two keep an eye on chat as well, see if you got anything in there you think would work real well, because this has been a tough one to figure out.
Fallout. What about like Fallout, Half-Life, or Fully Dead?
Mm.
What about Fallout stinks?
Fallout. It's a bad show. I should do that naming
Fallout.
convention of Fallout is bad actually. That's the that's one of the video essay naming conventions. Fallout is bad and you should feel bad.
Oh, someone said Atomic Abomination.
Hmm.
Fallout, a radioactive reaction. What about Boar Never Changes?
I mean,
oh my god.
the thing about that is like it's boring is really not the main thing I want to.
That's actually true. Yeah, I guess right, because in our recording, I actually laughed out loud a number of times because of how terrible it was.
Yeah.
Let's see. Someone said an unbridled never changes.
An unbridled, actually.
Let's see. Fallout Boy, new vandalization. Let's see.
Fallout and unbridled Chernobyl.
Fallout, it fell off. Oh, it's been that way for a while, mate.
It fell off. An unbridled. I think what I'm getting, it's because what we're looking for in terms of the word needs to be. Does it need to be an unbridled? Do you want
Not necessarily. That's actually something I've been thinking about.
Okay, because that that changes it a lot.
Yeah.
If it's not unbridled, then it can be a lot more things.
Catastrophe. Let's just scrolling through these.
Hiroshima.
Fallout, apocalyptic failure. Peak meltdown, bro.
Peak meltdown.
Fallout, an irradiated catastrophe.
Feels like mutated has potential, right?
Yeah.
In some way, somehow.
An unbridled incineration. Fallout so bad it oh, that's a good one. Fallout so bad it almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter.
It's a bit long.
Oh,
though.
that's good.
So
I know
long,
it's a
yeah.
reference. It's a reference. It's a really good one. I really like that. That's good. That's good. The fallen out stars. Let's see. Fallout, an unbridled 3.6 Röntgen.
Not great, not terrible.
Not great. But it is terrible.
Yeah.
It's very terrible.
Not accurate.
Fallout, a mutated mess.
That's a potential, like Fallout.
That's not terrible. Yeah,
not
it's
great,
terrible.
very terrible, something like that.
Let's see. Fallout, call out to radiation. The unbridled demon core.
Oh, what about Fallout is not 3.6 Rodkin? Just the implication of how radioactive it is. No laughs. It failed.
I get
It's
it.
a dud.
I just.
It's a dud. You didn't laugh. If you don't laugh, it's not good enough.
Let's see. Fallout, a nuclear take.
That
Yeah.
feels a bit yeah.
Oh, what about Fallout, a nuclear waste of time?
It's a dud.
Maybe there's something in the fridge from Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, you know? Maybe there's something there.
Oh, Tommy, that's a good
Chunky
one.
fridge.
Fallout, I got heartaches by the number. That's really good. I like that. That's a good one.
Oh yeah, a lot of these are
let's
clever.
see.
I'm just I'm waiting for one that's
Yeah, that's
sparked,
clever,
you know?
but it wouldn't. Let's see.
Fallout, please make it stop. Yeah. Straight to the point.
Fall out of favor. Fall Oppenheimer. Fallout should have stayed in the vault. It's not bad. Mahler's Fallout Survival Guide.
Oh, it's not gonna. That ain't gonna help you survive it. Well, I guess in a way, it could be a bit of catharsis probably for some people.
Fallout Ground Zero talent. That's not bad.
Fallout Emil is a cuck.
Emil is a cuck. Fallout, a wasted wasteland.
Yeah.
Anatomic diarrhea.
Radioactive retardation.
Fallout, toxic positivity. It wouldn't be toxic positivity. It would be appropriate negativity.
The derision of fission.
Here. Who else noticed Rags and Fringy are flipped in positions and it annoys them as well? What do you mean? We're always this.
I thought you were always like
We're
this,
always
yeah.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm always
this
on the
way.
right because it's alphabetical order.
Mm-hmm. So what are you talking about, guy?
I'm confused,
I don't know.
guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Onward Sumo. Just
I
jumping in to
am
say
struggling
who
for
else-
like ideas, honestly. at
No,
the moment.
this is
Like,
why I'm asking. I've had trouble with this as well. It's like I can't
Something
think of
about-
a title that clicks, kind of.
Fallout. Irrationally irradiated. Let's see. Puka-Cola? I don't know.
What's the major theme? The Fallout show is awful.
The preview has Rags on the left. Oh, I see. I got you.
Oh, they mean in the thumbnails. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Just gives you something exciting to tune in for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You don't know what to expect when you click on one of these.
Oh,
yeah, I
this
am,
is good.
I'm struggling.
What about this? Fallout dropping the load. Nuclear script?
Wasteland of writing. War never changes.
Nuclear waste of time. I think that's pretty good. But there's been a bunch of these I really like.
There's plenty of solid ones. I just don't know why I'm not feeling anyone in particular. What about you guys? Do you have a favorite?
Some of the ones I've
No,
read out have
I'm
been
not
good.
sure. I don't know.
But I don't want to commit. Fallout,
don't
not
know.
an atom of good. Fallout, it'll explode your cock. What?
They did it okay the way that they did it, but they didn't though.
They didn't. A lot of these are, I think a lot of them are good that have been mentioned by the two of us. It's just whichever one you feel fits. Fallout, so toxic it burned Rag's microphone. Oh no.
Oh.
Fallout, I hope the dog survives.
Gave me cancer. That's a
Mediocrity
straightforward
and
one.
mutations. Yeah. There's not enough iodine pills in the world to cure this show. And again, I think that a nuclear waste is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Fallout, a nuclear waste. Fallout, a post-nuclear disaster. That's not there we go. Right now I'm just looking at chat, seeing if there's some good ones.
Yeah,
Well,
no,
I mean, there's
same.
been good ones there. Yeah, there's some good ones there. You combine them to, nuclear waste of time, or a nuclear waste of time, a wasteland of time. Yeah, that's all. I think there's a lot of stuff you could do. Well, I think there's some good ones in there. I think a lot of good contenders. I think we got some clever people in the chat here.
Genius adaptation. Why would you even say that? House is not a shelter. All of humanity.
Obnoxious nothing.
All out flop. waste never changes. There could be something
Fallout
to X never
Well, like
changes.
sludge never changes. Slop never changes.
Fallout cuckoid. What?
Because like you wouldn't want to do bad writing never changes as too like thuds.
Yeah,
it's
kind of
it's not it's not artistic. Yeah, a bit clunky. Mission Impossible Fallout. Radiated mass, schoolification of Fallout.
I mean, you could just, because someone said like Fallout and nuclear waste, you could just say Fallout is nuclear waste. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I got nothing really. Like, I don't have any.
I don't know why
ideas
this one's
here.
so much harder to name compared to any other video. It like I've never been so almost writer's blocked on trying to come up with a good title. Even though it feels like this one will be easier than most, because there's so much sort of like puns and iconography of iconic words you can use that relate to the subject matter, I guess.
Yeah, you really do want to straddle that line between being too obvious but being clever and still relevant. Yeah.
And maybe something a bit fun.
Yeah, something fun.
You should just say
I'm
Fallout
sure
Show Bad.
something will come to mind.
Fallout is
Show
a bad
bad.
show, yeah.
Fallout is a bad TV show.
Maybe there's something in one of the many songs that they used in there. Maybe they've got some lyrics that might be, you could take inspiration from.
Fallout set their world on fire, or IP, or something. I feel like that's the most obvious quote to go with in a way, and you want to. But then again, if he does, Rags just said, if you don't go with a more obvious one, you might just people might just not get anything you're saying, you know.
Yeah.
Fallout N-word. I don't know about that. I'll have to put it in the maybe pile. Cavalier just said he's partial to a nuclear waste of time, but I can't do watching Fallout almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter because he already used that. So, very well.
Oh, did he? Ah, damn.
A nuclear waste of time. I mean, I'll write it down. I've written down a couple that I'll go over. I'll speak to some more people, figure it out at some point. I am not kidding by the fact that I am actually tempted by Fallout Show is bad or something like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I like a straightforward
All
one.
right.
But yeah. Anyway, while we've been talking, a few more have come in.
Something to think about.
Iron Man 3 Unbridled Praise, let's go.
Yo!
Of course. The Titmouse, neither a tit nor a mouse, it's a bird, may have breasts, but no tits. You're saying, like, you hate the name because it's a lie.
Breasts. I don't like liars. Well, it's not lying. It didn't name itself that. That's its slave name.
Fallout, a dirty bomb. Also, hi again.
Hello.
That was not so bad. I like
Dirty
it.
Bomb is it's pretty good.
Did you see that someone on Twitter tried putting a $20K hit on Grums for supporting uncensoring Stellar Blade? What?
That's a little unhinged. I probably wouldn't.
Gotta be like nonsense,
serious,
right?
someone saying an angry, someone
of all
just
the
being
things
angry.
to put a hit on someone for, like, come on.
It's like from just even if you think that oh, the chuds are sure annoying. Like, shouldn't you be concerned about something being advertised and then having them edit that away in like a day one patch? Like, shouldn't you just as a consumer, like, kind of sympathize with that?
I say free the booby.
Free the booby.
Bringy, His Majesty's Secret Service would like to have a discussion with you about any information you may have on Baron Silas Greenback?
I don't understand any of that sentence.
All right. He escapes the authorities yet again, whoever that may or may not be. Well, you know what? Before we wrap up, anything you guys want to mention before we escape into the sunset?
No, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm gonna go fiddle with my internet, see if I can get that working properly, and then I'm gonna eat because I'm a little bit hungry. And then, depending on what happens after that, I don't know. Maybe I'll work on some stuff, or maybe we'll just rewatch Fallout again.
Oh, yeah.
With my good friends Fringy and Mahler, we'll rewatch Fallout.
Yay.
But we're gonna stay positive this time. You know, a little spin, a new spin on an old classic.
Exactly.
But otherwise, no, nothing really to report that's going on here.
Just, Halo to be coming out real soon, all right? Real soon.
Yay.
Well, I
We're
mean,
starting up real soon.
you also have you got any kind of schedule for your streams on Twitch, or are you intending?
No.
Well, I mean, it's
I'll
worth
figure that
mentioning
out.
every
I'll
once in a
figure that
while,
out,
though, so
yeah.
people know you do stream video
Oh
games on
yeah,
Twitch
I
every
play
once in a while.
Mario Kart, yeah, every now and then.
Have little
That's why I play
discussions
anything
about
else.
media, about Mario Kart. Sometimes you'll play a different game. You never know.
Yeah, occasionally I'll play a different game every 6 months.
Terrifying. We gotta look out for it. But yes, Halo episodes are coming, as well as more War Movie Arc. It's all on the way. I've been swamped by doing the Fallout video. It is. I mean, I don't mind giving factoids at this point. There's no reason for it to not come out at all. However, the hoped for release date would be next week today, as in it will replace the standard EFAP schedule, and we will likely, do something, maybe a recording of something or something else, but that's a slot. It'll probably go up because it's going to be a big fun thing for us all to check out, considering how much work has gone in from a lot of people. It is it's going to be 2 hours long. Going to go through the show, and it's what I consider to be major flaws. Also going to talk about some other things, and hopefully it should be edited by then to the degree that one may expect from an Unbridled video. It's been tough though, short amount of time, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm hoping you guys will very much enjoy it. Only 2 hours, you silly bastard. Also, if you didn't know, the Cthulhu Mauler plushie is currently available as part of the Real BBC set. If you want to pick up the lot of them, you get the, I think it's a 15% discount. Or does it go 5, 10? Yeah, 5, 10, 15 for 2, 3, 4. There are approximately 14-ish, 13 and a half days left. The design that I thought was pretty neat, where he's like, kind of ripping out of that suit, you know? And he's got a little squid friend. So, if you want it, the link is in the descripciones. And, of course, thank you all for your ideas as to the name of the video. Not sure what I'll settle on, but I will settle on something. I'll probably return to the live chat to have a look again at what everyone said. The all-out call-out of Fallout, or Fallout the Slop Awakens. Those I like. I'll keep them in mind. Keep it all in mind, and we'll figure something out. I'll probably talk to these two fellas about it some more as well. We'll bounce some ideas, see what happens. Well, on that note, thank you all so very much for joining us. We appreciate you. Thank you for your kind donations. Like I said, we're going to be doing more recordings and catching up, so we'll try and get them all done. And just got more stuff out coming along the way. So, other than that, you have yourselves a fine rest of your day, whatever that may be.
Yeah, everyone, have a really great day. Thanks for being here. We really appreciate you showing up for a fun little
Catch you
medley.
later, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you later.
Oh, my goodness.